Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So in today's video, we are going to see an SQL complete tutorial. So this will be a project-based learning where we will be having a data, we will be firing some SQL queries, and I will help you understand how all these queries are fired, what are all the functions used, and this is a data analytics SQL tutorial. So in this complete tutorial, you will understand everything, and this one tutorial is enough for you to learn all the functionalities which are used in SQL. So before moving ahead, I will tell you all the data which is been used in this particular tutorial. It is available in the description box. You can just go ahead and download the data wherever I have used that particular data in that particular databases. And one important thing that in this particular tutorial, we will be seeing the MS SQL Server database. But let me tell you, you can use any database where there is only a few functions which are different. Otherwise, all the functions are ANSI standard. That means that they will be same in all the databases. Especially joins, which is very important in data analytics, they are same in all the databases. Few functions which are standard functions, those are same. Only few date functions are different. Like in MS SQL Server, it will be different, and in MySQL, it will be different. So you can use any database for using or learning this particular SQL tutorial. You can use MySQL, you can use MS SQL Server also, right? I will be adding an tutorial of MySQL as well. Last 1.5 hours will be of MySQL, where I will be teaching MySQL also. So in this particular tutorial, we will be learning two tools, that is MS SQL Server database, not tools, I can say databases, and as well as you will be learning MySQL also. So don't worry, both of the tools will be used in this, both of the databases will be used in this. So you will be having and learning of all the databases. And for your understanding, I will add one more, that is Postgre also. So you will understand Postgre database, how we are using Postgre databases as well. All right. So I hope this tutorial will be useful for you. And before moving ahead, I would request you to please go ahead and subscribe the channel, like this video so it can reach to many people, and comment down if there are any suggestions, any request from you, or if you want to appreciate this video so that it will be helpful for me, will give me a motivation to create such video. So now let's move ahead and we will see the complete tutorial. And in the first part of this particular video, we will see the MS SQL Server. Okay, if you don't have MS SQL Server, if you are using any other database like Postgres or MySQL, not to worry, you can import the data into that and then you can connect it to Power BI. If you don't have any server, you can just connect it to flat file. You can directly connect to a Excel file or a CSV file, and you can start performing the dashboard. Okay, you don't have to, if you don't have the servers installed, it is not that it will stop you from designing. Okay, so first step which we will be seeing in MS SQL Server is we will import the data first. Okay, then we will create a database. Okay, with respect to that, we will write some SQL queries with respect to the problem statement which we are having. We will generate the result, we will store that result, we will create a document, and at last what we have to do is firing some SQL queries with respect to the different business problem. We will compare our results with all the dashboards which we are creating in Power BI or in Tableau or in Excel. And you can see these database queries can be worked in all other SQL tools or SQL databases. Just there are some few functions, there are inbuilt functions. It might be some date functions which you have to change, but all other some ANSI standard functions or standard functions which you are going to use will work in other databases also. Okay, and the most important thing next is the problem statement. So, and with respect to these problem statements, we are going to solve our business problem. So we have the first problem statement for our dashboard. That is, first dashboard is a summary dashboard. And in this dashboard, as I showed you, we are going to analyze mostly the key performance indicators, or we can say requirements for key performance indicators, which gives us the overall summary of the business, how it is performing at higher level. All right. And the first key performance indicator which the client wants us to analyze is the total loan applications. Okay, so he wants us to understand and find the total number of applications that are received during that particular period. And in addition to the total loan applications, he wants us to identify how many are the month to date applications. So in current month or in latest month, how many applications have been received, and to find out the month over month growth.
or we call that as MOM. That is nothing but by with respect to last month, how many percentage of increase or decrease is there in the loan applications. Okay, so this is the first KPI indicator. Second is the total funded amount. The funded amount is nothing but how much amount of the loan is given to that particular customer, how much disbursement of that loan has been done to that customer. Okay, and the same we have to find it for month to date as well as for month on month. Third one is total amount received. Total amount received is nothing but after funding the amount to that particular customer, he have to pay or repay the back or repay the amount which he has been received back to the bank. And we mostly do it by with respect to that interest rate, he will be repaying that particular amount each monthly, or we call it as EMI. With respect to installments, each month he will be repaying that amount to the bank. So we will also calculate how much is the total amount received back from that customer, and we want it overall, okay, not for that customer, but we will find it overall amount which has been received. Same for month to date, and we will find month on month change for that. Then what is the average interest rate? Okay, so overall, what is the average interest rate that we are charging to our customers, and what was the month on month and month, we can say month to date interest rate, where that also we'll be finding out. Then we have to find out debt to income ratio, that is DTI. So this is a gauge, or it is a measure from where the bankers identifies that how is the customer's financial health. Okay, so DTI is nothing but we called it as a debt to income ratios, and from borrowers or that customer's financial health is identified from here, and the bank decides whether we should give the loan to that particular fellow or not by seeing the DTI of that particular fellow. The same we are being we will be creating a KPI for this particular KPI also, or we can say measure. Second, in this same dashboard, we are going to find out good loan and bad loans. Okay, so good loans are those actually which the people who take the loans and they are repaying it time to time, or they are repaying, they have repaid completely, fully, they have played fully, or the account is current account, that is the loan is ongoing and they are paying their installments correctly. And bad loan are those bad loan, those customers who have taken the loan but they are not paying their installments, they have not paid the bank yet. Okay, these are called as bad loan. And with respect to that, we will see how the good loan versus bad loans are performing. And with respect to that, we have to find out how many are the total bad loans, or we can say total good loans, their application percentage, how much amount we have funded as a good loan, how much amount we have received as back from as a good loan. That is same we are going to do for bad loan. And at the third, in this particular dashboard only, we are going to find out the loan status grid view. Okay. So in this grid view, what we are finding out is with respect to loan status, we are going to find out a chart of total funded amount, total applications with respect to how what is the loan status. Okay. And with respect to this problem statement, I have created one more document here. You can see in this, I have in detailed mention what is the problem statement that we have received. So I have not added everything in the PPT, but from here you can go ahead and you can learn this document, or you can go through this document, and then you will understand that what is the actual requirement for us. So I will add this document in the description box. You can download. It is completely free. Not to worry about that. Okay. So this is a problem statement of the first dashboard. The second one we are going to go is through overview. Okay, that is the second dashboard is overview dashboard, in which we are going to deep dive in the data, and we are going to find out for different charts how the, or we can see we have for different data at different granularity, we have to find out some insights for our bank. Okay, and in that we are going to design some different charts, and the first chart which we are going to design is monthly trends by issue date. Okay, so monthly trends by issue date, we have to create a line chart, and from this the customer will identify, or the stakeholders will get an insight of seasonality and long-term trends in lending activities. Lending is nothing but the bank which we are, or the bank which is giving the loan to the customer, we called it as lending the loan to that particular fellow. Okay, so these terms are actually a banking terms, not to worry much about that. I will be adding a domain knowledge document in the description, or I will provide you the domain knowledge document to use, from where you will learn all the domain knowledge of the this particular project. So what are the different terms used, how the bank disburses the loan, what are the key measures they take in account before giving the loan to that particular fellow. Okay, so not to worry about that. All the terminologies and all the domain knowledge document, I will provide it to you, and you will learn everything from that. The second which we are going to design in this is the regional analysis by state. And here we are going to design a field map. So with respect to different state, how the activity is done. Then the third one is loan term analysis. And here we are going to find out the donut chart. So in this, we are going to allow the client to understand how the distribution of loan is done across various loan lengths. Okay. So at a loan length is nothing but the people are taking loan for 36 months or they are taking the loan for 60 months. So with respect to that, how is the trend of the loans? Okay. Then employee length analysis. Okay. With respect to employee length is nothing but some people or employee who are working from last 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, more than 10 years. So with respect to their employee length in that organization or in that total career, how much loan how much loan they are taking and how much loan bank is also giving to them. So with respect to that, they will understand that with respect to that particular fellow, or we can say that particular fellow who is actually working, how much amount of loan can be given to them, right? Then the loan purpose. So why we are taking the loan? Okay, we have to provide a reason to the bank that what is the purpose of taking the loan. Okay, so, and with respect to that purpose also we are going to design some bar charts and do some metric analysis. Then home ownership. So that particular fellow who is taking the loan, whether he is owning his own home or it is on mortgage or it is his or he is rented in that particular home or he is a tenant in that home, right? So with respect to that, we are going to analyze everything. And for all these charts, the matrix which we have to show is the loan application, total loan applications, total funded amount, and the total amount received. Okay. I mean to say that on all these three, all in these six charts, whichever we are going to design, the metrics to be shown are these three, which are at the bottom of this particular PPT. And I've already shown you how we are going to show. We are going to design a parameter, and with respect to that, whenever we click, all the values will be changing with respect to that particular metric. Okay, so this was our second dashboard. The third dashboard which we are going to design is a grid view or a details tab. And in this, we are going to show a comprehensive detailed dashboard which provide a consolidated view. And from that, we can see, we will take a snapshot of key metrics and the data points of that particular customer. And we can generate a report from that and we can provide it to a higher management. Okay, so these are all the problem statements. And I have just showed you the document. From that document you will be learning what is the deep dive, or we can say a comprehensive loan problem statement which we have. I've just mentioned a few points here, but from there you will learn everything. Okay, so you can go through the document for problem statement. Then next, what are the functionalities you are going to learn in this complete project? So we are going to use SQL and we are going to use Power BI. So in front of your screen, you can see these are few, I'm saying few functionalities which you will be learning at which are important. But apart from this, you will be also learning many more functionalities. Okay. So I didn't had space to add all of those and I didn't remember which I will be adding. But more than this, you will be learning. So I request you to go through this complete video, and I'm sure that you will be at the end of the video. You will be very much, you will be taking so much of knowledge with you and so much of experience with you. Okay, so these are the functionalities. You can pause the screen and you can see what functionalities we are going to learn. All right. Next, what softwares we are going to use in this particular entire project. The first we are going to use is MS Office, and in that we are going to use Excel, which the version which I am going to use is 2021 version. The server version which I am going to use for MS SQL Server is 19.0, and also we are using a SQL Server Management Studio which is 19.0.20.209.0. Okay, and the Power BI version is the June 2023 version, which was the latest version which was released by Power BI. Okay, or you can use the old version also, but in this latest version we have a new addition called KPI card, and we are going to use, or we are going to make use of that KPI card in this particular Power BI video. Okay, so whatever the new updates are coming with respect to that, we are going to design our dashboard. So you will be updated what new functionalities are coming in the market for Power BI. All right. Next, and the most important thing, guys, I know you like my video and you people enjoy. I see your comments. Those are very positive comments, which give me motivation to create such videos. But most of you just watch the video and you do not subscribe. So I request you to please subscribe the channel. So it is free for you, but it will give me more motivation to create such videos, and it will help me a lot. And you people also, it will help to reach out to more data enthusiasts. Okay, so I request you to please like this video, subscribe the channel, and share it with your friends who are learning data analytics or who are in the process of learning the data analytics. All right. So before starting with our first part, that is with SQL, so I will give you a quick data walkthrough. So this is the data which we are going to use for our analysis, which is a financial loan data, or we called it as a bank loan data also. And here you can see the total rows which we are having is 38,000, almost, yeah, 38,577. And the fields which we have in the rows are 24. So first we have is the ID, then we have address state. So ID is nothing but the loan ID of that particular fellow. Then we have address state, so that particular individual is belonging from which particular state. The application type, whether he is an individual application or he is a joint a particular fellow. Then the employee length, like he's working in an organization or he's in his career from how many years. Okay, so for 9 years, 10 years, or 10 plus years, or 3 years. Then what is his title? Okay, in that particular company, what is his particular title, or what is he, working as an? Okay, that is a MKC accounting or a contractor or whatever it is. Then what is the grade? It is like A, B, C, D. What is the grade of that particular loan? Then the home ownership. So in that particular, what is he living in? He's living in a mortgage home, or he is living in a rented home, or there are some other home also, like we can say, uh, let's see. So I will just apply a filter over here. So there are some other also, like he is living on other, or it is his own home, or we don't have any information of his own home ownership, right? Then when was the date issued for that particular loan? Okay, that is issue date. And then what was the last credit pull date? Then what was the last payment date which he have done? Then what is his loan status, whether the loan has been fully paid, or whether it is a current loan, or it is being charged off. Okay, so charge off loan is nothing but it is a bad loan, because if you are charged off is nothing but you are not paying your installments correctly, and you are not repaying your loan which you have taken from your bank. Fully paid is nothing but that the loan has been fully paid. And the third one is the current is nothing but the loan is in ongoing process, but you are paying that loan installments regularly, right? Then what is the next payment date? So next payment date, this is the next payment date, right? So you can see the next payment date. Then we have a member ID. Then we have a purpose of loan, why the loan has been taken, for purchasing car or for purchasing any other things, right? You can see car, the debt consolidation, or medical purpose, or some another major purpose, or business, vacation, wedding, whatever it is. Then we have a subgrade. Then the terms, so for how many months the loan has been taken, 60 months or 36 months. Then the verification status of that fellow, whether that particular way is verified, not verified, or we can say source verified. Okay, then what is his annual income? Okay, how much does he make monthly with respect to that? His DTI has been, it's the debt to income ratio. It has been decided, and with respect to that only his loan is being given. Then we have installments, like how much installments he is paying monthly. Okay, like we can say EMI. Then what is his interest rate? How much interest rate has been charged to that particular fellow for taking that loan? Okay. Then how much loan amount he have taken? How much loan that is been given to that particular fellow? Okay. We can say you can see here the loan which is given is like 35,000, $4,500. Then we have total loan repayment, like how much loan has been or how much amount has been repaid from that particular fellow. And you can see if it's given $4,500, he's repaying 4,911 with respect to the interest rate which has been charged to him. Some people also pay some lump sum amount and close the loan. So with respect to that, how much the loan has been taken and how much the repayment has been done from that customer. And from this, the business, actually the bank, make the profits from the interest only. So with respect to that, we are going to see entire thing, and the terminology, or we can say how what is the actual we can see meaning of each and every fields which we are using here. We have created one more document for that, that is the terminology that are field using data. We can see what is the employee length, what is the purpose of this, and what is the use of this for bank. Okay, and the title, why we are taking the title and what bank understand from that title. Okay, so we can see home ownership. The home ownership indicates the borrowing houses housing status, what is there, and they use this field for collateral availability and borrower stability. And homeowners may have lower default rates, right? The people who are actually owners of that home, so it means that they are owning that house, and the house they might have taken by taking some another loan, and then they are repaying that loan. So they mostly prefer to give home loan to, or we can say loan to, from the bank to homeowners, right? The same with respect to loan status, next payment, that you can learn everything from here. Why that field is been shown in that data, and what is the purpose of that field to be present in that data, and how the bank, utilize those data for their knowledge. Okay. So this is the terminologies which are used. I will provide you this document, not to worry about that also. Okay. So these are some different terminologies, and they have one more document which is called domain knowledge document. Okay. So from here, banking domain is something like not all people have the knowledge about this particular project, or we can say domain. So I have created a document. You can read the document, how the loans are given, how the bank process the loan, how what measures they take before giving the loan to that particular fellow. Okay, you can see process of granting the loan, how the process is given, or how the process is there for granting the loan, and why the people, or the reason has been for analyzing the bank loan data, why the bank is analyzing this data which is being provided to us. Okay, with respect to that, all are the things are present over here, and with respect to that you can learn everything, and you will acquire some domain knowledge. So while we start actual analysis, you will understand why we are analyzing these, why, what terms we are using, what we can say terminologies we are using. Okay, so I hope you are understanding. So this is the complete about the data and the domain knowledge of this particular data. So now we will start with our MS SQL server. So for that, I will open my MS SQL server. So if you don't have MS SQL server installed, there are many videos available on YouTube where you can search and you can see how to install the MS SQL server and the MS SQL server management studio as well. Okay, so both are required. So first you can just type here server management studio. So you can see you will get an MS SQL server management studio. I have just click on that. So it will take some time to open, and when it opens it will ask you some authentications. You can see it is asking you a server name. Okay, so this server name is automatically been taken. So I have seen many people who are using the same server name which I have applied over here. Don't use the same server name. This is the server name for my system. Okay, you will get your own server name when you install your MS SQL server in your own PC or in your own laptop or your own system. So this is for me when I have installed. You will get your own name when you install it. Okay. So I will just click on connect. So the other options you have to keep as it is. You don't have to apply any password or anything because this has been installed in local. So whenever it is hosted by your client, they will provide you the username and password. But if it is present in your own local system, you have installed it, you don't have to provide any password. You just have to click on connect. So when you connect, there are different functionalities available here. So you can see this is my server name, and there are different folders available. The first one is the database. Okay. So when I click on this plus icon and when I expand this, you can see there are different database which I have already created and which are available over here. So what we have to do first is we will create a database first. Okay. So now to create a database, I will right click here and I will click on new database. So as soon as I click here, it is asking me what should be the name of the database. So I will name as bank loan DB. Okay. So I will name it as bank loan database. Okay. So you can name anything. You can either name loan database or bank database, whatever you want. Okay. So it is not compulsory that you should mention this name only. Then I will just click on OK. Okay. So you can see the bank loan database has been created over here. When I click on the plus, there are different folders available over here also. But now we have to import the data. Here you can see there are different tables available here. But right now we don't have any tables. There are just system tables which are auto created by creating this database. But we have to import our external file into this particular database. So how to do that? So first I will click on this, then I will right click here and I will create a new file. Okay, so for that I will go in tasks. Okay, right click, go in task, and you have an option called as import flat file. Okay, so I will just click on this import flat file, then I will just click on next, and then here you have an option called browse. Okay, so first I will browse my file from here. So I will be using a CSV file. Okay, this CSV file I will provide you, you can download in the description box, the link will be there. And always remember, it should be a CSV file. You cannot import the Excel file into our SQL server management. Okay, so I will just click on this and then I will click on open. Right, so then this is the new table name. So what should be the name of the table? So I will name it as bank loan data. So I will rename the name of our file, which is a bank, which should be new name, which will be shown into our database. The file will be the financial loan, but the new name which will be importing or we will be adding into our database will be bank loan data. And then I will click on next. So it is saying that the name cannot be different. So when we are trying to import the file into our MS SQL server, we are getting actually this error, and this error is showing that please check if it is running by another application. Means what, the file which we have or which we are trying to import here, it is already opened in Excel. We I will show you. Yeah. So it is already opened here. So I will just close this file. I will first save and then I will close this file and I will click on OK, and then we will try again. So I will just click on next, and now it has been importing here, and here it is giving us some preview of 50 rows, that in this type the file will be imported into our data. Okay, or into our database. So next I will just click on next, and then we have got list of fields which are there into our we can say CSV file, and the data type which by default the SQL have managed to show us. So here we will do some changes. We will try to change some data types as per our requirement. So first you can see ID. So as in our data, always remember the ID field which is there in our data is a primary key. So each row will be having an unique key for that. So I will just click it as a primary key, and next you can see employee title, it is allowing us null. Null means what? In this employee title there are already some null values are present. So don't worry about that the data is not clean. So there is an information, or there are some information collected from bank, that for few of the customers, they don't know what is the employee title. So it doesn't matter. Okay, so what we will do, wherever you see n varchar 50, we are going to change to varchar. Okay, so wherever you see n varchar, I will just drop it down and I will choose this as varchar 50. So wherever you see it, you have to change it. So I will just do it quickly. So for employee title also we will change it. Next, here also we will change it, and here as well. So for few more we have to change it again. Okay, you can scroll down, and for all of them we have changed to n varchar. So from n varchar 50 you have changed it to varchar 50. 50 is nothing but the length of that particular field. So how many text can be taken by that field. So up to 50 text it can be taken. Okay. Now what we will do, I will just click on next and then I will click on finish. Okay. So now it is giving us error for inserting the data. So let's see what is the error. So when you click here, you are seeing that error is there in column 23, and it is for total payment, and it is giving us an error that the type string for the data source cannot be converted to small integer. Okay, means this is taking as a small int, we have to convert it into something else. Okay, because the value is too large to take it as a small integer. Okay, that is for column 23 total payments. I will just go okay. I will go back. I will go back again, and it is for total payment here. So we will change this small int and we will take it as int only. So for integer, it will take maximum value for us. Okay, so we will do this for loan amount also, because loan amount also have big values. So I will do it for loan amount also as int, and then I will just click on next. Then again I will click on finish. So again it is giving us an error. So invalid employee length. Okay, so it is giving us invalid employee length column, invalid column length from BPC for solid 5. Okay, so so employee column length we have to increase for few. So I will just click on OK, go back. And so if we open our file here, so let's open our file first. So, okay, so this is our file, and I will just increase the column size. So here you can see there are a few employee titles that might be greater than 50. Okay, so what we will do for our employee title, we will increase the size first. Okay, let's do that. So for employee title, let me increase it to 100. Okay, so I will just increase this to 100. Okay, similarly, let's see if there are for any other also. Okay, it looks good. Then I will just click on next, finish. Still it is giving us an error. So it has been opened in the another value. So I will just save this. So it is opened in another application. It cannot be opened. So I will just click on OK. Again, I will go back. Again, go back. Then I will just click on next, and then I will click on finish. Okay, so it should be not opened in background, and we have to increase some of the length. So now you can see we have got an operation complete. So many people receive this kind of errors and they message me in comments and all those things. Sometimes I am not able to answer the comments, but you have to click on error and then you have to find and you have to read carefully each and every line what is the error which you are getting. Okay, so with respect to that, after reading, 50% of your problem is solved. So if sometimes if it is not solved, you can reach out to me, I will help you. Okay, then I will just click on close. Okay, so now here you cannot see any table which has been created. So I will right click over here and I will click on refresh. Okay, so after I click on refresh and I drop down this table, so it is expanding and you can see the data has been added over here. So let's see if the data is visible in our query or not. For that, I will right click here and I will select new query. Okay. So once I do that, a new query window will be opened over here, and here we will be writing our SQL query. So I will write query to retrieve all the data, that is select star from the name of the table, that is bank loan data. Okay, this is our bank loan data, and I will just run this query. So as soon as I run this query, you can see we have received 38,576 rows, the same rows which we have, I have shown you in the raw data, and all the fields which are there we are able to see here. Correct? So these are the data. So I will just open the data and I will again show you. So how many data we actually have and how much is been received. So here you can see 24 fields are there, and if I see the total rows are there 38577. So it is calculating the header also. So ID is also one row which is been it has been calculating. So if you neglect that row, it is how many 38576. Okay. So if I calculate from here only, so you can see it is 38576, and the same number of rows are retrieved here, that is 38576. Okay. So you have to cross check and you have to check if each and every field has been calculated or it has been present or it has been brought into our calculation or not. Okay, so in this way we have imported our data. The next task for us is to start firing the SQL queries with respect to our we can say problem statement. Okay, so now I will take a new query to write on new line, and I will show you our problem statement first. So let's go to our problem statement. So you can see here, this is our first problem statement. And in that first problem statement, we have to find out the key performance indicators. And here it is asking us first to find out the total loan applications. Okay. So now to find out the total loan applications, how we can find it out. So come to our SQL, and here we can find out the total loan application. So we know that ID here, ID field is what we can say primary key, and it is different for each and every row. So number of applications is been drawn. Each row is an application. Okay, so here each row is an customer application which gives an information of that customer who has applied for the loan and the bank has disbursed the loan for that set. Okay, so we will find it out from ID, and for that we will write a query as select, and here we have to take count. So I will take select count of, we have to calculate it for ID. So I will just type here ID from which data, that is bank loan data. Okay, and I will just select this entire statement and then I will run the query. So as soon as I run the query, you can see 38,576 are the total number of applications. That is nothing but total number of rows in our data, and that is nothing but the total number of applications. But at the top, you can see no name. The column or the output of this particular SQL does not have any column name. So I will give you an alias over here. So alias is nothing but a temporary name which we are giving for an our output. Okay. So I will give an as, and it is nothing but total applications. Okay. So these are what our total loan applications. I will just modify it as total loan applications. And now I will select, and you can see an execute button is there. I will just run this. Now you can see the header has received an we can say uh, column name, and these are the total loan applications. Now guys, what you have to do is you have to save this query. Okay, you have to save this query, and you have to also save this result. So how to save the result? So I will show you the document which I have created. So the query doc, you can see here. So this is the query doc, and what we are doing here is for bank loan reports, that is the first dashboard. For KPIs, I have determined the total loan application. So I will save the query over here, and then I will save the result over here. Okay. So what you have to do here is I will just show you SQL. So you have to take screenshot of this particular, we can say, uh, the value or the results which you are getting. So for that you can use a snipping tool. Okay, you have a snip tool in every system, or if you want, you can use any other tool which you have. So take a new, and you just have to select this. Okay, you just have to select this. Then if you open here, the value has been selected. You have to copy it from here, and you have to paste it in your document. Okay, so in this way you have to save your results, and you can just select this, control C, and you can copy the query also, and you can save it in your document. So why to save this? Okay, why we are saving this particular query, and why we are solving this first in SQL. So many people ask me that, sir, why we are doing this, why we are firing the SQL queries, and also we are showing it in our dashboards, in our Power BI reports, and again we are doing it in SQL also. So always remember, whatever values which we are showing in our Power BI or in our Tableau or in our Excel dashboards, it is not compulsorily true that it is showing a correct value. Okay, because the Tableau and Power BI is garbage in and garbage out. Means whatever we are bringing into visualization, it will show some value for that. But how we will prove to our client that the values which are shown in those dashboards are correct or not? So for that, what we are doing with respect to the problem statement which we are having, we are firing some SQL queries, and with respect to SQL queries, whatever result we are getting, we are matching those result with our dashboard numbers whichever we are showing to our client. If the numbers are matching correctly, then and then we can say that the dashboard developed is in correct way, or the developed dashboard can be given to a productions, we can say, to our higher management, to our client, and it can be pushed to production servers. Otherwise, if the QA or if the testing is not done, we cannot push it ahead. Okay, so that's the reason we have to check with our original data that which comes from our databases, and to check it, we have to fire some SQL queries with respect to our problem statement which is given to us by our client. So we have to save the results. Okay, so first always remember, we have to save the results in this way. In the real time also we have to save the results, because let's say you are a developer today, tomorrow a new developer is working on that project, and he want to see what queries were used to fire, what were the different function used to see whether that values were correct or not. And this also second use is all what, that you have to send this to your client also, because whatever dashboard values you are showing, those are matching here, and this is the proof that those are matching, and that's why they have sent you, or you have sent this dashboard to your client for actual use, and taking the business insights from there, and taking the business decisions also from there. Because with respect to these reports only big decisions are taken, and these big decisions should not be incorrect. So that for that we have to cross check if you are showing the correct values or not. Okay, I hope you are understanding why we are firing the SQL queries here. Okay, and why we are creating this type of document here. All right. So the document format might be different from company to company. So I have shown you a simple format, but always remember, we have to create a document of testing whatever we are doing, the unit testing of our dashboards. All right. And first we are doing this in SQL, and then we are creating it in Power BI. Sometimes first we create the Power BI dashboard, and then we fire the SQL queries to check if it is there or not. So it depends from company to company and from client to client how they want it. All right. So this is for total loan applications from bank loan data. Correct. Now we will see our next problem statement. In that only he is asking us to find out the month to date. Okay. So now how to find out the month to date? So if we see into our data, the data which we have, I will show you in the Excel sheet. So I will show the Excel sheet here. I will just take it at top and I will apply some filters over here. So whatever we are going to find out the month on month total application, month to date total applications, we are going to see it with respect to issue date. Issue date is means when was that particular disbursement done for that particular fellow. Means let's say that any fellow have or any customer have come to the bank and he is asking for some loan. So issue date is nothing but on that particular date the loan has been disbursed or it has been given to that particular fellow. So this is our issue date. So on issue date only we are doing all the calculations. We are keeping it as simple as possible. You can do it for other dates also, but at this project we are keeping it as simple as possible. So if you see in the issue date, we are seeing the data only for 2021 and that all for 12 months. So the latest month which we are having in our data is December, and that is also for year 2021. Okay. So what we will be doing is we will be using the same trick. So we have a December month over here. So December is the last month. So for December month only we have to find out the sales. So what I will do, not sales, the total loan applications. I will just copy this and I will paste this over here. And now we have to find it for last month. So I will check or I will add a filter condition where month, okay, where month of issue date, because I told you we are going to find it for issue date is equal to 12. Okay. So what does this mean? So we are finding out the total applications, but we have applied a condition that the month of issue date should be 12. It should be for December, but December name of that or we can say count of December month is 12. So we have taken it as 12. And if there are multiple years, okay, let's say we have 2020 year, 2021 year also, then we have to add one more filter condition over here. And okay, and where month of issue date is equal to 12 and year of issue date, okay, year of issue date should be equal to what? 2021. Okay, so this is the way we are solving this. So when I run this, you are getting the total number of application, that is 4314. That is for that month, or we can say 12 month, that is nothing but December month, but it should be named as month to date. So I will rename this as month to date loan application, and when I run this, we can see it is month to date total loan application is 4314. Why I have taken year of issue date as 2021? Because if in our data there are multiple years are there, and for multiple years there might be multiple December months, but we have to find it for latest year, whichever will be the latest year. So if you are going in next year, that is for 2022, you have to mention here 2022. We can also make it dynamic by taking the maximum value whichever the month is having. So you can do that also in this query. If you want to go advanced, you can, instead of hard coding the values over here, you can go ahead and make it dynamic by taking the maximum month automatically. Okay, in this query this can be modified over here. All right. So next thing what we have to do, we have to find out month on month. Okay, so always remember month on month is nothing but, if you see our problem statement here, we have to find out month on month sales. So month on month is nothing but how your bank loan disbursements are done with respect to last month and current month. So let's say for last month the value is this much, for this month the value is this much. So find out the percentage increase or percentage decrease. Right, so in this way we have to calculate it. But we will only find out the last month, that is previous month to date. So I will just click here and I will click here as previous month to date alone applications. So for previous month is nothing but, now is December, the latest month. So last month will be what? 11, that is nothing but November. So when I run this query, you will get the value as 4035. That is nothing but previous month to date application, that is PMTD. So if you know previous month, if you know current month, we can find out the month on month as what it is. The formula which we have to calculate the month on month applications are, that is nothing but M month to date loan applications minus previous month to date loan applications divided by previous month to date loan applications. Okay, so this is the formula which we have to calculate. So we are not going to find out month on month calculations for each and every. We can find out that that query will be somewhat, we can say, tricky, and I don't want you to get confused by using the large number of queries or complex queries. So keep it as simple as possible. You can do this manually also, like finding, we have month to date value, we have pmtd, and we have pmtd here also. You can just calculate the percentage over here. So we will keep it as simple as possible for now. Okay, so in this way we are going to find out just month to date and previous month to date, right? And we have also find it out, and we have completed our first KPI. All right, so next is what, in this way only we will find it out for total funded amount. Okay, so now this was for total loan applications. Now we will find it out total for funded amounts. I will just close this for now. And if you can see, I have recorded here all the results. So this is for month to date. So you can see I have not changed the column name over here. So this should be what, month to date. Then our output will change over here. So I will do that when I send you the query document. So you have to take the those snapshots only which I am using. Okay, or which we are showing in your, or I am showing in this particular video. All right. So now next what we have to do, go ahead, is find out for the total funded amount. So I will run our this query again to see the data. So total funded amount is nothing but, this is what you can see here, the loan amount. So loan amount is nothing but amount which is given to that particular customer. That is nothing but the amount which is funded by our bank to that customer. So we are going to use this particular column to find it out. So we will make change in this query only, or I will just write here. So we will be finding at sum of loan amount. So we have to take sum of loan amount. Okay, we are not taking count. We have to find out the sum of the total amount which has been disbursed. That is nothing but total funded amount, and we will name it as total funded amount from bank loan data. So as soon as I run this query, so you will get a value over here that is almost 435 million of loan amount has been disbursed in that particular complete year. Okay, and now, so again we will record this result. Next we have to find it for month to date. Okay, so to find out month to date, again we will add a query over here, that is we will add a filter that is for month. Okay, so month of issue date. Okay, on that particular date, issue date is equal to 12, that is nothing but December, and year should be what, year of issue date should be equal to 2021, that is nothing but the latest year. And when I select and run this query, you can see 53.9 million, that is nothing but 54 million amount was disbursed in this particular current year month, that is nothing but the latest month. And this is nothing but month to date. So I will just name this alias of this uh, output column as month to date, and when I run, you can see month to date total funded amount is 53.4 million. Okay, or we can say 54 million. Next we have to find out for previous month to date. So we will just modify this query only, or I will just select this query, control C, and I will take a new query here. And here we have to write out pmtd, and here we have to just take 11, that is nothing for last month. And when I run this particular query, and when I execute the, you can see it is what, 47, or we can say it is 47.7 million. Okay, so in this way we have found out month to date and previous month to date, and from here you can find out the month on month total funded amount. Okay, so in this way we have calculated for total funded amount. Okay, if you are understanding one, the next are same, the query just we have to modify. Next we have to find out the total amount received. So I will just delete this first, and again I will run this query. So the total received amount, so we are, which column we are going to use? So you can see the total payment column. So this total payment column is nothing but the payment which is received back from the customer in terms of different installments, monthly, yearly, and with respect to that, it is nothing but the total amount received to the bank. Okay, and from this only they do the profits. Okay, so this amount is important. So with respect to different interest rate, the values are, or the amount is taken back from the customer. So let's calculate it. So for that we will use select again, select sum of what, total payment. So total payment That is nothing but amount which is received back to the bank from bank loan data. Okay, and this we will name an alias as total total what should it mention, total amount received. Okay, okay, and then we will run this query. And when I run this, you can see 473 million amount has been received back from the customers. Okay, so you can see in this query also I am saving everything. Okay, so you can see the total amount received is 473,093. So save the results. Whatever the query you are firing, you have to save the results so that we can compare later with our dashboard, so that whether we are getting the correct results or not. Okay, and I have told you why we are doing this. All right, so now we have to find it for the current month, that is for month to date. So where here we'll write as month of issue date, month of issue date is equal to 12, and year of issue date should be equal to what, 2021, because that is the date which we are having. See, for currently for our scenario this is not required, but this I am telling you because if the data which we have in our database, if it is greater than or if it's having multiple years of data, then we have to mention from which month we have to retrieve the data. Okay, so which year we have to retrieve, sorry. So I will just select this, and here you are getting the month to date. So I will just mention as month to date as an output alias. And here you can see 58 million amount has been received back in this current month. Okay, if you want to find out for previous month to date, so I will just copy this query and you can run it again here, and just you have to mention your previous month to date, and this should be 11, that is for November month. And when I run this query, it is 50 million. So with respect to current month, or we can say previous month, the current month, or we can say the latest month amount received was greater. Okay, that was almost 58 million, and in this only 50 million was there in November month. So in this way we are taking the insights from this particular data, and we are saving our results obviously. Okay, now next what we have to find out is average interest rate. Okay, so I will just close this everything and I will run this. So when I execute this, we have a column here called as interest rate. So here you can see int underscore rate, it is nothing but the interest rate. So for that we have to find out average interest rate. We don't have to take sum here, so we will write select, and here we are taking average. Okay, so average interest rate. So this is the name of field in our data. Same we have to type here, that is int underscore rate, and we will name it as average interest interest rate. Okay, from bank loan data. Okay, and when I run this, you can see we are getting an average interest rate of 0.12. Okay, so now we have to convert it into percentage. Then here we have to multiply by 100. Okay, so if you are multiplying this by 100, we will be getting a perfect amount. And now when I run this, oops. So now when I run this, you can see we are getting a value as 12.04. The same value which we will be saving again, we will be comparing. So if you want up to 2 decimal points, you can give here a round, we can see you can use a round function over here or a decimal function. So I will not go into that much. Okay, so you can use a decimal function and you can show the result only up to 2 decimal points. Okay. Okay, so if still you want, I will give you an example on how to convert it into up to 2 decimal points. So there are different functions available by which you can use. You can use a decimal function, you can use a format function, or you can use a round function also. So we will try it by using round function. So round function takes two argument. First is the value which we have to convert it into a rounded format, and the second argument is up to how many digits you want it. Okay, so first I will write a round function over here. So first value is which value you have to convert. So this is the value which we have to convert, which we have already taken. Second comma, second value is up to how many we can say digits you want it. So let's say you want 2 digits, and I will close the bracket. Okay, so this is for round function which we have closed the bracket. And when I select this and when I run this, you can see we are only getting 12. That is only 2 digits. But we want more 2 digits after the decimal point. So I will mention here as 4. And now when I run this, you can see we are getting a value as 12.05. So in this way, you have to modify your query with respect to the requirement, and which is very much easy actually. Okay. So in this way, we have found it out for interest rate, and it is nothing but an average interest rate. So overall, okay, for all the data. So now we have to find it for month to date. Okay. So for current month, what is the average interest rate? So for that, here I will change it as first month to date underscore, that is average, which is an alias, a temporary output name. And here we will write our filter condition, that is where we are going to limit the data here, that is for month of issue date. For month of issue date, it should be equal to 12, and year should be what? Year of issue date should be equal to 2021. Okay, and then I will select this and I will run this query. So if you can see, for month to date, it is 12.36. So the interest rate has been increased to 12.36 for this current month. So let's say if you want to find it for last month. So if you want to find it for last month, we have to mention your previous month to date, and here we have to take it 11. And now when I run this query, and efficiency, it is 11.94. So out of overall average, and with respect to current month also, the last month's average interest has gone down. Okay, so with respect to this is an important insight for our bank also, that in last month the total disbursements which were done for them, the average interest rate was very much low. Okay, and in next or in current month it was again high. So always remember, the higher the average or higher the interest rate, it is very much beneficial for the bank, but it is not beneficial for the customer like us. Okay. So the bank always make profit based on the what are the interest rate which we are giving to that particular customer. All right. So this is what for average interest rate. The next we have to find it for the debt to income ratio, that is for DTI. And this is nothing but DTI is nothing but based on this particular value only, the bankers or the people in the bank decide whether we should give the loan to that customer or not. So actually they check the financial health of that particular customer. Okay. So now we will do, or we will write a complete query next. Okay, first I will just run this query and I will show you which column we are going to use. So you can see we have a value or called as DTI. So the same column which we are going to use to select our or calculate our average. So I will just select, we want average here. Okay, average of DTI. Okay, very simple. And we are going to multiply it again by 100, because here you can see it is the points are in decimals, and we want as average DTI. Okay, we'll name it as average DTI from bank loan data. Okay, and when I run this again, you can see 13.32. So if you want again for two decimal numbers only, then you can round this and to 4. Okay, this in this way you are rounded this, and you can, when I run this again, you can see 13.33 is the value. And if you want to find out it for only current month, then we are going to apply some filter condition where month of issue date is equal to 12, and year of issue date is equal to 2021. All right, and this is nothing but month to date average date, or sorry, month to date average DTI. And now I will run this, and you can see for this current month it is 13.67. Okay, and next if I run again, so it is considered that higher is the DTI, it is good for that particular customer. Okay, so then we will go ahead and see again for previous month. Okay, so I will just see from previous month, it is nothing but we have to take here 11, and when I run this, you can see it is 13.3. All right, so in this way we have to calculate our values, so for current month, previous month, and overall. So in this way we have completed our dashboard, that is key performance indicator, that is at the top, which we are going to show. Okay, so one thing important over here, I told you that the DTI should be, if it is higher, then it is good. So actually that is incorrect. So I want to correct my statement over here, that the DTI should be not very much high also. and it should not be very much low also. If it is very much high, then you are not able to manage your payments and all those things. And if it is very much low, means that you are not able to, work on your finances and all those things. So it is considered that 30 to 35 or 36%, depending upon each and every bank, 30 to 35 or 20-25. So this range is considered as an better DTI. Okay, so it should be not too high or it should not too low. So with respect to banking domain knowledge which I have gained, I am telling you this particular information. So I hope you are understanding that. Okay, so now next in our same dashboard we have good loan versus bad loan KPIs, and in that for good loan we have to find out the good loan application percentage, and in the bad loan we have to find out the bad loan application percentage. And with respect to that, some other more KPIs we have to find out over here. So to do that, what we have to do actually over here is, so I will just show you uh, what is meant by good loan and what is meant by bad loan. So I will just delete this first. Okay, and I will execute this. So we have an field called over here called as loan status. So just let me find out that field which is there, where it is. Okay, you can see here we have a loan status over here. So just select, I will just open this particular as select loan status. Okay, from bank loan data. Okay, and I will run this. Okay, so you can see there are different loan status available, that is fully paid is there, charged off is there, then we have there may be one more. So if you can see, there is current is also there. So totally there are three loan status which we have. If you see in Excel sheet also, I will show you there are different loan status which we have are three, that is charged off, current and fully paid. So out of all these loan status, these are the good loan and bad loan are decided on the loan status only. So the good loan are those loans whose loan status is current and fully paid. Okay. So why we say this as good loan? Fully paid means what? Whatever the loan which is taken by that particular customer from that particular bank, he have fully paid that loan with respect to whatever installments or whatever the lump sum amount he's paying. So he have fully paid his loan amount. So it falls under fully paid and fully paid loan, and it is which is good for bank, right? So that's the reason it has been categorized in good loan. Second one is current. Current is nothing but that the people are who have taken the loan, and currently they are repaying their loan with respect to whatever tenure they have taken and with respect to whatever monthly installment they have. So regularly they are paying the loan and they are repaying their particular loan to their particular bank. So that is also good. So that also falls under good loan. And the third category is charged off. So now charged off is something that those customers who have taken the loan but who are not repaying their particular installments, who are not paying the loan. There are defaulters who are which are there on those particular peoples, and they are not giving the money back to the or to the bank again. Okay, so what happens is these are bad loans. Okay, so the bad loans are not good for bank. They are reducing their profits. Okay, their money is been okay in with customers and they are not repaying it back. That's why we have decided it into two, good loan and bad loan. So in good loan there are two categories or two loan status, that is current and fully paid, and for bad loan it is charged off. So I hope you have understood, and with respect to that only now we are going to find out the good loan and bad loan percentages. So for good loan, what we will do first, we have to find out the first what we are going to find out is total number of application percentage. How many total number of percentage of applications are being received for bad loan and good loan both. So for good loan, we will write a query for our percentage as I will write it as select. So I will write a query and then I will explain you the query. So I will write select and then I will take on next line as count. So we have to find out the count of the applications with respect to fully paid and current divided by the total applications which has been received. So count. So we have to take in account. So I will first take a bracket over here one more, and here we will take we have to consider only two loan status which I've just explained you, and for that I will write a case statement. So case when, okay, so when loan status, okay, so when loan status, if it is equal to fully paid, okay, if it is equal to fully paid, and make sure you are writing this currently because this is case sensitive. So if it is fully paid or the loan status is equal to, I will just copy this again. If loan status is equal to current. Okay. So if our loan status fall in this bracket, then what we have to take? Then we will take ID. Okay. Then we will take ID, that is nothing but the ID from our data, and we will end this. Okay. Then I will close this bracket, and then I will close the bracket for count. Okay. And we have to divide this by total count. Okay. That is nothing but count of ID. Okay. And this should be named as what? Or we will name this particular output as good loan percentage. Okay. And we want to be retrieved from bank loan data. Okay. And now when I run this particular query, you can see we are getting here 0. Okay, so first we will just solve this why we are getting here 0, because we are finding out the percentages over here. So we have to multiply this total statement, total division value, we have to multiply it by 100. Okay, and 100 is multiplied at numerator. So this is our numerator, this is our denominator, so we'll multiply our count by 100 over here. So I will multiply it by 100 over here, and now when I run this query, you can see 86 percentage. So we are getting an value that is 86 percentage of good loan has been dispersed. Okay, so in this way we are finding out the values. Okay, so this is how this works. Is count of case is nothing but a case statement when we are grouping any two values. So here we are grouping what loan status is equal to fully paid and loan status is equal to current, and then we have to end this, and we are dividing it by total number of count, and this is nothing but a good loan percentage, and we are taking it from bank data, and when we run this entire query, we are getting the percentage as 86%. Okay, so in this way you have to find out the query. All right, so I hope you have understood. The next with respect to our problem statement is we have to find out the good loan applications. So this is very simple, so I will just delete this. So we have to find out how many are the good loan applications. So good loan application is nothing but count of ID we have to take. Okay, count of ID from where we have to take? We have to take it from bank loan data. Okay, so now this will give us the total count of applications, but we want only for good loan, that is for fully paid loan status and the current loan status. So we will apply and filter over here for loan status. Okay, for where loan status is equal to what? Fully paid, or the loan status is equal to what? Or the loan status is equal to current. Okay, and now when I run this query, you can see 33,243, almost more than 86%, right? Which we calculated just the percentage value. So many applications are for good loan. Okay, so which is a good thing. So from here we will give an alias here as good loan, good loan applications. Okay, and when I run this query, you can see the good loan applications are 33,243. So we have to save this. Okay, so always remember to save this. That is 33,243. We have to save the values which we are okay firing with respect to our data. Okay, whatever the query result we are getting, because we have to compare it later with our Power BI dashboards also. Right. So we have saved this as 33,243. Now next we have to find out the good loan funded amount with respect to our next next whatever statement we are having, or the problem statement is good loan funded amount. So we will modify the same query because we want this to be, instead of writing this big also, you can just write loan status in function, you can use in fully paid comma current. So there are multiple ways to write, whichever is convenient for you and simpler for you, you can write that. Okay, so now we have to find out the funded amount. So funded amount is nothing but we have to take sum of, we already know what is the funded amount, that is nothing but loan amount. Okay, so this is the loan amount, and this is nothing but good, instead of good loan application, it is good, it should be good loan funded amount, good loan funded amount. Okay, and when I run this particular query, you can see this is the good loan funded amount. So, and we have to save the query results over here. Okay, so this is a good loan funded amount value. Okay. Next, with respect to our problem statement, we have to find out good loan total received amount. Okay, so total amount received is nothing but it is nothing but total payment, sum of total payment. Okay, so sum of total payment as good loan total payment received or received amount. And now when I run this query, you can see we are getting for against good loan we are getting 435 million received amount. Okay, so if I'm saved have saved a result, so you can see funded amount was 370 million and we are getting back how much? 435 million. That means what? Bank is making profit from this good loan. So they have invested 370 million in the giving the loans and all those things, and in return they are getting 435 million, which is huge amount. If you take the difference in between, and whatever difference value you are getting, that is nothing but profit which the bank loan have made. All right, so the good loans are always good for the bank. Now we have to go ahead and find out for bad loans, and for bad loans the loan status is what? Charged off. Okay, so with respect to first we have to find out the total percentage of bad loan. Okay, and in this case we will be finding it for only if the same case statement we are going to use. So I already have the query over here. I will just run this. I will not write it again. Okay, so now what we are going to take is for bad loan we have to take count when the what we can say loan status is charged off. Okay, and then we have multiplied it by 100 and we have taken the count of id, we are dividing it by count of id from bank loan data. So when I just run this query, you can see we are getting as 13.82 as a value. Okay, if you want to round it you can use a round function over here. Okay, so not to worry on that also. So in this way we are finding out the what we can say total bank bad loan percentage. So bad loan for the loan status is charged off, which is not good for bank's health. Okay, so in this way we have found out, and next again you have to save the query over here. All right, next we have to find out the total amount which has been funded, or which we have to find out first total applications of bad loan. Okay, so for that what I will do, quickly I will write a query over here. Select count of id from bank loan data, and this is nothing but we will name an alias as bank bad loan applications. Okay, and here where loan status should be what? Is equal to charged off, right? And now we will run this query particularly. Okay, so you are getting a message as okay, so here from should be over here. Okay, and now when I run this query you can see 5,000, or we can say almost 5,300 applications are there which are bad loan applications. So in this particular year the bank has given loan to 5,000, more than 5,000 people who are, which is not good for bank. Okay, next what we have to find out is we have to find out the bad loan funded amount, how much loan the bank has given as an bad loan. So we will change this to sum of loan amount. Okay, so we'll take it as sum of loan amount. This is nothing but bad loan funded amount. Okay, and when I run this particular query, you can see 65 million amount has been given as a bad loan. Okay, and now this is a funded amount. So how much bank have received again? So we will see out of 65 how much it has been received again. So for that we will name it as amount received. Okay, and from here instead of loan amount we will type here as total payment. Okay, and now when I run this query, you can see 37 million only. Okay, so out of 65 million, you can see only 37 million of amount has been received back. So this is very bad for bank sale. They are not making here profit. They are losing their money over here, right? So that's the reason these types of loans are called as bad loan, because the customers are not paying back their money, or they are not paying their installments or whatever things to the bank again after taking the loan. So these are called as bad loan applications. Okay, so this is something which banks should avoid, and this is a huge amount which should be taken care by banks after, or they should increase their measures of giving the applications. Okay, they should do investigation of that particular customer, whether we should give him loan or not. So that's the reason many times a bank sees credits reports, right, CIBIL scores and all those things. Okay, and with respect to that only they will give you the loan. If the CIBIL score is correct, then they will understand that this fellow will be able to give our money back with respect to different installments. Okay, so this is the bad loan applications. Okay, so now next what we have to find out is we have to find out our loan status grid view. Okay, so this is very simple for loan status grid view. We want different measures to be analyzed over here. So in respect to that, we will see what measures first we will analyze. First, we have to analyze loan status, loan count, total amount received, funded loan. So for that, what I will do, I will just copy this query and I will paste it over here, and I will explain you what is written in this particular query. So with respect to the loan status, instead of looking at good loan and bad loan, for all the loan status, how the bank is performing. So first we have to find out the total loan amount, that is nothing but total application. So we will name it as total applications. Okay, and it is nothing but total loan applications. Okay, so with respect to that loan status, how many are the total loan applications? That is nothing but count of ID. How much are the total amount received? That is nothing but total payment. How much is the funded amount? That is total amount. What is the interest rate? That is interest rate multiply 100 to convert it into percentage, DTI, and where we are taking it from bank loan and we are grouping it by loan status, because whatever we are taking over here, that is whatever aggregations we are taking with respect to any dimension field, we have to always group it by. Okay, that is nothing but we are taking a groups of that and then we are aggregating that. So this is the compulsory field which we have to add over here if we are using any dimension field in retrieving the data from our database. So when I run this query, you can see we are getting with respect to fully paid applications are 32,000. Current means only almost 1100 applications are there who are yet still paying their loan, but they are paying their loan and they are paying their installments correctly. Okay, means they are not doing the things like they have, they are not paying the installments, but charged off is something the bank should worry about. Okay, so these two are very good. You can see the performance is also good and they are gaining profits from here, but they are losing money here, right? So with respect to that, we have to find out the month to date and previous month to dates also. So like month to date, how much amount is received, and on last month to date, how much amount has been received. Okay, not last month to date amount received and month to date amount funded. So for that, we have written this query. So if I show you, so this is the query which we are writing over here, and this is nothing but we are taking the loan status and sum of amount, that is nothing but sum of total payment which has been received, and we will name it as total month to date and total month to date funded amount. And just we are writing a where condition over here that we want it only for month of 12, that is nothing for month of December, which is the last month in our data. And when we run this query, so it will give us for current month. Okay, so how the loan is received, how much amount is received back for current month and how much it was funded. So with respect to that, it can be seen for fully paid, current and charged off. All right, so I have not written this query because it will take some more time to write and type the query. So I've just copied this and I have explained you like what we are showing here. And it is not very much hard. It's just a normal retrieving of the columns. And with respect to that, we are writing some good syntaxes over here. Okay. So the prerequisite we should know for learning the Power BI projects and all the other projects is you should know SQL. And most of the work is done on SQL because almost 30 to 35% of weightage is taken by SQL in data analyst portfolio projects. All right. So this is what we have done for our first dashboard. Okay. So this were the problem statement of our first dashboard. That is nothing but a summary dashboard. We also called it as a KPIs dashboard because all the summary we have mentioning there at, or we can say at a higher level how the business is performing. All right. So now next what we have to do is we have to find it for the second dashboard, that is overview dashboard. So we will move ahead to build our queries for the second dashboard, that is overview dashboard. And in this we have to do some charts, or for the charts we are going to build some queries. So these charts are actually to be built in dashboards, but with respect to our query, we will just get all the data in the grid view. Okay. So first we have to find out the monthly trends by issue date. Okay. So by issue date, what are the monthly trends? And for all these particular charts, we have to, analyze these metrics. You can see at the bottom, these metrics are to be analyzed. That is, how many are the total loan applications for monthly trend, funded amount, and the total amount received. Okay. So now we will take our SQL query, and we will write a query over here. So first I will just delete this, and then I will run this query to see our entire table. Okay. Just increase this, and now here you can see this is our table. And now with respect to the select, or we can say issue date, we have to find out the monthly trend. So I will just write a query over here first, and then I'll explain you. So select. Okay, so now we have to take here different columns. So first we have to know the month of that particular date. Okay, so to retrieve the month, the name of that particular, we can say date, we have to use a function called date name. Okay, so I will use a date name function, and the first argument which it takes is interval. So interval is nothing but we have to find it for a month. Okay, so I will write here month, comma, and which is the date, for which date. So it will be for issue date. Okay, issue date, I will close this bracket, comma. Then what we want count, that is total application, that is nothing but count of ID, because count of ID is what total application. We will name it as total loan applications. Okay, then we want to find out the second metric is what total funded amount. Okay, so funded amount is nothing but sum of loan amount, and we'll name it as total funded amount. Okay, then we want to find out the total amount received. Okay, so that is nothing but sum of payment, or we can say total payment. All right, these are the things which we want to bring, and we want to bring it or retrieve it from the bank loan data. Okay, and we have to retrieve it from bank loan data. And always remember, whenever we are taking any dimension, and when we are calculating it with respect to some aggregation, we have to take the group by. So I will just take this, and I will group it by. Okay, and we will group it by with this particular text. And next, okay, I'll just reduce this, and I will order it by same. So see, control E. Okay, and when I run this particular query, so you can see we have an error over here. So we have to apply the comma over here. Okay, and now I will run this. So you can see we have received with respect to each month what are the different loan application, total funded amount, and total amount received. So here we will name an alias because we don't have the column name. So we will name it as month name. Okay, and when I run this now again, you'll get a month name over here. But when you see at this month names, we cannot see it with respect to January. So the January is the first month. So with respect to serially January to December, we are not able to see. So what we have to do is, if we are using a order by function here, but order by is only ascending by default. If you are not writing anything here, it is ascending, and if you write here descending, so when I execute this query, it is giving us with respect to alphabetical order. Okay, we don't want that. We want with respect to month, or we can say number of month. So for that, what we will do, we will add one more column over here, and I will name it as month of issue date. Okay, so what this particular will do us, this particular will give us an output as the number of that particular month. Okay, and what I will do, I will just remove this. Instead of date name, we will order it by month date. Okay, and we have to also group it by this particular thing, that is control C, and we will paste it over here, and we'll add one more comma over here, because whatever dimensions we are using, we have to group it by those dimensions. And I will just select this, and I will run this, and now you can see I will just give the name of the alias as month number. Okay, and I will run this. So once I run this, you can see we are getting from January, February in serial because it is sorting or it is giving us with respect to month number. And from here we can take an insight of each month how the total loan applications are there, what is the funded amount and what is the total amount received. Okay. And this result we are going to compare with our dashboard. So whatever we are going to show on dashboard, we are going to compare our result and we are going to see if we on the dashboard also we are going to see the same values or not, and if they are same that we can go ahead and show the dashboard to our client. If it is not showing the same values, then we will come to know that yeah, there is something wrong in our dashboard and we have to build it correctly. Okay. And in the same we have to create a document. Okay, so save this query and create a document so that all the results are saved so that you can again compare it with your dashboard. All right, so this is for this statement, that is monthly trend. The second we have to find out is the regional analysis by state. Okay, so for that I will again run this entire query to see what is the state. So you have a state, abbreviations are only there, that is address state. Okay, so again we have to work on these same measures only. So we'll just modify this query. So I will just remove this because we don't want with respect to date, but we want it with respect to address state. So that is nothing but address state. Okay, and I will copy this. So I will just modify this query only, copy this, and instead of grouping by this, we will group it by address state, and we will also order it by address state. Now when I run this query, you can see with respect to address state, we are going to we are seeing here the applications. Okay, and if you want to, let's say you want to see what is the total funded amount, maximum total funded amount for which particular state we are giving, so you can just copy this sum of loan amount and you can add it over here, and we will name it as in descending order. And I will run this query, and you can see for the total funded amount, this is maximum, that is 78 million is given to California. Okay, with respect to that, if you want to see the total loan application maximum, so you have to just take this total loan application, that is count of ID, and you have to put it over here. And when I run this query, you can see California is only the state which has the total loan application as maximum. Second is New York, then FL, Texas. Okay, so all these states are there. So with respect to that, if you want to sort your columns, you can sort and you can take the insights from here. Again, you have to save this query. All right. So this is your second. The third one we have to find out is with respect to term analysis. Okay, so loan term, and we have to analyze it in a donut chart. But here, if I run this query again, you can see the term is nothing but we have an field over here called as term, so that is 36, 60 months and all those things. So we will again make modifications in this query only, because the measures are same, the same matrix we have to measure, just with respect to different dimensions. So term, okay, so we want to analyze with the term, and we have to group it by term, control V, and order by also I will add it by term itself, and I will remove the descending, and I will run this query. So you can see for 36 month, this is the total loan application. For 60, it is this, the funded amount for 36 month, the funded or the total received again back amount for the 36 month. So in this way, we are analyzing with respect to different months over here or for different terms. Okay, so this was your third. The second with respect to employee length. Okay, so when I run this again, and you can see the employee length is nothing but this column. Okay, so the name is what? Employee length, that is EMP underscore length. Sorry. Okay, and I will just copy this, Control C, and I will paste it over here. Okay, and now I will run this query. So as soon as you run this query, you can see the total number of the different employees. So less than 1 year, 10 plus years, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So with respect to all these are nothing but these are the employees, or these are the customers of that bank who are working as an employee, and who are working as an employee in their professional experience, who are having experience more than 3 years, 4 years. And with respect to their working experience or working organizational experience, the bank is deciding to give them applications or not. So with respect to that, they have decided, and with respect to that, the total applications which are been received for each and every employee length, it has been seen over here. Okay, So if you want to see which for which particular employee length the total applications are given, so we can see we are taken, we'll just control C here and we'll paste it over here, and we will see it in the descending order. So when I run this query, you can see for 10 plus years, 8,000, more than 8,000 applications are given. Similarly, second one is less than 1 year, then 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, then again 1 year, right? So in this way, they are funding their amount, or they are giving the loans to the people with respect to their employee length. All right. Then we have to find out with respect to purpose, for what purpose they are buying that employee or that particular loan. Okay. So I will run again this query over here. Okay. And the purpose, you can see this is the purpose column which we have. So that is nothing but we are going to write here purpose. Okay. And I will just copy this and here I will paste it. And when I run this query, you can see with respect to, and we have also sorted it in count of id in descending order. So debt consolidation is nothing but this is the purpose why they have bought the loan, and there are 18,000 applications are there for that particular loan. Second is credit card, some of them have taken for improvement of their home, some of them are taking for business, car loan, wedding loan, for medical, for moving, house loans are there, some vacation purpose, educational purpose, renewable energy. So there are different purpose why the people are buying the loans, and with respect to that, which is the maximum or which how many loan applications are maximum given for which kind of purpose. Okay, and with respect to that, what is the total funded amount for that particular purpose, and how much is the amount received back from that particular purpose. Okay, so in this way, bank analyze all these particular things over here. All right. Then next we have to find out with respect to home ownership. So I will run again this, and we have an home ownership over here. So for that I will write a home ownership over here. Sorry. Okay, so home ownership. Okay, and I will copy this and we have to group it by again by home ownership. And when I run this query, you can see with respect to home ownership, for rent home ownership means the people who are living on rent, they are buying the maximum loan applications. Then the people who are living as a mortgage, okay, they are using this type, they have taken this amount of applications. Okay, so with respect to this, we can analyze the things also. All right. So with respect to home ownership, how the customers are taking the loans, how the bank is giving them the loan, and you can slice and dice the data with respect to different measures over here. Right. So in this way, we have shown all the metrics for the second dashboard. We have analyzed everything, and for the last one, this is the grid view. Okay, so grid view is nothing but if I run this query, this is nothing but the entire grid view. All right. So you don't have to go inside and you fire some SQL queries for grid view. It is nothing but a grid view where we are going to export it into SQL format. So it is not required to do this. So this was all about the SQL part. Okay, so you will be saying that we have applied different filters on our dashboard. With respect to the filtering, if I see for execute this, and if you can see, this is the offer all the days. Okay, but we have applied some filters on our data. So let's say I have applied a filter called grade. Okay, and I want to see for A grade. So what I will do, I will add a where condition over here, where grade. Okay, where grade is equal to what? A. So I want to see for A grade. Okay, so for A grade, how many are the home ownership applications? So where I run these queries, you can see there are different values available. Same in our dashboard also, we are going to apply some filters. If I show you my dashboard here, so you can see, and if I go into overview, second dashboard, so I have applied different filters over here, like for good loan, bad loan, with respect to grade, with respect to state. Okay, the same you can apply the different applications over here. So for grade also, if you want to see for Alaska, okay. So if you want to see for address state as is equal to, if I see it for, if you want to see for California, that is nothing but CA. And when I run this application, so these are the total applications for CA, one for grade A and for state CA. Okay, so in this way you can apply different filters and you can find the results. Okay, so this is the way you should fire the SQL queries. We have just taken the overall, but you should apply some different filters, and with respect to that you should check the data whether it is working or not. Okay, so filters are also very much important. So this was all about SQL. Now we will go ahead and see how to do the things in Power BI, how to build the dashboard in Power BI, and then we will validate our results with what we have got in our SQL queries, because we have already created this document. So this document you have to create. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So in today's video, we are going to see a data analysis SQL project, and the data or the project which we are going to develop and design in this particular video, it will be a real time. Okay, the data which we are going to use, it's a real time data, and our today's topic is election result analysis of 2024, right? It is nothing but the India general elections which happened in for in 2024, around May June. So we are going to do the result analysis of that, and it is an original data, it is a real time data, and you know the results for your respective states, your respective constituency, so you can go ahead and verify those, right? So this will be a real time project, and in this particular project we are going to use multiple tables. Okay, and when I say multiple tables, there will be 5 tables which we are going to use. We are going to create a schema, we are going to fire some SQL queries, advanced SQL queries by using joins, and we are going to use many advanced functions, right? So for the problem statement we have, and in this we are going to use both mysql and sql ms sql server. So the queries which I will provide you, or the queries which we are going to write, it will be used in both of the database, as well as if you are using any other database, like for example, if you are using postgresql, if you are using Oracle databases, right? Or if you are using a MongoDB, or if you are using MySQL. Okay, I will be using MS SQL Server, but the queries will remain same. You don't have to, worry about that. You just have to import the data, and you will be good to go, right? And this will be an end-to-end project, and basically we are going to start basic and then we will move towards advanced, right? And as I told you, it will be a multiple table. We are not going to use a single table, so it will be a we can say industry level project, right? So you should we will design, or we will see how we have created a schema, and based on that we will fire different SQL queries based on what we have, right? So entirely what we are going to do, we are going to fire different queries. I will provide you the data. It will be available in the description box. The data is completely free. You don't have to, pay for that. The query document will be provided. It will be also completely free. So not only these questions, some more questions also I have added apart from this video, right? And I will provide you more questions as well, right, at the end of this particular video, so that you can use your own imagination, you can use your own knowledge to solve those particular questions, right? Because there can be multiple scenarios which can be created by using this particular data, right? So this will be our problem statement, and we are performing India general election result analysis for 2024, and it is nothing but not India general election is nothing but it's a Lok Sabha election which happened recently of 2024. We are going to do a complete analysis of that, and so these are the few problem statements which we have. So first problem statement we are going to find out are the total seats. Okay, by using the 5 tables which we have, right? So we are going to find out first the total seats. Then, so total seat is nothing but for total Lok Sabha elections, or we can say from all the states, from all the constituencies which we have. So whatever the total constituencies, that is nothing but the total seats we have, right? So then we are going to find out what are the total number of seats available for election in each state. So we are going to bifurcate, or we are going to distribute or find the distribution of seats, which is state wise, right? Then we are going to see total seats owned by NDA alliance, right? So we know that there were two important or main alliance which were there in India, that is NDA alliance, and next is India alliance, right? That is I dot N dot D dot I dot A, right? So then we are going to see what are the seats owned by NDA alliance parties, right? So NDA alliance is been created by formation of different parties, right? So they came together and then they formed this NDA alliance, right? So each party, how many seats they have owned by NDA, right? Then we are going to see the total seats owned by India Alliance, right? So we all know NDA Alliance was led by Mr. Narendra Modi, whereas India Alliance was led by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. So I just want to tell you before doing this project, so I'm not focusing on any party, or I'm not supporting any party in this particular. I'm totally neutral for this particular project, right? So while I'm speaking, while I'm doing different result analysis or firing some queries, don't get in your mind anything, any thoughts that okay, so that I'm supporting this or likewise. So this is just for learning purpose. So take in that way itself, right? So then next we are going to find out seats owned by India Alliance parties. Same, their India Alliance was formed with different parties. Then by considering those parties, how many seats they have won. So these are a few main objectives which we are going to find out. Then we have to add a new column in the table party-wise results. So I will explain you. So there is one table called party-wise results, and in that we have to add a new column field that is nothing but party alliance. Okay, so we are going to find out a party alliance as a new field where we will name those particular parties if they are in NDA, if they are in India, or some of the parties they were neither in NDA and they were neither in India parties. So we will name them as other. So when I say India, I'm just saying that it is for IN I dot N dot D dot I dot A dot, right? So that is my meaning to say as India, right? So don't consider that I'm saying India as a total country. It's a alliance party. Then which party, right? Which party alliance own the most seats across all the states, right? So we are going to see across all the states. We have different states. So in that particular states, who is the leading owner of that particular alliance, right? Which the three alliances, which not three alliances, only two alliances, but the other people are not present in that alliance. So we are going to consider them as other, right? So these are the main problem statements which we are going to find out we by five tables which we have different joining perform operations and all those we are going to perform over here, right? So this is first set of problem state. So before moving ahead into our project, guys, let me introduce to my website. And on this particular website, you will see different data analyst material and projects which are available for you at very cheaper price. And when I say that, because of request of many subscribers where they are in need of the data analyst material, and so they if they have interview after 2 or 3 days, or if they want the complete roadmap, so what should they follow so that they will be quickly learning and all those things, right? So in this case, I have provided you the data analyst complete material which have all these particular sections included: the interview questions, the quick PDFs, quick learning notes, handwritten notes, soft copy notes of different important topics, and the complete roadmap, what videos you have to follow in that roadmap, everything is mentioned. I have also have Power BI projects, which are 13 unique projects. You can see the list of projects. Similarly, Excel projects, Tableau projects, right? If you are looking for individual materials also, like if you are looking for Power BI material or Tableau material, and what topics I'm mentioning over here, you will get an soft copy notes, PDF format notes, PPTs, handwritten notes of all these particular things, right? Also, you can see SQL material is there, or if you want to connect with me one on one, you can just click over here and you can connect with me for one on one also, right? So for career guidance or for mock interviews. So for example, if you want to go and see what is this data analyst complete material, when you click on that, you will get to see an entire description what is been mentioned in each module. So like for SQL, what has been mentioned, for Tableau desktop, what has been mentioned, and you will also get the projects in this, right? And these projects will be different from what is available on YouTube, right? So they are not the same which are available on YouTube. In data analyst complete material, I'm saying it, those will be different which are already available on YouTube, right? So if you are interested, if you want to enhance your data analyst journey, sure, I will recommend you to please go ahead and visit my website. So I am the right now the top rated. You can see I have different batches. I am top rated in 2023 in the data analyst and in top 1% as well for all the people who are offering this kind of services and this kind of packages for us, right? So let's move ahead to with our video again. And then we have other sets of problem statement as we have to find out a winning candidate's name. Okay, then we have to find out their party name, then the total votes he have received, the margin of victory by which he have won that particular election or in that particular constituency with respect to other by which he was competing the other people for that particular state and for that particular constituency. So it's nothing but for that, let's say we want to see for a specific constituency who own, what was his party name, in which alliance he was, and all those things, right? So it is nothing but for constituency wise we have to find out all that particular result. Then we have to see what is the distribution of EVM votes, right, versus postal votes for candidates in specific constituencies, right? It's nothing but how are the EVM votes, that is electronic machine votes, which we just voted, who are 18 plus, they might have voted, and postal votes are nothing but for military peoples or the peoples who are remotely or they are working as a polling booth. I'm not sure, okay, but these are the people who send their votes by post, right? So that's postal votes. Then which parties own most seats in a state, okay, and how many seats did each party win, okay? So that we are going to see state wise. In that state we have different parties, right? So for example, in UP, we have BJP, we have Congress, we have SP. So in that case, in that state, how many who have won? For Maharashtra, we have Shiv Sena, we have we have BJP also, we have Congress also, and we have like two divided Shiv Senas. Like one is led by Uddhavji Thackeray, and second is led by Shri Eknathji Shinde, right? So likewise, we are going to find out who own how many seats, right, state-wise, and there are different parties in that particular state. So right, then what is total number of seats by owned by each party alliance, right? So, total number of seats owned by each party alliance, we know that these are the party alliance in each state for India elections, right? So, the same thing which we are going to do over here. So, we are going to do it earlier, but in this, we are going to see some different metrics for that, right? Then, which candidate received the highest number of EVM votes, right? So, out of all the constituencies which we are going to find out who is received EVM votes as maximum, right? And we are just going to find out top 10. Then which candidate won and which candidate which candidate won and which candidate was the runner up in that particular constituency, right, for that particular state. So we are for that particular state or for that particular constituency, what we are going to do, we are going to find out the winning candidate, and then runner up candidate is nothing but who was at second place. Only these two candidates we are going to find out, right? And it might be for you the losing candidates, but for one single constituencies there may be 10 people, there may be 15 people who have participated in the elections. And so that's the reason we are only going to find out who got maximum and who got the second maximum, right? Likewise, then for state of Maharashtra, just for an example, I have chosen it as Maharashtra. It may be Uttar Pradesh. You can find out if you can find out it for Gujarat. So people who are from their respective states, you can find it, right? So I am from Maharashtra. So for my ease, right? So I have just mentioned it over here because it will be easy for me to identify the constituencies and seats and who own those particular states, right? In that particular state. So for state of Maharashtra, what are the total number of seats? What are total number of candidates? What are the total number of parties who have involved? Total votes who have received, including EVM and postal, and the breakdown of EVM and postal votes, right? So this we are going to entirely find out in this particular project, and we are going to find out queries for this, right? And before moving ahead, before showing you the data which we have, I just want to mention you guys that there might be small discrepancies in the data because obviously the data has been taken from Kaggle website. And so I'm sure that 95% of the data is correct, but 5% of data might be here and there, like total EVM votes received, total postal votes received. There might be a difference of 1,000 or 2,000 or maybe 50,000. So just ignore that. Okay, we are here to see how the things work, right? Obviously, this is a real-time project, but in that some cases, because if you see the result and if you try and go and Google the results of those particular candidates in those particular constituencies, you might see the mismatch in the numbers. So there might be some mismatch because obviously it is taken from Kaggle, and I too have not checked because it is not possible to check for all the constituencies who own how many votes he have received. So take it as a learning purpose and just but is this is sure that who won, who lost, it is a correct data, right? So that's the correct data, and so not to worry about. Just I'm not sure of the votes he have received, right? So that there might be some discrepancies, but otherwise all the data has been good, right? So that I have checked for a few majority of states and majority of the parties, right? So so this is the problem statement which we have.
So now main important thing, what you will learn from this particular project, what functionalities, what different functions you are going to learn of SQL in this particular project. So these are the list, these are few list I am going to mention. These are few important list of the functions which are mentioned over here, which you are going to learn in this entire project. So you can just pause and you can read out those particular, right? Then next, this is the entity relationship diagram. I will come to this later. First, we will see what we have in the data. All right. All right, guys. So we will move ahead to our, data walkthrough. So you can see in front of your screen, we have total of 5 files which we are going to use in this particular project. I will give you the information and I will walk through each and every file. I will give you what details or what data it stores, and then I will explain you how we are going to use this particular file in our analysis, right? So if you want to download this file, it will be available in the description box. You just have to enter your details, your email ID and your phone number if required, and you can just download that particular data, right? It will be free of cost. You don't have to pay anything. The query document also I have designed, so entire query document will be given to you freely as well, right? So with this data only you will get everything. So in case if you are getting an error while typing the query, you can refer that document and then you can rectify your query, right? So the first file which we have is constituency wise details, right? So I'll just open this file and you have this particular file as constituency wise details. So I will just first mention you what is the size of the data we have. So if I click over here, you can see at the bottom, we can see the count is 8903. So we can consider it as 8902 because it is counting the header as well. So the data we have is 8902 exact data. So it holds an information of constituency wise details. So from this particular file, I can say that in in that particular constituency, which candidate has been participated in that election, right? So this is the first column stores a candidate information. Second column stores in which party or for which by from which party he was participating. And then third column we have is the EVM votes he received, right? And then next we have postal votes he received, and then we have total votes. Total vote is nothing but EVM votes plus postal votes, right? So EVM machine, right? So we go physically in the polling the voting stations. We vote our vote by pressing some buttons for those respective parties. So that is EVM machine votes, and postal votes are which are shown by posts, right? And this is the total votes of entire both the addition of these two. And then we have percentage of vote. So how percentage of vote is been calculated? So percentage of, let's say for one of the constituency, let's say for in UP there is one constituency. I'm not sure which constituency might be there, but consider one constituency. Consider your constituency, whichever you are in, and in that particular constituency, not one single candidate might be there for or who is been fighting for the elections. There might be 10 or 15 candidates, so everybody will receive some votes. So addition of all the votes which candidates received, so out of those, how many percentage of votes that particular fellow or that particular candidates have received, that's the percentage, right? So that's the percentage of this particular, how we are calculating that percentage. And this is the constituency ID. So this ID will be used to as a joining column with other tables. So here you can see the constituency ID has been repeating. So we obviously know that if this is the joining key, then if it is repeating of on few columns, or sorry, few rows, then obviously it is a foreign key, right? So what we all know the definition of foreign key, it can not it should be not null, and it can have the repeating values on different rows, right? So it's different than primary key. So this is the information which is been stored in constituency wise details, right? So we will move ahead. Then we have constituency wise results. So this is important table for us, and for us this will be a fact table, right? Because it have the entire information for us, right? So here you can see we have 544 rows over here. If we neglect the header, which is 543 rows we have over here, and here we have the name of the constituency, right? So you can see we have the constituency, parliament constituency, we have Allahabad, and in bracket we have some numbers.
So we will ignore we ignore those numbers because this will be our joining condition, right? So each and every particular row have different numbers, different names. So I will come back to this, but just neglect for now. I will just go forward with constituency name. So we have each and every row. Let's say we have an Agra constituency, and in that particular constituency, who own, right? So we can say Professor SP Singh Baghel sir have own over there, and then we can see the total votes that person have received or that candidate received. Then by how what margin he have won, right? So this is the margin by which he have won in that particular constituency, and this margin is calculated from the second runner-up, right? So that's the margin which has been calculated, and not second runner-up, first runner-up. That is the who have won the second maximum votes. Then we have the constituency ID. Obviously, this will be a joining condition with other, that particular tables which we have, and same the party ID we have, which will be a joining condition with other tables we have. So here you can see the parliament constituency. We have different names for each and every constituency. So this will be a primary key. So primary key is nothing but each row should have a unique number or a unique value, non-null value, right? It should not be null. So that's the primary key. Same, this is also a primary key for us. If you can see, each and every row is having a different ID over here, but here you can see party ID has been repeating over here, so it will be a primary, we can say a foreign key for this, right? So in this way we are identifying. So this gives us the information of results. What was the output of that particular election for that particular constituency is nothing but we are getting the winning candidate information in this particular table, right? So this is the constituency result table, which will be a fact table for us, right? Then this is the party wise results. Okay, so this is just three tables we have. So in this we have an information of each and every party of each and every states, right? So you, and if you can see here, each party are have own few some numbers, right? So in this particular table, those parties are not been considered who haven't owned a single seat, right? So let's say there is one party who have won 0 seats, so it will be not mentioned in this particular table. Any party who have at least won one seat, it will be mentioned over here, right? So you can see we have an information of each and every party over here, what seat they have won, right? So for example, we have India National Congress who have won 99 seats. Then we have the Bharatiya Janata Party BJP which have won 240 seats, right? And then we have a party ID. So you can see each and every party ID is unique. So again, this will be a primary key for us, right? So this particular just stores the party wise, or we can say party wise results data, right? So we have party and then the result of each party. Getting? So this is the party wise result. Then we have statewide result. I will show you first the statewide results. Okay. So you can see this is one more big column which we have in this. We have a constituency name. First, I will show you how many rows we have. We have 544 rows. If you neglect header, we have 543 rows, right? And we have almost 9 columns over here. So we have in this particular state wise, we are focusing more towards each and every state. What are the different seats and constituencies? So we can see at right extreme we have the information of all states over here. Then we have the name of the constituency, what is the constituency number. Then this is the parliament constituency. We saw this particular column same as it is in uh, constituency wise result table as well, right? So then we have leading candidate. Okay, so leading candidate is nothing but a winning candidate over here. It does not mean that this is not, it is not a dynamic table where all the results will change and all those. So leading candidate nothing but he have already won in that particular, and trailing candidate is nothing but the first runner up, nothing but who have received the second maximum votes. These have received the maximums, these might be a second maximum votes, right? So by what margin he have won, and what was the status if the result has been declared or not. You can see the result has been already declared. So it means that leading candidates are nothing but already won candidates, right? Then we have state ID and we have information of from which state that particular fellow has won, right? So one thing you might have noticed over here, so for this particular first row, so for constituency Surat, you can see leading candidate, which is nothing but result has been already declared. So this is a winning candidate, that is nothing but Mukesh Kumar Chandrakantji Dalal.
and here you can see trailing candidate, there is no information available over here. So what has happened over here actually, so for this particular candidate, so all who have filled their nomination against this particular candidate, they already withdrew their nomination, and this was uncontested winner, right? So there was no contest happened. There was no any rival for this opposition for this particular pharaoh, and he was declared uncontested. So you can see margin has been mentioned over here as 0. Okay. So it does not mean that he won by 0 margin, but he was uncontested. You can see the status over here, right? So this was one particular situation in Gujarat, in Surat constituency. All right. So this is the all information we have over here. So I will just save this and I will close this. So this was the statewide result. Next, I will just quickly open the next data we have. So here we have next is states. Okay, so this is a simple thing. We have information of all the states. Then we have state ID. Okay, so this is again a primary key for us. Each and every row have a different state, and these are all states which we have, right? So this is the all information we have. And now next thing what we have done is I have just analyzed all of them and I have created a schema and joining condition for us. So I'll just show you over here. So this is nothing but the entity relationship diagram. So entity relationship diagram is nothing but ERD diagram, or we call it as a schema as well. So as I already told you, you can see at the center we have constituency result, and in this particular constituency result we have all of these columns. Okay, so these are the columns which we have over here. Then I have placed all other tables over here, right? So all other table information over here. So first thing what I have did is you have I will just show you the data again. So what I will do, I will just open the data, and you can see we have a constituency result over here. So you can see I will just go back over here. Okay, and I will just increase the size. All right, so here you can see guys, we have constituency result, and in that we have parliament constituency. Then we have all other this particular state. So first thing what you have done, you can see in this particular light orange color constituency ID and constituency ID. So by using this as a joining key, I have joined this particular table to details table. So what we are going to do while writing a query, constituency result is been joined to constituency details by using this particular key, that is nothing but constituency ID. And you can see these are the matching colors. For you to understand, I have just added this matching colors so that you will understand. Yeah, so this is joined with this particular thing, right? So this is the constituency ID by which this has been joined. So this is the central fact table we have, and all of the other these are the dimension tables. By definition it is that, right? So that's the one information, right? Then next we have state-wise results, right? So in state-wise results we have one column called parliament constituencies. By using this we are going to join parliament constituency to this particular table. So you can see these two tables are joined on parliament constituencies, which are highlighted in yellow color, right? So we can see these two tables are joined by using these two particular columns. All right, so this will be the joining condition in between this. Then we have joined this particular constituency results to party results by using party ID column. Here you have party ID as well. You can see in this constituency wise results data we have party also. So you can see it has been highlighted in green color. So these two are joined by using this party ID. Second, we have states. So states we are joining with state-wise results, right? Here you can see this is a different joining condition. It's not directly connected to state-wise results, right? So let's say if you want to bring an information of state from this, right? So actually this particular state column was not required over here because we already have the state information over here. But for our learning purpose, we have just added it over here, right? So we can say this is the state ID column which has been connected between these two tables, right? Then here you can see if we want to bring in information from this particular table and this particular table, we cannot directly bring it. We have to use this state-wise result as a bridge in between them, right? So we have to go from here to here, and then we have to go from here to here, right? So then all the information will be created, right? So we have some information, some problem statement where we have to make use of state column also, and that we will be using, right? You will see and you will learn that in further in this particular video. All right, so this is the entire schema we I have created for you guys, so you can refer this. You can note this down, or you can take a screenshot, you can place it somewhere else, and then it will be easy for you to refer back while I'm writing the queries, right? So you can see I've added this in a blue color, so this is matched with this, right? So I have used all the color combinations. I have made it as easy for you guys, which I could make. So I hope you have understood this. So this has been the schema which we are going to use. By using this schema, we are going to fire the queries, use the joining conditions, and get the output for the problem statements which we have. This is very important, guys. And in industry terms, we call it as entity relationship diagram, right? So we have different entities. So in different industries, we call each table. So this is the table. This is one table. This is another. So each table we call them at as entities, and relationship is nothing but how they are related to each other. That is nothing but relationship diagram. So this is of 5 tables. Most of the industries have 10 table, 15 table. So looking that entity relationship diagram, you have to decide which will be the joining key, which will be the joining condition, and based on that you have to write all the queries. Understood? So this was the schema for us. I hope you have learned something new over here. And if you have come at this point of the video, I request you to please go ahead and like this particular video. Share this with your friends. Comment if you have any doubt. Comment down if you are learning something. So it will give me a motivation. And please subscribe the channel. That's the biggest motivation for me to create such wonderful projects and real-time projects for you. So I'm sure that you will be always looking, or you will be looking for your state data. You will be looking for your state results, your constituency results. So I will be doing it for a constituency, different constituencies. Obviously, I will be doing, but you can always look for your constituencies, right? So this is something for entity relationship diagram. And next, now we will see how to import the data in MS SQL Server, right? Alright guys, so we will move ahead and I will just open the MS SQL Server Management Studio. So in this particular video, I will be using an MS SQL Server database. As I said, you can use any database to, fire this particular SQL queries. You can either use MySQL, you can use PostgreSQL, whichever you want. Okay, so you just have to import the data in those particular databases. If you are using any other databases, I'm assuming that you know how to import the data. If you don't know, there are plenty of other videos available on YouTube on how to, import a CSV file in a database, right? So what I will do, I will just open a MS SQL Server database over here. So for that, what I will do, I will just type over here SSMS, right? So you have to, those who have MS SQL Server Management Studio, you just have to type SSMS, and you can see you have to open MS SQL Server Management Studio, whichever you have, whichever version you have, right? So I'll just open it. It will take some time to open, and then it will ask me a password. Okay, so I will add the password and all other things for me. I'll just click on connect. Okay, so as soon as I do, you can see everything is blank over here. At the left hand side, you can see an object explorer is available over here, and there are different database. When I expand this, when I click on plus button, you can see different databases available over here, right? So now what I will do, I will just create a new database for us, right? So because we want to see everything in a new database. So for that, what I will do, you can just click on this database. I will right click over here and you have an option here called as new database. So just click on new database and I will name this particular database. It's your choice, whichever name you can give, you want to give, you can give. I will just mention it as India election results. Okay, I will just give this particular name for me. So India election results, and I will all add the files over here. So it will be results. All right. And what I will do, I will just click on OK. So as soon as I do, you can see a new database has been created for me. That is nothing but India election results, right? And I will expand this particular database. So as soon as I do, you can see there are these different, already existing folders which are created after creating these databases. So these are the default folders we have. And now we have to add the tables which we already have as an CSV file in our system. So when I click on plus over here, you can see there are no tables available over here, right? So at this particular graph tables below, there will be the name of tables. So for example, if I show you for other database, let me show you for PizzaDB. So when I click on plus, and when I click on tables over here plus, you can see
the name of table is available. DBO, it is nothing but database object and dot the name of that particular table, right? So I will just collapse this. So this is what how we are going to do. And now we have to add the table, right? So before adding the table over here, whichever files which are already open in your system, that is nothing but CSV file which you are going to import, if they are open in your system, just close all of them, right? So just save them and close all of them, then and then it will allow us to add. Otherwise it will say there is an error, it is already opened in another application. So just close all of them. Then what we will do, I'll just right click over here. You have to click on right click, you have to click on, or not here actually, you just have to click over here, click on India election results, then click on then right click, then you have tasks, right? Just click on task, and then at bottom you can see you have an option called import flat file. Okay, so just click on this. A new dialog box will be opened in front of your screen. Then this is an import flat file dialog box, or a preview which you have. Then just click on next. Okay, then it is asking you the location from which the file is been should be imported. So you might have already downloaded the data and you might have placed somewhere in a field, right? So you just have to browse that particular folder. So I'll just click on browse. So for me, it's available over here in data folder, right? So I'll just click on data, and these are the files which I have. So I'll just import one by one all the files. So I'll just click on constituency wise details. First I will import this. I will just click on OK. All right. Then I will just click. Then you have the table name. So you have an option here to change the name of the table. If you want, you can obviously change, and this is the table schema. So it is by default DBO, that is nothing but a database object. So you can change the name, but I would recommend you to not change the name, because whatever queries I am going to write, which will be on the names which I am importing. So just keep all the names as it is, which are there on the files, and the same names which are going to be used here also. Then just click on next. So then you can see a sample data is available in front of you, and you can check over here if all the data has been imported, is been brought in this particular file or not. Okay, so this is the data obviously we have. Next, what we can do is I'll just click on next. Then these are the information of all the tables we have, that is nothing but column name, all the column names, and this is the data types we have, right? So wherever you see tiny integer, you can see a tiny integer is there. I will just convert it into integer. So instead of tiny integer, I will just convert it in, or here you can just click on integer. You can drop down this and you can just click on integer. That's very simple, right? Then you can see a name of candidate. So here you have when error varchar. I will just convert it into varchar. So you can see a varchar, and it's taking as 50 as character size. Nothing but, let's say my name is Swapnajit. So right. So if you can calculate the number of characters, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So if it is 50, it is less than, so 9 characters are there in my name. So obviously, yeah, it will allow to enter the candidate name. But if the candidate name is very long, greater than 50, then it will not allow us to enter the character name more than 50. So it's better, we will already always keep it as higher side. I will just keep it as 100. Similarly for n varchar, this also I will change to varchar 50, and I will keep this also to 100, right? Because party names might be different. Oops. So here party name might be different. Similarly, EVM votes we have postal votes also, instead of small integer, I will convert this to an integer, right? Small integer is nothing but whichever numbers are in single, or we can say as single digit, 1, 2, 3, up to 9. But postal votes has a more than 10, more than 100, more than 1,000. So it's better to keep it in integer. Percentage of this is fine. Then constituency ID also we will change it to varchar 50. Right, so constituency ID is already less than 4 to 5 characters, so we will keep it in as a 50 characters, right? So that's what we are going to do. Then I will just click on next, then click on finish. Okay, so important message over here, you have received that operation has been complete. So make sure you get an green tick mark over here. If there is an error for you which has been encountered an error, here you will get an yellow I mark sign, and here you will see an error. So you just have to click on this particular error. When you click on that error, you will get a message that what's the error you have received, and you can just rectify that error whichever you have, right? So I will just close this, and now what I will do, I will just right click over here and I will refresh this. Okay, I will just refresh this and I will now see in tables. You can see there is an object been added, that is constituency has stated. So we have added the first table. So if you want to see and fire the query what data we are receiving over here, so what I will do, I will just right click over here and I will click on new query. Okay, and now here you can write the query. So I will just write the query as, let's say, select, I want to see everything, that is star. If you use star, that is nothing but everything from which particular table, that is nothing but constituency wise results details, right? So from this particular table we want to see everything, and I will just click on execute. As soon as you do, you can see all the table has been retrieved over here. And at the right hand bottom here you can see, we can see the total number of rows, that is nothing but 8902. So which are the exact number of rows which I showed you while I walk you through the data. So these are the exact number of rows which we have, right? And all the information here we have, right? So this is important for us guys, because this serial number, this name of all the columns whichever we are going to use, these are the important for us for firing the queries further. These names as well, if these are in capital letters is only the way where we have to go ahead and use further in our queries. So I will tell you that in the next part of this particular video, so not to worry on that. Now we have just imported first file, that we will go and import the second. So I've just showed you the things for one file. I will just quickly do it for the next. I will just click on import flat file. Next, I will browse the data and choose the constituency as a result. Click on open. I will keep the name as it is. Then I will click on next. This is all the information we received. Just cross check once if everything is there. Then click on next. Similarly, wherever you see tiny integer, just convert it into integer. Wherever you see n varchar, convert it into varchar. And safer side, just add more characters, right? So that there should be no error for us. So we will keep it as 100. So here also n varchar. So I'll just convert it into varchar 50. Instead of this, I will just click 150. So I'll safer side. So this is also n varchar. So I'll just convert it into varchar and 100. And this is small integer. I will just convert it into integer. Perfect. So this is the things we have, and obviously here you can give primary keys. I've already told you the parliament constituency we have, this is the primary key. So primary key, always remember, primary key does not have any nulls in each and every row. All the values are unique in each and every row, right? Similarly, if you, I'll just show you quickly. So here you can see in primary, here I have what I have done. One sec. So this is the primary key for us, right? So all this particular, each and every row have a different value. Similarly, constituency ID is also a primary key for us. So what we will do, we will add two primary keys for us. So I will add this also, constituency ID also as well primary key, right? And just I will click on next and I will click on finish. So you can see there is an error for us. And here is this, we will just click on that and we will see what is the error for us. So you can see this is being used by another process. So what I have done, I have just opened this file in another application and that's the error thrown for me. So I'll just close this first and I'll just click on no save. I will go previous, and I will just click on next again and click on finish. And now you can see the data has been successfully inserted. So it was open for me in another application and that's the reason it has been not seen over here. Then I will just right click over here again and I will refresh. Okay, then you can see in tables, not in views, you can see we have the constituency results. So same thing what you will do, if you want to see the data, I will just write it on new, and here instead of results we want details, we want to see results, right? Okay, and I will just select this entire. So if you want to run a part of query which we have in the window, just select that particular query and then run it. And you can see this is the constituency results table which we have. And at the bottom, you can see 543 rows. So these are the exact number of rows which we had in our CSV file, right? I hope you have understanding. And the same way, we will add other files also. Just click on tasks, import flat file, click on next, browse. Party wise results is the next table. Don't change the name. Click on next, click on next. Obviously, we will again change this to varchar 50 and I will just keep it as varchar 150. tiny integer I have to convert into integer, and party ID also I will convert it into integer. Right. So party ID for us is an as I already told you in data walkthrough, this will be an primary key for us. So I'll just click on here as a primary key. And then I will just click on next, and I will just click on finish, and you can see the data has been imported, right? And I will close this. Then I will just refresh. All right. And you can see the table will be added. So you can see the table has been added. And if you want to see, I'll just from instead of this, we want party wise results, right? And I'll select this entire and I'll run this, and you can see party wise results 42 rows are there. You can cross check, those are the same number of rows which we have. All right, so this is party wise results. Next we will just quickly go and add the other files. Import flat file. Next, browse. I will add state wise results and click on next. Similarly here also quickly we will change everything. Here we will use 100. Instead of tiny integer, we will be using as integer. Here also we will choose varchar 50, and here we will choose it as 100. Here also varchar 50, and here we will choose it as 150. Similarly here as well varchar 50, and we will choose it as 100. As similarly here also varchar 100 we will choose. This also we will choose it as varchar 100, and this also as varchar 100. Perfect. And here you can see for trailing candidates, we are allowing as null. Why? Because I told you in the state-wise constituency results or state-wise results, there is one candidate from Surat constituency who do not have any trailing candidate. So that value is already null. So that's the reason we should, this is automatically checked. If you uncheck it and then do the next operation, it will give an error. So just keep it checked. And for here, this is our primary key for us, right? The state parliament constituency already told you, so this will be a primary key for us. Getting? And then I will just click on next and finish, and you can see the data has been imported. I will just refresh this, and you can see the table is present over there, right? So this is the table, and I will just fire the query. So instead of this, we want state-wise results, right? And I'll just fire this query, and you can see this is the statewide results, 543 rows, exactly what we have. Perfect. Now again, the last table we have to import tasks, import flat file. Next, browse, and I will import the states. Next, keep everything as it is. State ID is primary key for us, and here instead of var, you will choose varchar 50 as an 100. Similarly, here also we will use varchar 100. Right? Next, finish, close, refresh, and we can see the table. Oops, the table added over here, that is states, and you can just fire the quickly then. Okay, and I will just run this, and you can see all the states are there. 36 states we all have, and all the information has been brought in MS SQL server. All right. So now we have all the information, we have imported all the files, and now our actual task starts is to fire the SQL queries with respect to the problem statement which we have. All right, guys. All right, guys. So now we will solve our first problem statement. So if you go over here, so this is the problem statement we have, and the first one is to find out the total seats. Okay. So now obviously we are going to make use of the problem statement. Obviously we are going to use, but we are going to make use of this particular table very much, because in this one particular picture you have all the names of the table. You have the names of the fields in that table and the joining conditions as well, right? So you don't have to always go and open the Excel sheets of each and every tables and see what data we have, right? So the simple thing what we want here is, as per our first problem statement, is the total seats. Now what is meant by total seats? And you also know that how many total seats were there.
in the total, for the India general elections for Lok Sabha elections 2024. So it were 543 seats. If you ask anybody, ask you orally also, you will be able to tell that, say that yeah, there were 543 seats. But you want a proof from the data that yeah, 543 seats were there. So we know that this is our important and fact table from where every information is been distributed and been stored in other tables also, right? So this is the fact table we are having, and we are going to make use of this mostly and mainly in our firing the queries, right? So if you see, for sake of first query, I will open this particular fact table which we have. So I will just open the constituency results, and you can see this is a particular thing where all the constituency results are been stored, and each and every row gives an information of winning candidates. So very simple. So from this table we are going to find out the how many where they are the total particular seats available, because you can see we have the parliament constituency. In each and every row we have here is an unit. So one particular row gives the information of one constituency. This is the information of second constituency. So we will make use of this particular thing, and we will fire the query for that. So instead of firing it in this particular thing, we will be using a different particular query window for us. So I'll just right click over here and then click on new query. So you can always go back over here, and you can fire these particular tables to see the data immediately in this particular page itself, instead of going back in Excel sheet and doing that, right? So I will just go over here, and yeah, I will fire the query over here. So I will be using a select statement over here. So we want select what we want, count, but we don't want only count, we want distinct count. Count will also work, but distinct count will be always safer side to calculate the unique rows. So we will take the distinct count. Okay. So we want distinct count of what? Okay. So if you run this particular table, let's say if you run the constituency results table, you can see we want the distinct count of this particular table column. That is nothing but parliament constituency. I will write that same over here. So we want from parliament constituency. I will just type it here, parliament underscore constituency. So make sure there is no spelling mistake, guys. Okay. So there shouldn't be any spelling mistake, I can say, in this particular table which you are writing, or the column which you are referring to. And we want it from where? So we want it from constituency results. So I will just copy this constituency results and I will paste it over. So it will save our time, and I will just run this query. As soon as you do, you can see the number of seats which are available for us are 543, which is the correct number. We also know that. So just we want to find out it from the query. So we will give the name of this particular column over here. So you can give a temporary name from here. So this particular column name, we will give it as we will be using as what should be the name, the temporary name, we will use it as total seats. Okay. And I will just run this. You can see the total seats are there, nothing but 543. So always remember, guys, to maintain a query document, you just have to select this, copy it somewhere else, and store the results as well. Take a snap of this and store the results the same way which I have did over here. You can see here I have created a nice document for us, because why we are doing this, guys, in real time I will tell you what happens. So let's say you are working on a project, you fired some queries, you got some output, but client does not know what query you fired, what output you got. So it is always useful to maintain a record, right? If client asks in future, what was the query fired, show me the query, show me the document, what you maintained, what is the proof of that. So it is always there. So there might be a different sources or formats of documents in which it has been stored. Some stored on SharePoint, some store it on Google Sheets, some store on some other app which each and every company have. But you have to store it. So some stores in Excel sheets also. So I have just maintained and a simple document. This is the query and this is the result you got, right? So important for not only clients, but in future if there is a new developer who is working on this project, and if he comes and if you want to refer the, or if the initial queries what were used, so he should know what has been used, right? So this is the thing which has been used over here, right? So this was our first problem statement. We will move ahead to our second problem statement, that is what are the total number of seats available for elections. I will just copy this and I will paste it over here. So this is we want to find out, right? So this is our question. I will just comment it out, right? So what are the total number of seats available for election in each state, right? So in each state, so now we found out the total number of seats, but we want to now separate it based on each state, right? So in state, each state, how many seats are available for us, right? So now here, this is a tricky question for us. Now you can see we have an information of, obviously we found out the information of total number of seats from here, and the state's information is available over here, right? So you can see we are going to make use of this table, constituency wise result and state information, right? Because we want the state wise results. So we cannot jump directly from here to here. Why? Because there is no any direct connection available from here to here. So we have to use a bridge in between for a joining condition, that is nothing but this particular table. So we will see how to use that in the query. So what we want is we want the total number of seats. So what I will do, I will just use select statement. Okay. So now what we want state also. So I will use s dot state, and I will mention you why we are using x. S is nothing but a temporary name given to that particular table in this particular query itself. So for now, just see what I'm writing or use whatever I'm writing. Okay. So this is s dot state, and I will name it as name of the state, right? So this is for me as a state name. Okay. So this is the state name, comma, we want one more output, that count, or we can take it as a distinct count, the same way which we did last query. So we want distinct count of what? Parliament constituency. That is nothing but we are going to take cr dot parliament. Make sure don't have spelling mistake. Okay. Okay, so CR is nothing but again a temporary name. CR is nothing but a second table which we are referring to. So S is nothing but a states table. CR is nothing but a constituency results table. So these are the nothing but a temporary table name or short form table name we are using, because instead of writing full names, and why we are doing this, because we should have a referral for us that from which particular table we are bringing that particular column. So that's the reason we have to write this, right? And we will name it as total seats, right? So total seats for us, right? And now we want to bring it from where? So first thing I told you that first we will be going from in this way, first this table, then this table, and then this table. So from these three tables we have to bring the information. So first is what? Constituency results, right? So we want to bring it from constituency results, and now here we will name this particular table as CR, right? So this is the temporary name, that is nothing but we have used over here, right? So CR. Then what we have to do, we have to use now a joining condition. So we will use an inner join here, right? So we are going to use an inner join. We all know inner join is nothing but it will give us the matching record from both the tables, right? Left join, it gives matching records as well as non-matching records from left table, right? Everything from left table and matching records from right table. Simple. Inner join just gives matching records from both the table, right? So this is the inner join we are going to use. And next, first what we have to join, we have to join this table to state-wise results. So I will just join first this to state-wise results. Oops, copy this, join this to state-wise results, and I will name it as state-wise results short form as SR. Okay. On, because we have to give a joining condition, so I will use a joining condition we already know, cr dot. So cr, that is nothing but the name or the field which we are going to use from this table. Instead of writing the full name, we will use cr, because it is nothing but the name of this table itself, cr. So what is the joining condition? We know that this table and this is joined on parliament constituencies. You can see there is a yellow marks I have matched over here to help you understand. So these two tables are joined on what? Parliament constituency. So I will just take this, I will just copy this simply, and I will paste it over here. So just that here there should be an underscore in between them, right? So on cr.parliament constituency is equal to what on this table? That is nothing but sr dot parliament constituencies. Getting or not, guys? Important for here to note that left side we are joining it on this, and right we are joining it on this common columns, right?
Again, now what we have to take state from here. So I have to join now this to this, right? So we have joined this to this. Now we have to join this to this. So inner join again. Okay, inner join again. So now here we will inner join what? So here what we will do? Here we will inner join again our states, right? So now we will join our states, right? States column, and states is nothing but we'll give it as short form as S. And on what we will join it with sr dot, so that is nothing but a left column will be now a left table for us will be this particular table, that is constant state-wise results. So state-wise results, sorry, so sr we have to give as which is the common column in between, that is nothing but state id. So that's the field name we have to mention here. State underscore id is equal to on s dot states particular id, right? So that is nothing but from this table state id, and this short form for this is nothing but sr, and similarly short form this for this will be s. So what I will do, I will just add the short forms for here, it will be easy for you. So I'll add it. This will be cr for us, and this will be sr for us. That is nothing short names which will be used in query. This is s we'll be using. For this we'll be using pr, then nothing but party wise result, and here we'll be using cd, constituency wise results, right? Simple. Now it will be easy for us to understand, right? So first we joined CR dot parliament constituency is equal to SR dot parliament constituency. Then we are again inner joining these two states, inner join states on SR, that is SR dot states ID is equal to S dot state ID. Simple, right? Now as we are using one, you can see a dimension with one measure, so you have always use a group by clause over here. Getting or not? So I'll use a group by clause, grouping it by what? Whichever thing we are using, that is s dot state. Group by this, and this is the query, and we will run this. So you can see incorrect syntax, distinct count. What's wrong over here? Or I will just remove this distinct. It doesn't matter for us. And now we can see we have got, see why I have removed the distinct. If it is there also, it does not matter. But if I have removed here, because parliament constituencies in this particular table, that is cr table, result table, each and every row is unique and it will give us the same result. So it doesn't matter if you are using count or if you are using a distinct count, right? So we got we used a count function over here, and then we got this particular result, right? So we have grouped this. So you can see with this particular query, and if you see here, you can look for your particular state. Let's say you can see for Uttar Pradesh there are 80 seats, or we can say 80 constituencies on which election will be, or election has been already happened, or we can say there was election happened. In Maharashtra there were 48. In Arunachal Pradesh to Andhra Pradesh there were 25. Bihar there were 40. Gujarat there was 26. Right? Karnataka there were 28. And if you take count of all of these, you will get 543, right? So that I will keep up to you how to get that. So I hope you have understood this. We have gone from this table to this table, and here you have to use bridge of this table, because though we haven't brought any information from this particular table, still we have to use a bridge between these two tables, because these two are not directly connected. Getting or not? So that's the reason I have used the bridge in between these two, right? Sometimes you directly get the results, sometimes this is directly connected. So let's say if it is connected in this way also, from party wise results, if it had been connected, you can use this or you can use this connection, right? But it's better to always use a bridge if there is no direct connection. Otherwise it will give a misleading results, or it might give you an error, right? So this was our second problem statement. I hope you have understood, right? So now moving ahead to our next problem statement, I will just open our ppt, and the third problem statement is total seats owned by ND Alliance. So I will just copy this and I will add it over here, and I will add it over here, and I will comment it out. Okay, so this is what
next we have to find out is total seats owned by ND Alliance. And here, as I told you guys, you can go ahead and look for your particular states if this total seats are correct or not. Okay, and I hope it is correct because the data which we have, I think so it is correct. Just there might be some discrepancies in EVM votings, right? There might be some discrepancies because I have noticed few, but I have ignored that because we cannot correct them all right. So next we have to find out total seats owned by NDA alliance, right? So this query I have already written. I will just copy this query and I will use this and I will mention you how we have written this and why we have written this. Okay. So I'm just using this query. Okay. So I'll just reduce this white so you can see the query at once. And I will just delete this so this won't bother us. Perfect. Right. So now this is the total seats and I have used this particular query for us. Now, you will tell me why we are using this query. So already from Google, I have just found out what are the alliance or which are the alliance parties which are there in NDA, right? So first you should know which are the NDA parties because which parties come together and form an NDA group, right? So we already know Bharatiya Janata Party is there and Telugu Desam, that is TDP is there, Janata Dal United is there, Shiv Sena. The Shiv Sena is of Shindeji. Then we have AJSU party, Apna Dal is there, AGP is there, HMS is there, Janasena party is there, then we have Janata Dal, then we have Nationalist Congress Party of Sharad Pawar, then Rashtriya Lok Dal. All these parties combinedly form NDA, right? And we have used and select statement sum. Okay, we are taking sum of one from where party wise results. I will show you what's the information in party wise results if I run this query. So this is party wise table for us. So this is the own candidates. So we are taking sum of all the own candidates who falls in NDA. So from here only we have taken all this particular, we have copied the name of whichever parties are there in NDA, right? So that's only we have done. We have created a case statement for us, right? And when there is a party in between this, right? So if these are this all falls as an BJP or all these other party makes an NDA alliance, then we want some of what all of these own candidates, right? So all, not sorry, own seats, right? And if there is something else, it will give us as 0. Then we will end this statement and this is nothing but we will give it this entire thing as a temporary name, that is nothing but total NDS its own, and from where taking it from party wise results, right? So I hope you are understanding what I'm telling you. For me it's not easy to write each and everything, it will take time, and that's the reason I have already wrote it for you and you just have to see how it works and you can verify if all these are NDA parties or not. And when I run this particular query, I will just select this entire thing and I will execute this. And you can see total seats owned by NDA were 292. You can Google it out. You might also know that total seats were owned by NDA party were 292 out of 543. 292 seats were owned by NDA party, and obviously they have made their government with Sri Narendra Modi ji as an prime minister, right? So this is the NDA party or the total seats owned by NDA party. All right. So in further video, I will tell you instead of writing this entire thing, okay, again and again and again, there is one problem statement which has been asked for us in further that we can just write this entire thing in one single statement only. But for that we have to fire some queries first and then we can do this, right? And one more thing here to important or note, guys. So always remember whatever names we have written now. So these all the names are been taken from Excel sheet as it is. Here you can see there is one space. Here you can see there is one space. The same space you have to give here as well, whatever is there in the data. Because if one space is also missed, okay, if you one space is also missed, if you can if you just add a backspace over here, your entire query will fail or you will get an entire duplicated result. So what let's say I'm adding a space over here. So what I will do when I execute, you can just see only 52 are there. And if I give a space again over here, 292 are there. Why is this happening, guys? Because this is a case sensitive. The query is case sensitive. Whatever strings you write over here in statement, those are case sensitive because they go and see in your data if there is an matching value for this particular text you have written or not, right? So that's the reason. Always remember this is a case sensitive. Whatever you are writing, it should match whatever is there in Excel sheet. So better copy whatever is there in Excel sheet and then add it in your query, right? So this is what we have wrote, right? So and we are finding this from this particular table because it is stored in this particular table. All right. I hope you are understanding, guys, right? So this was for NDA parties, right? And next problem statement we have here is seats owned by NDA alliance parties, right? So we found out that only for NDA alliance it were 292. Sorry, but for each and every party, what was the seat distribution, or we can say winning percentage of seat, winning seat distribution. So for that, what I will do, I'll just delete this first, and I'll add the question first over here. Okay, seats owned by NDA party, and I will add the comment it out. And now here we will use, and I have already wrote the query for this because it is a big query. So I will just same query we are going to use, guys. It's very simple. Okay, same query. You can see the query is same. Every part is same. Only few things has been changed over here. What we want name of the party as well here, right? And then the seats one. And so we want the party name as well. So we are using the party name. Then we want the name, or we can say what how many seats they have won. So we have taken one because we can see here we have own column in this particular party wise results, and the name of party is also required. So we have used party over here. From which table? Party wise results. Where party in what? The same parties which were there in the last query which we used. Same parties were there in NDA alliance. So same parties will be used. We will close the in bracket because all this are been used, and we will order it by in descending order just to see which party have won maximum at top, and then in descending order. And I will execute this. And when you see over here, when I execute this query, you can see each party wise seats own. So we can see Bharatiya Janata Party won 240, Telugu Desam won 16 seats, Janata Dal United 12, Shiv Sena was 7 from Maharashtra. Then you have this 5, Janata Dal JDS as 2, Janasena Party for again this were 2. So likewise, if you take addition of all of these, it will be 292, right? So this particular parties form an NDA group, right? So that is NDA alliance, right? And so this was and how we fire the queries for this. I have not written these guys because, as I told you, it will take time, and this is case sensitive. I will not tell you again, right? So this for this. I will just select all and I will delete this. And next problem statement which we have is same. Instead of India, now we want to find it or India alliance, and India means what? I dot n dot d dot I dot a. I'm not sure what's the full form of that. Uh, the India party. I will just find it and I will show you here. All right, so I have found out the full form of this, that is India. It is nothing but India National Development Inclusive Alliance. So this is the formation of India Party, right? So that's I dot N dot D dot I dot A dot, right? So that's the India. Then I have just we will just copy the problem statement, that is total seats owned by India Party. I'll paste it over here, and that's what we have to find out, right? So I have already have the query for this. I will just take that query, so it will save our time. The same query which we used initial, Control C, and just the party names will change. Okay, so I'll just show you the query first. Okay, so here you can see we are using a select statement again, and then some. Okay, then we are using a case statement just to see the combination. So when uh, again, when if the parties are in, and all these parties which you see over here, guys, so these parties combinedly form an India alliance, that is nothing but India National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, that is India. And the main party which you can see, it is a Indian National Congress, and this entire alliance was promoted, or it had a face of Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, right? And the same thing we are taking all the information from party wise results, right? So this is the query which we'll be using. And when I fire this query, so first I'll just select this, and then I will fire this, and you can see the total number of results which we have, that is India seats own, are 234, right? And I also recommend you first you go ahead and type this everything in. So as I told you, you don't have to type this. You can just find the names of all of these particular parties, and you can just take it from the Excel sheets of the party that is with particular this particular Excel sheet which you already have. Copy and paste it over here. You can see the names on video. You can just use those and you can paste it over here and see if it is running or not. You can find the query, the errors if you are getting any, right? And obviously, if it is not working for you, the query document will be mentioned in the download section. You can download it from there and you can use it from there and you can get the results, right? So you can see for India Alliance own 234, right? And so that's what India Alliance party own the total number of seats, right? Same thing, what we have to do next is we have to find out the in this particular India Alliance individual party seats own we have to find out. So the same thing, that is nothing but we have to do this, right? And what I will do, I will try to change a few things over here itself, right? So what we want here is we want the information of party, okay? Then we want information of own, right? And where we will be using a where condition here, where party in, okay, where party in open bracket all these parties, and we will close this, we'll delete this, and party in between these parties, and from group from this, and we have to group this by, we have to group this by this particular, that is party, and we will order it by one in descending order. Okay, and now let's see if it's running or not. So we have a syntax error at from. All right, so we have got an error. So we can see that there is a syntax error as own. Here we don't see any syntax. Here there is one own, and here there is one own. Okay, so here should be order by, and now let's see what we see. So we can say it is invalid. So why it is invalid? Because I agree. Oh, okay. So group by is used when there is an aggregation which is been used to call any numerical, any metric column. So here we are not using any aggregation for own. So it is not required to use group by. So I will just remove it. We'll just keep it as order by. And now I will just run this query, and I will run this, and now here you can see we have got the result, right? So all these particular parties which are there, which form an India alliance, we can see these are the parties. There are 20 parties which form an India alliance, and the maximum number of votes which were received in that particular alliance was by INC, that is Indian National Congress. Then we have Samajwadi Party from UP. Then we have All India Trinamool Congress, that is 29. And we have DMK 22 and all others, you can see, right? Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray. So from Maharashtra, those were 9. So if you take addition of all of this, you will get 234, right? So that's what we have to find out as seats owned by India Alliance parties. All right. So I have just used all the used queries because it was not easy for me to type everything. So I hope you understood. You can type this or you can copy it from the query document, but I recommend to use these names from Excel sheet. Use, try it, paste it over here and see what errors you are getting. You will learn from that and then you will get this particular results, right? And so this was for this particular problem statement. All right, so now we will move ahead to our next problem statement, that is to add a new column field. So this is not a problem statement, or we can say it is a problem statement, but here you have to modify our existing table, right? So we will see how to do that. So I will just copy this and I'll select this all and we'll delete everything. I will add it over here and I'll comment it out so we will know what's the question, right? So now here what we have to do here is add a new column field in table, uh, party wise results. So in this particular table we have to add a new field to get party alliance, if it's NDA, if it's India, or if it's other, right? So if I see here, you can see I have already fired this party wise query results, and this is the table we have. So we know that Aam Aadmi Party, it's an India Alliance party, right? So then we have Bharatiya Janata Party, it's an NDA Alliance party. So we want to create a one more table or a column over here, a field over here named as Party Alliance, and it should name
this particular party fall in which alliance, right? Whether India alliance, whether NDA alliance, or not both, then we will choose it as other, right? So likewise. So for that, first what we have to do is first we have to create a column over here, set a data type to it, and then we have to add this particular other values in this by making use of these particular values, right? So for that, first we have to alter our table to add our we can say one column over there. So first what we'll do, we will use an alter function to change our table, to add something in that, in, or we can say to add an column in that. So we will alter table, right? And which table we have to, obviously it is a party wise result. So I'll just copy it. So this particular thing, I will just copy it. Oops, here. Control C, Control V, right? So this particular table we have to alter, and what we have to do, we have to add a table, or sorry, we have to add a column. So now we have to add the name of the column over here. That is, we will name it as Party Alliance. Okay, so this is the name of the table. Sorry, it comes table. It is the name of the field we are going to add in this particular table. That is Party Alliance. Then we have to name the data type of this particular field. So we are going to name it as varchar. Okay, and we will name how many characters? 50 characters, right? Simple. So this is the thing we are going to do, and now we are going to run this query. I will execute this, and you can see command has been completed successfully. Now we will see if that particular column has been brought in this table or not. So I will just select this and I will run this particular, and here you can see a new table has been, or sorry, a new column has been created, Party Alliance. But you can see all the values are null for now because we haven't added the values in this, so it will be null, or you can see it is blank. So now next task is to add the values in this, right? So now to add the values, we have to write a big query. So I'll just reduce this, and the query, it is already written. I will just copy that, right? So first we will do it for India Alliance. So we will add the India Alliance parties. So I will just copy the query and I will explain you how we are doing that. I will just copy this and I will paste it over here, right? So now what we are doing, we are using an update function. So we have already created a field, a column in this particular table. So we have to update this particular field with some values. So first we will set India Alliance, right? So now what we will do, we will update which table, party wise tables, then set. Okay, so we will set some value as Party Alliance. Okay, so this particular new field, we will name it as India based on what condition. So we will find all the parties which falls in this India Alliance party, right? So where party in, so this is a new field which is already there in this particular result, right? Here you can see party. So we will choose those party which are India Alliance. So I will write all the parties over here, and then we have to just run this particular. So it will automatically update. So I'll just select and I will execute this. You can see 20 rows are been affected, right? And now when I go over here and when I rerun this query, execute, here you can see Aam Aadmi Party has been given, and India AI, that is Trinamool Congress, also falls India, and all other values are still null. So we have to update those as well. So what we will do now, from query document, I will copy again. So NDA, these are NDA alliance parties. So I'll just paste it over here. So we are going to update again the same query, but the value now we will say it is as NDA, and these are all the NDA parties, right? So I will just select this, I will run this, and you can see the rows are affected. And now when I rerun this query, you can see NDA are been given, right? So here you can see Bharatiya Janata Party falls in NDA, but one of few of the parties are still null, right? You can see like AIM, that is All India, uh, what's that? Majlis E, sorry, whatever, I cannot pronounce it. So AIMIM party, right? So it does not, contribute to any. So I'm sorry if I'm not able to, pronounce it name. So it's difficult for me. So sorry. Then so it's null. So because it is not a part of anyone, India or India, so it's null over here, right? So here, whichever are null, we will name them as other. So it does not fall in any one of them. So we will choose it as null. So for that also, I will write a query which is already there. Again, we will use an update, right? and we will paste it over here. And this is simple, right? So update same. Now we will set the this particular new column as other if the same column have value as null, right? So if wherever you will see the same value, same column having value as null, we will name it as other and just run this query now, right? So you can see 8 rows are affected, and now here you will just rerun this query. Oops. I will just rerun this query, and here you can see now all the values are been populated and a new complete field has been created over here, right? And now guys, we saw that we have found out, or we wrote a different so many big queries to find out ND alliance, India alliance, and all those things. Now we can get it in one query itself. So what we will do, I will just write a select statement, select. Okay, what we want now, we will choose it as party alliance. Okay, so we want party alliance. Okay, comma, we also want one. Now we want here sum of one, so we have to take sum of one, and from where we want it, from this particular, that is party wise results, right? And we are using an aggregation over here, so obviously we have to use a group by clause. So group by what? The field which you are using in the visualization to bring them, whatever fields or dimensions which are there. So we have to write it in group by, and we will run this query. So now you can see in one single query itself, you got NDA 292, India 234 seats, and other were 17. So instead of writing big queries which we wrote initially to find out India seats and India seats, we can just write it in one single, right? So if you want to see India parties itself, so what we can do is, from here we can just remove the sum of one. We just want own, okay, because we don't have to sum it from party wise results, where we will just use where party alliance, it should be equal to India, that is I dot n dot d dot I dot a, right? So the same, after a I have not given any dot, so same thing you have to write it just in single quotes, right? And here we got party, we don't want party alliance, and here we'll remove the group as well because we are not using any aggregation, and I will just execute. And here you can see, and I will use order by, just order by one, and we'll use it in descending. Execute. You can see in one single query we got all the results, 20 queries, right? So for NDA it was this, and if you want to find out NDA, you just have to mention here NDA and just run this. You can see you'll get for NDA. So as simple as that. If you we just wrote few long queries to get this all things, and now we are getting in this only 4 to 5 lines, right? And very small query, and easy query. For that you must know how to alter this, and that's the reason I just showed you both the way how we can get results, right? So I hope you have understood this, the easiest way and a bit hard way, but not hard way, I can say it is also the easiest way. We can say it is a smart way, right? So so that's what you have to decide while working on different calculation, different queries, right? So this is how we have altered our table to add a new field, that is party alliance, and now this will be used in our next queries as well. All right, I hope you have understood. And now guys, if you have came at this point of video, I request you to please go ahead and subscribe the channel, like the video, and share it with your friends, so this will give me a motivation to create such beautiful projects. All right guys, so let's move ahead. Alright guys, so now we'll just clear everything out, and now we will move ahead to our next problem statement. So for that, so this is our next problem statement. Uh, let's see here. Okay, so this will be our problem statement. We'll paste it over here. And now here we can see we have to find out. One sec, increase it. I'll paste it over here. Alright. So now what we have to find out, we have to find out winning candidate's name, his party name, his total votes, the margin of victory, and for a specific state and constituency, right? So we have to find out information of a winning candidate I can see all is information for that particular constituency and for that particular state, right? So now we will go one by one. So I will just use a select statement. Okay. So select first what we want is candidate's name. So I will just open our field where here we have that is nothing but our schema. So we want the candidate's name. You can see here the winning candidate name is already available over here, right? So this is the winning candidate name. I'll just copy it, the name of the and this is from where? This is from constituency result, that is nothing but CR. Okay, so same we are using CR, that is the a temporary name which will be using winning candidate here. Instead of space, just use underscore, because when we import this file automatically, wherever there will be space, it will be given as underscore in the headers, right? So this is the first thing we want, comma. Then we want their party name. Okay, so now party name will be coming from here, that is from party wise results, so it will be PR. So it is nothing but now we are use PR dot party. Okay, now next we want their total votes. Okay, so total votes we have already it in CR itself, that is CR dot total votes. We'll use CR dot total underscore votes. Okay, so here we have to give comma, here also comma. Then what we want, the information of margin. So now margin is also available over here in CR itself. So CR dot margin. Okay, comma. Then we want specific state. Okay, so from which state we have. So you can see state is here. We have to take information of state from here. So ignore the state from here, guys. Okay, so we are not going to use this, but for our sake of understanding, we are going to use state here, right? So states column, table we have differently. So states come from states. The temporary name is yes. So s dot state. So we are going to use yes dot state. Okay, comma. Uh, then what we want is uh we want constituency. Okay, so we want name of the constituency, that is nothing constituency name, which comes again from CR, that is CR dot constituency name. Copy it, I will paste it over here, and name underscore name only, right? So this is the things, all of the things we want from. Okay, so from what? First we want this from, first is what we will take it from this particular table, that is constituency wise results. So because this is the main table obviously, and we will give the name, temporary name as CR, right? Then we are going to use inner join. Okay, so if you give inner join or if you write only join also, that is also fine. Okay, it is by default an inner join itself. So we are using first party. Okay, so we are taking party information also, so this is connected to this, so we will take the party information. So we will use inner join with party wise results also, right? First control C, control V, and on we have to join on what condition. So it will, here we will give temporary name as PR, right? Because we have used here same all those. Then CR dot what, you can see this two are being joined on party ID. You can see it highlighted in green, and you can see here also. So this is party underscore ID is equal to, from PR also we are using the same thing, that is from the second table, that is PR table, it will be party ID. Again we have to use inner join. Okay, because we are bringing state information also, but to bring state information we have to go through a breach, that is nothing but this particular table, because these two are not directly connected. So we have to go through this, so we have to join this first. We'll join this, that is nothing but states wise result SR. Okay, on what, that is nothing but this will be our first table, that is nothing but CR dot, this is state, these two are joined on parliament constituency, you can see here, right? So we'll just copy this and I will paste it over here. Just you have to add here underscore. Same is equal to what? SR, right? SR dot parliament constituency, because we are using this table. Then we have to use inner join again, right? We will be using inner join again because we want to now join this particular, that is states. States S on, you can see these two are joined on what? State ID, that is SR state ID and S state ID. So first you will write SR dot state ID is equal to S dot state ID.
And now we want where condition, where state, we have to mention for which state, or we can say for which constituency you have to find out, right? So we will name the constituency, that is, let's say we want to find out, so we will just open our constituency results we have here. So let's say we want to find out for Agra. So let always remember it is in capital word, so it is case sensitive. So constituency name from constituency results table we are taking, it should be in capital letters only because it's a case sensitive, right? And now we'll run this. Let's see if it runs or not. Yes, it runs. You can see in Agra who have won, Professor SP Singh Baghel. From which party? From Bharatiya Janata Party. What are the total votes he have received? We can see the margin, from which state he is, and what was its constituency name, right? So all this information we have, right? So let's say you want to see for any other constituency, right? So let's say you want to see for Baramati. Just see for Baramati. You can see for your constituency, guys, whichever you want. And I will run this now. And now you can see for Baramati won, Supriya Suleji won from Sharat Chandra Pawarji party. So now here, if you want to see which alliance is their party alliance, here you can add one more table. And party alliance obviously come from party wise results. So PR dot party underscore alliance. This table we already created it in the last part of the queries, right? The last part of the problem statement. Now here you can run this. So we have to add here comma. Now here you can see it is from India Alliance. So total votes margin by what they have won and which state it is from Maharashtra and which is the constituency name. All right. So similarly, you can choose different. So let's say you want to find out for Ghaziabad, right? So let's see who won from Ghaziabad. So you can just add over here Ghaziabad and you can run this. So you can see Atul Garg ji won in Ghaziabad from Bharatiya Janata Party NDA likewise, right? So this is the all information you can get, right? Similarly, if you want to see for, let's say for other states, right? If any other states, if you want, you can just go ahead and see that, and you can see from which party he is, which party alliance he is, and all other. If you want to see more information, also you can find out, or you can see it from here, right? So this is this particular problem statement. So I will just select all, or we will just move ahead to our next problem statement. All right, so let's move ahead to our next problem statement, and next we have this. That is, I'll just copy this, select all, delete, and I will paste it. So we have to see what is the distribution of EVM votes versus postal votes for a candidate in specific constituency. So in a specific constituencies, whoever have nominated, who have filled the nomination for election, so how many votes they have received, both EVM and postal, for a specific constituency. So in one constituency, there may be 4 candidates, 5 candidates, 10 candidates who are trying to get elected from that constituency, and how many votes they have received, that we have to find out, right? So let's see what we have to do. So we will again go to our diagram. So here we want EVM votes, then we want postal votes also, right? So we have information of this here, right? So here you can see in constituency details we have this information, and the name of the table is CD. Okay, so we'll name it as select. I will use select CD dot. Okay, so we want what? EVM votes. So I will just select this, Control C. We want EVM votes, just mention your underscore. Then what we want? Postal votes also. So I'll just copy this, and we will use CD dot postal votes. Obviously CD is a temporary name, which I already told before. Then we want we'll take total votes also. Not asked, still we'll use total votes, right? And for a candidate, okay, so we will need a candidate name also. So candidate name, here we will take the candidate from here, CD dot candidate name. So obviously we have to add a comma over here. Okay, then we want constituency also, but here you can see we don't have the name of the constituency. So name of constituency will take it from here, that is from CR table, right? Here you can see. So it will be CR dot constituency name. Just add here underscore, right? So this is all the information we need from. Okay, so you can see this table is a fact table for us, and it is connected to this table, right?
So we will be using this, that is constituency result. From constituency result, temporary name is CR. We will join it with which table? This table, right? So constituency details table, and for us the name temporary will be CD. On joining condition as CR dot, we can see these two tables are joined on constituency ID. You can see in orange color, you can see these are the matching tables. That is nothing but constituency tables is the matching condition in between them. So it will be joined on constituency ID from the constituency results table is equal to the common column from CD table. That is nothing but again the same table name is there, and we want to find out for a specific constituency. So where the constituency we will choose it as is equal to let's check it. Let's take it from this particular any constituency we'll choose from here. Let's see for Amethi. Okay, let's see for Amethi and make sure this is a case sensitive. Okay, from CR table whatever constituency name is there, if it is in all capital, use same thing. Okay, and I will run this query. And you can see from in Amethi, there were 14 candidates, not 14, 13 candidates were there who wanted to get elected, who filled the nomination. And out of those, you can see Kishori Lal, who owned the maximum votes, right? Second, there is Smriti Irani, right? Then we have Nanhe Singh Chauhan. So likewise, these are the seats, or these are the total votes which they have received, and these are the EVM votes, and these are the postal votes we have received. And you can see Nota, that is more, they did not choose to give votes to any of these candidates. They just vote as a note, right? So likewise, you can see for any particular whichever you want. Like let's say you want to see for Bid. This is in Maharashtra. Okay, so I'll just choose it for bid. You can check it for your constituency, and you can see in bid there were 42 candidates which which were there, right? So it's amazing, right? 42 candidates were filled their nomination. Out of them, you can see Bajrang Manohar Sonowne has received the maximum votes and he won those. And you can see Pankaja Gopinath Rao Mundeji, they have this number of votes. So very less margin the candidate Bajrangji Sonone have won, right? So likewise, you can check it for any of your constituency. Let's say we will check it for Banaras. Is there Banaras available? Let's see. No, we don't have, I guess, or we have. I'm not sure if that's the constituency. Okay, let it be. So let's check something for Bidar. Okay, so I guess this is in Karnataka if I'm not wrong. And I will just run this. You can see in Bidar there were 18 candidates, and in that who have won Sagarji Ishwar Khandariji, right? So he won with maximum these votes, right? So likewise, you can check it for any constituency, whichever you want. All the information will get over here, right? All right, so now let's move ahead to our next problem statement. It's this, that is which parties own most in a state, right? Which parties own most of the seats in the states and how many seats did each party win. So this is the statement. So it is nothing that, so let's say we have a state, let's say Uttar Pradesh. So in that, how many parties were, who nominated their candidates in that particular constituency, and how many seats this does all did all that parties win, right? So in that specific state only we are looking for, right? So if you look for our this diagram from here, what we want is seats owned. So we will take the winning candidates or the information of seats owned from here. That is nothing but count of constituency name. This is nothing but the result states which we have. Then we will take the party information from here, and then we have to see for a specific state. So we will take it from here. So we are going to make use of this table and this table. So we know that if this table come in picture, we have to make use of this table itself. So these four tables we are going to make use of, and then we will going to write a joining condition. But we already have a query. I will not waste time here. So I will just uh, use it over here, and I will explain you what we are doing. So what we are doing here is we are taking party from a party wise result table, right? So we have this particular p table, that is nothing but this table, right? So here instead of pr you can use p. In my query document I have used p, so it doesn't matter, it's just a temporary name. Then we are taking count of constituency ID from this table, because it's nothing a seats own for us, because initially also when we are finding out the total seats own in a specific state, we have taken the count of this particular thing only. Or you can take it from own from here also, so it does not matter, right? So if you take it own from here and we have to take information from here, you have to still go from this row. It will not matter much. So we will take use this, all you can use own from here also, it doesn't matter, sum of own you have to use just, right? And then we are taking constituency results, we are joining it on party wise results, right? So we have joined these two. Then we are joining the state wise results, right? So that is nothing but this is going to join with this. And then again we are joining this two, that is this two, right? Because we want states information, where let's say we want to find it for Andhra Pradesh, and we have to group it by party because we are using an aggregation over here. And then we are just looking it in ascending order. So I'll just run this, and you can see in Andhra Pradesh there were four parties which own the elections, with the respective seats available over here. The maximum one were 16, right? Which was by Telugu Desam Party. So let's say you want to see for Uttar Pradesh, and this is Uttar Pradesh, and make sure you are taking it from state column. So this is case sensitive. Make sure you are writing the correct spell mistake. Sorry, the correct spelling which is there in this particular table, right? So I'll just execute this, and you can see for UP, Samajwadi Party won 37, Bharatiya Janata Party won 33. Let's say similarly you want to see for Gujarat, right? And you just run this query. Oops, I'll just run this query, and I'm not sure if the state name I'm using is correct or not. I'll just check it quickly. States Gujarat. Where is it? Find it. So you can see this is the name. It's Gujarat. G A. A is there. And now we'll run. You can see Bharatiya Janata Party BJP 25, and Indian National Congress has won itself, right? So if you want to see for Maharashtra, so you can see INC, that is Congress won 13. So if you want to see for any of your states, you can just see from here. If you want to see from Karnataka, just copy this, paste it over here, and you can see it for Karnataka, right? So for Karnataka, BJP 17, INC 9, Congress, and Janata Dal Secular JDS, it is 2 itself, right? So let's say for Delhi, we have to see. So you can see in Delhi, all the seats were owned by BJP, right? Let's say in Rajasthan, right? So in Rajasthan, BJP was 14, Congress was 8, and RLTP was 1, Communist Party of India was 1, Bharatiya Adivasi Party was 1. So likewise, you can check it for your state and see if we are getting the correct result or not, right? So this was the query for this particular problem statement. All right, guys. All right, so now let's move ahead to our next problem statement, and I will just write it over here itself. And so let's see what's the problem statement we have. So this, right? So I will just select this and I will paste it over here, and I will just add an enter and this, right? So now what we want here is what is the total number of seats owned by each party alliance, right? So the total number of seats owned by each party alliance, NDA, India, and the other party alliance, right? uh, which are not in these two, right? In each state for India elections 2024. So what we have to do here, in each state, how many seats were owned by India and how many seats were owned by India Alliance, right? So alliance wise, we have to find out now the seats owned by each particular in each particular state. So this is advanced version. Initially we calculated for each party. Now we have to find out each for each party alliance, right? The same thing we have to use here, right? So same structure will be there, just few things will be changing over here. So what we have to find out is we have to find out total seats owned. So again, obviously total seats owned, we will use this particular And next what we want is the name of that party alliance. So same query, what I will do, I will use same query. Okay, and I will paste it over here, right? So I will use same query over here, and instead of p dot party here, what we want here is p dot party underscore alliance, right? So this is what we want. And okay, so this is by per party, and we want to find out it as for a specific state. Okay, so we want to find out for specific state, right? And I will just remove this. So we want to find out for a specific state. So first I will take state. So s dot state. See, I have used here p dots. That's the reason I'm using. You can use your peer dot. So yeah, if I'm using your peer, here also you have to use peer everywhere. Likewise, right? So that's the thing. So we want state, and then we want the this comma should be here, right? And then we have to use the party alliance. So what we will do, so I'll just run this query and see what we are getting. And here we have p dot party could not be found. Oops, where is p dot party here? So we don't want group by here because we are not using any aggregation over here. So we just remove it. Here also, this also I will remove it. We don't want this also, and I will run this. And now here you can see for each state you are seeing that party alliance is NDA, NDA, NDA. So for each constituency and all those things we are repeating it again and again, right? So what we can do here is we will just have to modify our query, and I will just use a different query here. So you can see I will be using this, and I will show you why we are using that. And I will just copy it, and I will paste it over here. Okay, so now what we are doing here, we are taking state, right? And then we are taking sum. Okay, we are taking sum, but we are using a case function over here. When party alliance is equal to NDA, then 1. What does this mean? That wherever there is NDA, you see wherever there NDA, you should note it as 1. So you can see for Rajasthan there is once NDA, twice NDA, thrice, 4, 5. So every time it sees NDA, it will take 1, and then after taking 1, 1, 1, 1, it will take sum of it, right? So sum of all the ones occurrence which is there, if it is not NDA, it will choose it as 0. So it will check every possible condition for Rajasthan. And let's say Rajasthan is third possible condition, it's India. So if it is India, it is not matching this condition, so it will choose it as 0. But here it is matching this condition here, so it will choose it as 1. So likewise, we have taken for all the three party alliance which are there for us, other India and NDA. So we have wrote the case statement for us, and this will give us a separate column also. So here you can see there is only one party alliance. So now it will give us NDA alliance, India alliance, and other. So it will give us the three different we can say the columns as well. But here you can see we are using sum over here, so that is aggregation. So if you are using an aggregation, obviously you have to use a group by clause. I will use a group by clause, and we have to group it by this state, right? So we have to group it by state, and I will run this. And so we can see p dot party alliance cannot be found. So obviously because we are using PR, so it should be PR over here. So the query document in that I have mentioned p. So just you know how to do that. So you can see for Rajasthan NDA we are 14, India are 11, and others are 0, right? So if you want to see for all the state at once, I will just remove this where condition, and you will see for all the state at once. So you can see for all the states you can see it at once, right? And here you can see if you want to see for Maharashtra, you can see NDA were 17, India seats were 30, and these were 1. Getting or not? So likewise, this is how we do it, right? So in UP also Uttar Pradesh, you can see India were 36, these are 43 and 0, 1, right? So if you want to see for Gujarat, 25, 1, right? So if you want to see for, let's say, Andhra Pradesh, you can see 21, 0, NDA seats were 21. Getting or not? Similarly, if you want to see for West Bengal, it were 12 NDA and 30 were India seats. Madhya Pradesh, all the seats were, this NDA seats. Kerala was one only NDA and 19 were India seats, right? So others also you can see 4 were from Andhra Pradesh, 4 were others. right? So in this way you can analyze this. For Bihar you can see India were 30, India were only 9. Getting or not? So this is how you improvise your query, right? And you should know why we are writing this query. So I have just copied this because it would take some time for me to type it. So just copied it and I have just explained you how it works, right? So this is how you find the answer for this particular query. So I'll just select all and I will delete this. All right, so now we will move ahead to our next problem statement. That is nothing but this, that is which candidate received the highest number of EM votes in each constituency, right? So and we have to just find out the top 10. So what I will do, I have already wrote the query over here, so it will save my time to write the query. So I will just copy it and I will explain you how it works. So I'll just copy it, and here you can see we have wrote select top 10. So here itself we will limit the data which we have to bring it into the results. So top 10, we just want the top 10 to be able to see in the result. And the next, we are bringing constituency name, we are bringing the constituency ID from the constituency details, candidate name, and the EVM votes which we have received, right? And then we are joining this particular table. So obviously we should join from this particular table to this, right? So from this to this we have to join, but I have joined it from this to this, so it does not matter actually. You will get the same results, right? So if you join, that is if you write the CR table first and a right table, if you joined it as a constituency details, then also it will work because we are using an inner join. Okay, so if you are using only join, it is a by default an inner join operation, right? So if you write here inner join, it is one and the same, right? And if you're only writing join, by default MS SQL server is understand it is a join. So if you are using two tables, so you can write this table first or this table first, doesn't matter, because you are only taking the matching values from both the tables, so it does not matter, right? If you are using a left and right join, then it will matter, right? So either, so you can use anything first, anything last, you will get the same result. So we are bringing from this two tables, obviously joining condition, where here we have wrote something different, right? So here we have EVM votes, so we have to take maximum EVM votes, right? So what we have taken the maximum. So if I just run this particular query, you can see this is the maximum EVM votes. So the maximum EVM votes for our that particular constituency details which a candidate have received, right? So this will be the maximum and you have just choose top 10, and then you are joining these two tables. CD1 is nothing but, guys, it is a temporary table. It is a second table, that is constituency details we are writing in this query, and this particular query is a nested query which we are writing a query inside a query. It is called as a nested query. Getting or not? So now you run this query, and here you can see these are the top 10 candidates, or the names of the candidates who have received the maximum amount of EVM votes. So first you can see it's from the constituency name as Dubri, which is from the name of is Rakibul Hussain. And if you want more information, you can go ahead and see from which party it is, from which state he is, or that particular fellow is. You can obviously add more conditions over here. You can write the joining conditions and you will get the output over here. Not a big deal. So till coming up to this query, you might have understood to write those particular queries, and you would be able to write those, right? So I hope you have understood. I'm not wasting time on writing the queries. If you have understood the concepts, that's good for us, right? So this was for the top 10 with highest number of EM votes. So now let's move ahead. I will just select all and I will delete this. And now we will move ahead to our next problem statement, second last one. So this is which candidate won and which candidate was a runner up. So this is an important query, a bit advanced query, I can say, which is, I'll just comment it out. And so I will just copy the query as it is first, and I will explain you how it works. Okay, so this is the entire query. You can see it is a long query. Okay, here, right? So we are using a with function over here. We are creating a table first, right? And so based on that, we are using, a partition also function over here. We are dividing our table, and then we are finding out the rank for those. We can see we are specifying the row number, and then we are adding the EVM modes. We are adding the postal loads based on the questions we have, and based on that I have written this particular query. It took so much of time for me to write this particular query, arrange it properly, for you so that you can understand this, right? So explanation of this query also I have written it over here. So you can see this explanation I have written it over how this particular and what what we have used over here and why we have written all these particular functions. So in this query document I have mentioned everything. You can just go and see this particular query document on how and why we are writing this particular, because if I try to explain it will take so much of time. And so many, one function is interrelated to another and you might get confused. So it's better you can read it over here in this particular document, and then you will be able to understand why we are writing and how we are writing this query, right? So if I run this particular query, and you can see we are getting all the information, and right now we are seeing it for Maharashtra, right? So for Maharashtra, in a specific constituency, we'll see who own and who is the runner up. Runner up is nothing but the second maximum votes we have received, right? This is the maximum and this is the second maximum. So these two are the important. So this is the winning candidate and who lost, right? Similarly, you can see for your particular state. So if you want to see for, let's say, Uttar Pradesh, you want to see for Uttar Pradesh, and if I execute this, you can see you will get all the information for Uttar Pradesh also, right? So in Ghaziabad you can get. So let's say you want to see for Jhansi also, right? You can see for Meerut who won, who lost, right? And here you can see for Sitapur, for Varanasi, you can see Narendra Modi ji won and Ajay Rai was the opposite candidate who was the second maximum, right? For Agra, you have Balia, Banda, Bareilly also you can see. Then you can see for Faziabad also you can see likewise, right? So this is the easiest way by which by writing one single query you will get an output, right? And this is an advanced query I can say, right? If see if you can understand. But I recommend you that you have seen so many of I can say basic to intermediate or some advanced query, but this is an ultra advanced, I can say. And I want you to understand this query and make some modifications and try to get some other results also. Try to get here a second runner up also, right? So try to get, this is the runner up, get here second runner up. Try to get here and see who have received the third maximum votes, right? So likewise, you can do some changes in this particular query. So now next we have left with our last problem statement, that is for Maharashtra state, what are the total number of seats, total number of candidates, total number of parties, votes, including EVM and postal, and the breakdown of EVM and postal votes. So for Maharashtra state itself, we have to find out this. So how many seats were there, whatever, how many total number of candidates participated in the elections, what are the total number of parties who participated, and what were the total votes received, right? EVM plus postal both. So I would recommend you to see this particular diagram, the relation entity relationship diagram, and create a query for you. So this is an homework for you. Obviously, I have added this particular query in the query document, but I would recommend you first by looking and seeing this particular ERD diagram, go ahead and try to solve this query on your own. If you're getting an error, try to resolve it. And at last, if you're not able to perform, just go ahead and see. But if you're getting, then well and good. Then it's an proof that you have understood everything, all the concepts, and you are good to go with all the SQL commands, right? So I hope guys you have learned so many things from here, and most important, that is this particular diagram and writing joining conditions, how to see or read this particular column, how to write the joins and all those things, right? So I hope you have learned so many things from here. And if you have, just go ahead and like the channel, subscribe the channel, like this particular video, and share it with your friends. And just keep supporting as you are doing so. And it will give me a motivation to create such exciting and advanced projects. So the part one in this particular data analysis portfolio project will be MS SQL Server, which is a database. First, we will be firing some queries into this particular database. All right. And after that, what we will do, we will see how to import the data into server, right? So we are having a CSV file. And after using that CSV file, we will see how to import the data into this MS SQL server. All right. Then we will see how to create a database into this particular server, right? So we will be creating some databases here.
and we will be importing some what we can say the CSV files into our database. That also we are going to see. Then we will be writing some SQL queries. We are going to use some simple queries, some complex queries, right? So where we will be using different functions like date name, date part, hour, quarter, cast, decimal, likewise. All right. So by using this particular SQL queries, we are going to solve our business problem. All right. Then we will be creating the report, right? So MS SQL server will be giving us the result, but we by using those queries, we will take some screenshot. We will copy those queries so that user must know that which query we are using and what was the result of that particular query, right? So let's start with our first step into this particular data analyst portfolio project is the problem statement. So this problem statement is provided for us from our client, and he want to visualize different parameters into his dashboard and with respect to the data which he have provided us. The first requirement which he have mentioned is the first is the KPIs requirement. Okay, so he need to analyze the key indicators for our pizza sales data to gain the insights into our business performance. Okay. So the KPI is nothing but the key performance indicator. Okay. So where you will be getting or our user will be getting an overall business idea, and from those numbers he will be determining if his business is going in correct direction, if he's getting some profits, if he's getting some losses, and with respect to that he can take the high level decisions as well. All right. So the first KPI requirement which he want is the total revenue. Okay. So the total revenue is nothing but he have mentioned is the total price of all the pizza orders, right? So whatever pizza are sold, so we have to take the total of all of them, and that will be the total revenue for us. Then the average order value, it is nothing but it is calculated by dividing the total revenue divided by the total number of orders, right? It is nothing but average amount of spend per order, right? So it will be calculated, or we have the logic with us which is provided from our client is total revenue divided by total number of orders, right? Then we have to find the total pizza sold. So pizza sold is nothing but the total quantities of pizza which are sold. That is nothing but a total pizza sold. And next is the total orders. So the total pizza sold is different than total orders because let's say you are ordering an pizza. So in that particular order, you are placing three pizzas, right? So three different pizzas you are ordering. So in that one order, there are three pizzas, right? So likewise, how many orders are there? And total pizzas sold is nothing but you will be taking the count of each and every pizza sold. Okay, so that is nothing but the difference between these. Then the next one is average pizzas per order. It is nothing but the ratio of total number of pizzas sold divided by total number of orders, right? So any customer is ordering the pizza. So at overall level or at average level, how many pizzas he is ordering in one particular order. So here we have to find that as well. So this is his KPIs requirement. And moving ahead, he also wants us to, uh, provide some charts, yeah, so that from that he will be taking some insights at lower level, right? Or we can say at or higher granularity level. So we can he will be deep diving his data and he will be finding some more insights. So KPI will give us the overall insight, but if you want to deep dive in your data and bring out more insights, we have to design some different charts. Okay. So in that particular charts, you want to design first is the daily trend for total orders, right? So in this, what you want us to create is a bar chart and create a daily trend for the total orders for different periods. Okay, so in this period is nothing but he wanted daily wise, right? From Sunday to Saturday, what are different order volumes we are getting. All right, and this chart will help us identify the patterns or fluctuations in order volumes, right? So it is nothing but we can find out total volumes of orders daily, and with respect to that he will gain an insight, right? Like from which particular day he is getting the higher volumes of order, and with respect to that he can manage his inventory. Okay, he can bring some special offers on that particular day so that more and more orders are there, right? So this is the first requirement is there. Then second one is hourly trend. Okay, so the daily trend is there, but he want to deep dive more, and in that particular daily trend, what is the hourly trend, right? So on that particular day, at which hours the peak orders are there, right? So means throughout the day,
he will find out at which particular hours there will be a peak order, and with respect to that, he can manage his resources as well. He can manage his, whatever the consumables are required, like he will be needing an, LPG gases and likewise. All right, his vegetables, whatever are needed, so he can manage those as well. So we are deep diving more. First is the daily trend, and you want to see the hourly trend as well. The third one which he want to see is the percentage of sales by pizza category. So we have different categories into our data. So he want us to create a pie chart for that, for different pizza categories, and he want to see the sales distribution and which pizza is contributing to maximum sales, right? So this is the first three. I'm moving ahead to the next one. Fourth one is the percentage by pizza sales, right? So he want to find out the sales by pizza size. Okay, so which size of pizza is giving him the maximum sales, right? So what is the customer preferences for which type of pizza, so that he can focus on that particular pizza size, and he can manage his, the consumable inventory as well. All right. The fifth one which he want is the total pizza sold by pizza category. So total quantities of pizza sold with respect to which pizza category. So from this he will understand, right? He can, compare different pizza sales performance and different pizza categories, so that from which he will understand that which particular category orders or counts are more in terms of, by which are ordered more by our consumers. All right. The next one is the top five best sellers by total pizzas sold. So in this, he wants us to create a bar chart, and he wants us to find out the top five best-selling pizzas in terms of orders, right? And he wants us to find out which is the most popular pizza in this particular store. And in same way, he want to find out the bottom five worst sellers, right? So means what? Which are the top or the bottom five pizzas which are worst selling, though there are no or there are very less orders for those particular pizzas, and he will identify the underperforming or less popular pizza options whichever he is having in his store. All right. So these are the problem statement which are provided by us by the client to us, and with respect to this problem statement we have to give him a solution. All right. And he want the solution in both the softwares. First is MS SQL Server, and first is second is the MS Excel. All right. So first we will be solving this using SQL queries. We will fire some SQL queries, and we will find the output for whatever problem statement he has mentioned us. And because we cannot show the SQL queries in the form of dashboard, we will generate a dashboard in Excel. We will compare those values, and we will come to know that we will be double sure that, yeah, so both the values are matching, and this is the foolproof dashboard and correct values which can be thrown in front of our stakeholders or our users which we are having. All right. So the software is most important. What software I am using in this particular what we can say data analyst portfolio project is, first I will be using MS Office or Excel. I will be using the 2021 MS Office. Okay. So I recommend you to use the MS Office whichever is higher than 2016. Okay. So if you don't have, there are crack versions available. Either use 2016 or the version above than that. Okay. And MS SQL Server which you are using is the 19.0, which is the latest what we can say a release which we are having. And you can use those SQL Server Management Studio also. So MS SQL Server, there are many videos available how to install it. And with respect to that, Server Management Studio, that is SSMS, is required for us because we will be firing all our queries in that only. All right. So moving ahead, we will go ahead and see our the data, whatever we will have a walkthrough on the data. So this is our data, which is a pizza sales data, and it is for a year of 2015. Okay, so it is a data for 1 year, and we have different, fields here, columns here. We will see one by one what is the significance of those particular fields, and this is a currently CSV file. I will attach a link in the description box from where you can go ahead and download that. All right. So the first column, if you can see, the first is the pizza ID. So pizza ID is nothing but this will be our primary key, where you can see there will be a unique number to each and every row which we are having here. And in this particular pizza ID, so each pizza sold, okay, each pizza, this particular data is for each pizza sold. Okay. So that particular ID is for pizza, and the second one is the order ID. So order ID, you can see there are some duplicates available here, right? So there are some duplicates available for each order ID. So it is nothing but in that particular, so let's say one particular person is an ordering, and you can see two is repeated 5 times. It is nothing but he have ordered 5 pizzas in that particular one order. So with that particular each pizza, we are having each row for that particular order. So you can see it is repeated, and in that particular thing, whatever pizzas he have ordered, whatever what each pizza is costing us, all these things are mentioned over here. All right. So you can see quantity. Then there is a pizza name ID. Then we have a quantity over here. Then we have the date of order which has been ordered, and what time that particular pizza has been ordered. You can see. So for second one, you can see it has been ordered at 11:57 a.m. All right. And what is the unit price of each pizza? What is the total price? What was the size of that particular pizza, whether it was medium, large, extra large, or double extra large? What was its category? Classic, veggie, supreme, chicken, okay, veg or non-veg likewise. What were the ingredients, what we can say, toppings which were added onto that particular pizza? And what was the name of that pizza? Okay, so this much fields which we have, which is very much easy to understand the domain knowledge for us, because we all of us have ordered pizza in our life once or twice. Okay, so this is the total 12 number of fields which we are having, and the total size of the data which present here is 48,000. You can see 48,000 rows are there, for this particular approximately, and we will be using this particular data to analyze. So now let's open our SQL Server Management Studio, and then we will import our this particular CSV file into our MS SQL Server, and we will start firing our queries with respect to what requirement document is provided to us. Okay, so I will just open the SQL Server Management Studio. So it will take some time to open, and so whatever server name you are seeing here, this is very much important, right? So this server name will be required for us whenever we are going to connect our Excel to our MS SQL server. So we have to provide our server name at that particular time. So you can either copy it and paste it at somewhere else, or you can just note it down and you can type it over there. All right. And I will just hit connect button, and you can see this is the UI of Server Management Studio, that is MS SQL Server. And yeah, there are different databases available over here. When I hit on this plus button, so these are the already created database which I was working on. So we will go ahead and create a new database for our pizza sales. So I will just click on this. Then you have to right click here, and you have to click on new database. All right. So in new database, you have to mention the name of here. So I will be mentioning it as pizza DB. Okay, I will mention it as pizza database, that is pizza DB, and you just have to click on OK. So you can see the database has been created over here. So just hit the plus button over here, and you can see the different elements available for this particular database. And we want to add a table over here. So right now there is no table added or no data is added for our database. So we have to import our data from our the flat file which we are using over here. So this is our flat file, and this flat file we will be importing into our database. All right. So we will go back to our server management studio, and how to import the data. So select the database which you have created, right click here, go to task. Okay, in task here you can see import flat file, not import data. You have to click on import flat file. I will just click over here, and you can see the import flat file dialog box has been opened. I will just click on next. Then it is asking us to browse the file, so from where you want to browse. I will just hit on browse button, and you can see it is mentioned in D drive. So I will, you wherever you have it your file, you can browse to that particular file, and I will just click open. Then I will just hit next. You can say whenever that particular file is open at your background in another application, first you have to close it. So I will just close this particular file first. I will just click on save, and now I will just go back again. And now, so you have to close whatever applications are open. That particular CSV file was open in MS Excel, so you have to close that. Then I will just hit next. Then you can see there is a preview of the data which is been imported here. You can check with whether all the columns are been brought up into this particular import file. Then you have to just click on next, and you can see there are different column names are there whichever are there in our data, and different data type which by default MS SQL server has assigned the data type for that. So it depends upon you if you want to change the data types for this. But I usually would like to change it. So whatever you can see at n varchar 50, wherever you are seeing this. So I will change this to varchar 50. Okay, so this is varchar 50. So this also I will change to varchar 50. Then the pizza category also I will change to varchar 50. And you can see this here n varchar and 100 is the particular size. So 100 is nothing but what how many text or word size can be taken into that particular column. But because pizza ingredients are, there are maybe many pizza ingredients, so the length of that particular, what we can say, text into that column is greater than 100 or greater than 80. So we have to mention a higher side, what we can say, the size for this. So we have chosen the 50, but I will mention it as 200 over here. Okay, so you can edit it. The pizza name also I will change it to Barcare 50. Okay. So all this we have changed, and then we will go ahead and click on next, and I will click on finish. Okay. So it is giving us the error. So whatever error we are seeing, you can click on this error and you can see what error we are seeing here. So it is giving us that error that for column 1, that is for our order ID, it cannot be converted to tiny integer. Okay, so it is asking us, so that we are, it has taken the tiny integer, so we have to change the data type of this. So I will just close this. I will just go to previous, hit one more time. So whatever we have at pizza ID, so it cannot be tiny integer or small integer. So I will change it to integer. Okay. So why it is not taking? Because pizza ID, the IDs from serial numbers like 1, 2, 3. You can go ahead and check the data, and at the data is up to 48,000. Okay. So tiny integer is given to those only wherever there are single digit numbers are there. Okay, but our, what we can say, the pizza ID is more than 100, more than 200. So we have to give it a proper integer. Same will be for order ID also, because order ID are also greater than 100 or 200. So we will change this also to integer. Okay. Quantity can be tiny integer, because quantity max to max we are ordering a pizza up to 7 pizzas, 8 pizzas. So it is a single digit, so it can be taking a value as a tiny integer, that is small integer. Then I will just hit next and I will click on finish. So it will take some time to, complete it operation, and we will get a message over here, success. It means that our data has been imported over here. So I will just hit close button, and you can see that data file has been not, you can say, uploaded over here. So for that, what you have to do is, I will just right click here and I will refresh this. I will just refresh this, and then I will go into tables, and you can see our table has been added over here. So now we have want to see if our data has been correctly added or not. So I will just right click here and I will click on new query. Okay, so you can see a query window has been opened here, and I will just type our query over here, that is select star. Star means everything from what is our name of the, what we can say, data table which we have added is pizza underscore sales. Okay, pizza underscore sales. So this is our table. So make sure you are importing CSV file. Okay, CSV file only you have to import. XLSX file will be not imported into our MS SQL Server database. You have to import a comma separated file, that is CSV file only. All right, and I will just click on execute over here. So here you have to click on execute, and you can see this is the data which has been imported, and you can see the number of rows which are there, 48,620. The same number of rows were there into our flat file. So all the rows and all the data has been imported over here. So this is our data. Now we will go ahead and see our, with respect to our problem statements, we will go ahead and fire our queries so that we are getting output for those. Okay, and with the same we will also create our document as well. Okay, so we have imported our, what we can say, data. Then next we will start firing our queries with respect to our requirement document. So we will go to our requirement document, and the first requirement which we have over here is to find out the total revenue. Okay, so the total revenue is nothing but total price of all the pizza orders. Okay, so for that we will go to our server here, and we will fire some queries over here to get the total order, right? So I will just use a select statement for this. I will use select, and we want sum, right? So total revenue is nothing but sum of total price. Okay. So you can see this is the total price column which we have over here. So we will be using this particular column to get our total revenue. Okay. Sum of total underscore price. So make sure, because it is a case sensitive, whatever column name is there, use the same column name you have to enter in your query, because it is a case sensitive statement just for this particular column fields which are dragging or we are retrieving from your data, and we want to bring it from, okay, from where? This particular table, right? So what is the name of our table? That is pizza underscore sales. Okay, so this is our pizza underscore sales. I will just increase the site a bit. Right, all right. So now I will just execute this. So you can see we have a total number of sales of 81,000 or $817,860. Okay, so you can see the no column name has been applied to this. So if you want to give some column name, after some you have to give some alias over here. That is a temporary column name which will be given to our output, and I will name it as total underscore revenue. Okay, so you have to mention underscore over here. You cannot mention a space, right? So it is again a case sensitive. You cannot mention a space into this particular MySQL server. So I will just hit OK. Now you can see it has been given a name over here. So this is our total revenue, and this is our output, that is 817860. So now most important thing is, whenever you are firing some queries, you have to save these queries. Whatever query you have written, you have to save this. Whatever result you are getting, you have to save this, because whenever your client is going to see this particular queries, he must know what queries you have fired and what output you have got, right? You cannot just fire it and you have just checked it up to yourself and you have deleted everything. No, you have to save it so that your users, your stakeholders, your clients, your colleagues might see that what query you have used. All right, so make sure. And for that, what we have done is we have to create a document over here, right? So I have created a document called Pizza Sales SQL Queries, and our first one is we are creating it for KPIs. And in first KPI, we are finding it for total revenue. Okay, this is the query which we have. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to just select this, copy this, and you have to paste it over here, and you can take a screenshot of this particular this output which we have got over here, and you have to paste it over here, right? So this is the query and this is the output of that particular query. All right, so in this way you have to create a document. So right, so you have to create a document for each and every query over here. Whatever I have done, you have to create the document in same way. Okay, because this document will be required in future preferences. Okay, so if your client come back and say no, this result is wrong, then you can go ahead and show him the query. Yeah, this was the result which we got. All right, so I hope you have understood this. The next thing what we have to do is I will just delete this now, because we have got our first result, and I will just use this select star from. I will just bring the data in front of us so that with reference to that data we can find all the things. Okay, so this is the data in front of us again. Now, the second thing or the second requirement which is there for us is to determine average order value, and it is nothing but calculated by dividing the total revenue by total number of orders. Okay, so now total revenue we have already calculated, but we have to find out the total number of orders, right? So orders is nothing but we have to take count of this particular orders, right? But you can see there are some duplicates available over here, right? So if you take count this duplicate, this you can see 2 is repeated 5 times, so it will take the count of this each and every row as 5 times, right? So it is duplicating the result. So we don't want duplicate results, so we want the distinct count of each and every row of this particular column. Okay, so we will be taking a distinct count because there are repetitive values over here, right? Because this particular data which we are having, it is for pizza data. Okay, so each pizza ordered, that is particular data, it is not for order data. So order id is repeated over here because in this particular order id 5 pizzas were ordered. All right, so we have to take distinct count. I hope you have understood. So I will be using, so we have to find out the ratio, so I will be using select. Okay, so one second. So select, what we have to do is we have to take a ratio of what? Total revenue. So total revenue we know it is nothing but sum of what? Total underscore price. Okay, so this is our total revenue and we have to divide it by what? Count of. Okay, so we will be dividing it by count of distinct. Okay, so we have to take distinct count of what? Order ID. Distinct count of order ID, order underscore ID. This is the column name. I will close this. Okay. And where do we want to bring it from? Pizza underscore sales. Okay. So we will select this. Okay. Select. So if you run this query, you will get an error over here, right? Or you will be getting both the queries will be run. So I just want to run this particular query. So I'll just select this and I will then execute this. So you can see where 38.30 is the average, what we can say, order value, or what we can say average order value, but we want to give the name to this, so I will giving here as an alias, that is as average underscore order underscore value. Okay, and now I will run this. I will select this and then I will run this. You can see the name of this column is given as a temporary name, and the output is 38.30. In the same way, again, what you have to do, you have to save this query and you have to save the result for this query. Okay, so this is important. Okay, so we have got the second query as well. And the next thing what we will be doing is, with respect to requirement document, we have to find the total pizza sold. The total pizza sold is nothing but sum of all the quantities of the pizza sold. Okay, so I will just run this query and I will show you the data which we have. So we can see we have a name called quantity into our, a field called quantity into our data. So we have to take sum of all of these quantities, okay, so that we will be getting the total orders placed, right? So that is total pizza sold, right? Sorry. So we will just delete this and I will take the sum of, okay, we will be taking the sum of quantity. Okay, so this is sum of quantity and from pizza underscore sales. So I will just run this and we want this table to be named as total underscore pizza sold. All right. And I will just select this query and I will run this. So you can see 49574 are the total pizzas sold. Again, you can save this query and take the screenshot of it and bring it in your document. So these are the total pizzas sold into our data. Okay. The next requirement is to find out the total orders placed. Okay. So I will just run this query again to see our data. So we want to find out the total order placed. Okay, so total orders are nothing but we have to take count of this particular column, that is order ID, and we have to take a distinct count because there are repetitive values over here, right? So what we will do, I will just delete this. So I will just modify this query only. So we have to find out count of distinct. Okay, we will take distinct count of what, order underscore ID. Okay, and we will name this column as, or the output should be named as total underscore orders. Okay, select this query and then run this. So you can see these were the total number of orders, that is 21,350. Okay, so if you can see into our document, the total pizzas sold were 49,000 and total orders are 21,000. So you can see almost for each and every order more than two pizzas are sold. Okay, so in this way we have to bring an insights over here. All right, so now I will just delete this, and the next document which we have, or the next requirement which we have, is average pizzas per order. Okay, so average pizzas per order is nothing but it is calculated with the ratio of dividing total number of pizzas sold by total number of orders, right? So total number of pizzas sold divided by total number of orders. So it is very simple. So we'll be using a select statement. Total number of pizzas sold is nothing but sum of what, quantity. Okay, sum of quantity which we have already determined, and total number of orders means nothing but count a distinct of order ID. So we will take count distinct of order underscore ID. Okay, from pizza underscore sales. Okay, so this is our query. So I will just run this, select this, and I will run this. So you can see two pizzas are there, right? But you cannot get a exact two value. There may be a fraction value like 2.1, 2.5, 2.56, likewise. So what this particular MS SQL server is doing is, it is giving us, it is giving us the value, or it is rounding off the value and it is giving us the result. Okay, but we want it in the decimal points. Okay, some decimal points should be given there. So what we have to do is, we have to cast this particular numerator and cast this numerator denominator, what, in terms of decimals. Okay, so we have to convert this in terms of decimals. So to do that, what we will be doing, we'll use a cast function over here, right? So for this I will be using a cast function. Okay, I will add a bracket over here. So I want to convert this particular quantity in decimals. Okay, so I will convert this into decimal. Okay, so I will name it as decimal and I will use it as 10 comma Okay, so now I have used this 10 comma 2 and I will end this bracket for cast here. So we are casting this and we are converting the data type of this particular sum of quantity to decimal points. Okay, so we are using two decimal points, and 10 is nothing but we will be getting up to 10 decimal points, we will be getting the result, but out of that 10 we will be using only first two decimal points. Okay, so this is important to note, right? So what is meaning of 10 and what is meaning of 2? The 10 is nothing but we will be getting an value as, like, let's say for example 156.56787899. So likewise, after decimal points there will be 10 digits, and out of that 10 digits we only want two digits to be appeared. Okay, so this is what we are going to use here, and similarly we will be using cast for this as well. So I will just use it on next line. So I will use cast, and I will convert this also to as decimal 10 comma 2. Same for this 10 comma 2, and I will close this bracket two times, and then we will run this particular query. So you can see we have got this value as 2.32. Okay, so this is the value which we are getting over here. And if you want to cast this entire result, right? So now the ratio, so we are using this particular ratio divided by this ratio. We have casted both of these, but the entire output is 2.32 whatever we are getting. But if you want to cast this entire output, right? So if you want only 2.32, you can add a cast for this entire ratio. Okay, it is not needed, but I will show you how we can do that. So I will add a one more cast over here for entire ratio. So I will add it here, and here what we will be doing is here at the output I will be using as decimal. Okay, and I will be using here 10 comma. Okay, I will close this and I will close this second time, and when I run this particular thing, so you can see we are getting value as 2.32. All right, so in this way we have to convert our output. Okay, so first I've used cast for the numerator, then I've used cast to convert it into decimal for denominator, and I've used this cast for entire ratio. Okay, for this entire ratio I've used. Okay, and if you want, you can give a temporary name for this as average pizza. What should be the name? Average pizzas per order. Underscore order. Okay, and you can run this, and you can see average pizzas per order is given and 2.32 is the answer which we are getting. So we have to copy this into our document, this particular query, and copy this as a result as well, so that you have to store the result. All right, so this was our KPIs. So we have determined all the KPIs. So we will go ahead and move to our charts requirement. Okay, so these charts are actually designed to be into Excel, but whatever values that will be displayed on the chart, we'll be finding it first in Excel, in SQL queries only. All right, so I will just delete this query for now, and I will just bring this query and I will execute C so that we can see our data over here. So first thing what he want is a daily trend for orders. Okay, so we want daily trend for our total orders. So in such a way that we will be getting an output from Saturday to Sunday or all the weekdays, and considering all the days in a week, considering all weekend days also, and with respect to that how many total number of orders were placed in each week. Okay, so to do this or to write this query I will be using select. Okay, and in this case we will be using a date function, that is date name. Okay, first I will write a query and I will then explain how we have how to understand this query, and I will be using an abbreviation or interval as dw. Then we want the date field is as order date, order underscore date. Okay, and I will mention this as, or the alias for this will be underscore day. Okay, and what we want is we want count with respect to this. Okay, so we want count of, okay, so we want count of order ID. So it is nothing but total orders, right? So we want count of total orders. We have to take distinct count. Okay, so I will be using distinct order ID. Okay, and I will name this column as total orders. Okay, and we want to bring it from pizza underscore sales. And always remember, whenever you are using an aggregate, okay, whenever you are bringing a column and you're using an aggregate with respect to any field or any measure in from your data, you have to always group by your particular thing. What we can say, you have to use a group by clause so that it will be grouping that particular with respect to that particular date or day or category, and then it will be giving us an aggregated result. So always remember, you have to use a group by over here. Okay, group by whatever the categorical field we are using here. That is, this is our categorical field, and we will paste it over here. Okay, I will just run this query, and you can see with respect to, you can see this has been order day. So order day is nothing but this Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday, all the things, and we are having count as total order. So this is nothing but distinct count we are getting. So in this way we have form our result. So what we have used here, we have used a date name function over here, and we are using a date dw. So this date name is nothing but it is an argument which is it is used to derive the date of the week. Okay, so dw is nothing but it retrieves a day of week as a character string like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, etc. Okay, so dw is nothing but date of a week, which is used to convert our order day into a string, and it will retrieve the date name. Okay, and this is the date name, that is Saturday to Sunday or whatever it is. Okay, so right now it is disturbed, but it can work for us. We don't have to group by it, or we can say order by it. So in this way we have calculated our first chart. Okay, so we have derived our first chart, that is daily trend. Okay, then we will move ahead to our next one. So I will just mention here it as daily trend. All right. So now next what we have to do is, I will just select this and bring our query over here. And next you have to find out is hourly trend. Okay. So now what we have to create is, we have to create a hourly trend chart. So what he wants us is, if we can see our data, we have order time over here. So he want us to, okay, our user want us to create a trend in such a way that daily at which particular hours there are peak, we can say, or peak volume of orders are there. All right, so with respect to that we have to create this particular query. So I will write a query over here. I will be using a select statement again. So I will use select, and in this case we have to take a date part function. Okay, so we'll be using a date part function. So date part function is nothing but which date part we have to retrieve. Okay, so what should be the interval of that? So we'll be using r. Okay, so we'll be hours. Okay, because we want to show hourly trend, so the part of that particular date should be hour. And what particular field we'll be using is order time, because it is a time field. So we'll be using order underscore time. Okay, so this will be our order underscore time, and we want to name it as order hours. Okay, we'll give it the temporary name for this as order hours. And again, what we want is count distinct of order ID, because we want to find it out total order. So I will just copy this, and we will be using same. Okay, we want it for total orders, and we will be taking it from pizza underscore sales. And again, whenever you are using an aggregate function with any of the categorical value, you have to group by it. Okay, so I will group by it by, so you have to group by it whatever you are mentioning at start here. Okay, so you have to group by it with this only. Don't use group by of any other what you can say, like pizza category or pizza name. Okay, so I will just copy this and I will paste it over here. All right, and I will just select this and I will run this particular query. Okay, so you can see we have got our result, and what we will do, we will just order it. We will be order by, okay, order by this particular thing. Control C, Control V, and I will just select this and I will execute this. So you can see we have got this result. So order hours is nothing but from starting from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. at the night. Okay, so 9 a.m. the morning, the store opens, and store closes at 11 p.m. in the evening or at the night. And with respect to from 9 to 11, okay, so from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., how many order volumes are there? You can see. So you can see where are the peak volumes. You can see at afternoon 11 there is number of this 2520 is the maximum number. Then at 1 o'clock, that is at 13, you can see 2455 is the maximum numbers. Then again those are going down, and at 17, that is at 5 o'clock, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so up to 4 hours again there is a peak period is there. Okay, so daily the order value fluctuates in this way. All right, so I hope you have understood this. So this is the nothing but the hourly trend for us. So this was the daily trend and this is now the hourly trend. So now I will just delete these queries. Okay, and I will just select this and I will go ahead here. All right. So we will be starting with our next requirement, that is third one, that is percentage of sales by pizza category. Okay. So here what we have to determine is the pizza by with respect to pizza category, we have to find out the sales, but we don't want the sales number. We have to find out the percentage of total. Okay. So first we will understand what should be the logic behind this. Okay. So how to determine the sales for that particular pizza category, and we have to find out the percentage. So percentage, how percentage is calculated? Percentage is nothing but we have to divide it by the total number of sales or over that particular what you can sales. Okay. So we will be dividing that particular pizza category sales divided by total number of sales, or we can say entire sales into that particular data. So we have to take the ratio. Okay. So to do that, what we will be doing, if you are having still a confusion, you can go ahead and search how we determine the percentage of sales or percentage of total. Understand that logic, and then you will be able to understand this query whatever I'm writing here. Okay, so remember we are taking the ratio, and at a denominator we will be taking total number of sales, and at numerator it will be with respect to category wise sales. Okay, so we will be writing in query as select. I'll be using a select statement again. So we want pizza category. Okay, so we have name here pizza category, so we have to use the name of that particular field, that is pizza category. Okay, so I will be using a pizza category comma. Okay, so now with above in front of that pizza category, what we want is ratio. Okay, so we have to take a ratio in such a way that what we will be doing is we will be doing first as sum of, okay, sum of total underscore price. Okay, right. So for percentage, what we have to do is we have to take a ratio and then we have to multiply it by 100 so that it will be converted to percentage. So we multiply that particular 100 at numerator. So what I will do, I will multiply 100 over here itself. Okay, then I will divide it by the total number of sales. Okay, so you can see these particular sales, whatever we have taken here, it is with respect to that particular pizza category. Whichever pizza category we are taking, you will be getting in front of those sales, and that will be multiplied by 100. But at denominator, we want the sales of entire data. So for that, we will write one more select statement. So I will write here select. Okay, so what we will be using here again, sum of total underscore price. Okay, and here we will be taking it from pizza underscore sales. Okay, and I will close this bracket. You can see this particular entire this statement is only written to get an entire sale. So if I select this and if I run only this particular thing, you can see I will be dividing this particular statement. I will be dividing it by the total number of value of sales, that is 81,000. Okay, so this is important for us to understand, because you should know the logic how to determine the percentage of total. All right, so this is what we want, and then what we will do, I will just go ahead and we will be taking again from pizza underscore sales. So now this pizza underscore sales is for this particular statement. Okay, for this we have already written over here. So this is for select, this is for this particular pizza. Okay, and then we have to group by. Okay, so always remember we have to group by with whatever categorical dimension we are using. So we'll be using this particular thing, and I will just try to run this. Okay, so you can see we are getting the percentage values over here. All right, and you can see the name is not given to this particular ratio. So what we will do, I will give the name to this particular ratio as total. You can name it as total sales, or you can name it as total revenue. I will name it as total sales and revenue, it is one and the same. And I will what you can say, I will just run this. Okay, so it's not here, you have to name it as first here as total underscore sales. Okay, and then select this entire, and you can see pizza category. With respect to that, we are getting total sales, but it should be not total sales, it should be percentage of total. So I will just name it as percentage of total, that is PCT. PCT is nothing but a short form or abbreviation for percentage of sales. And then I will run it. So you can see for each pizza category, you can see for classic it is 26.90, chicken is 23.95. So with respect to that, we are getting the percentage of total with respect to pizza category. So let's say you want to mention the sum of total sales also over here. So what we can do, we can write one more thing here over, that is sum of total. It is an extra, okay. So it is not as per our requirement. I will just mention here total price, okay, as total underscore sales, okay, and add one comma over here and then run this, okay. So you can see if you want the total sales as well, you can get a total sales over here. All right. So now one more important point which I forgot to mention over here. So if you want to filter the data, okay. So this is the static query which gives the result for entire what we can say data set which is available with us. But if you want to filter this particular data for, let's say we want to see it for only January month. Okay, so to see the data for only January month, what we have to add here is we have to add a where clause where we will be using a filtering row by row. So we will be using a where clause. Okay, so now you want to see it for only first month. Okay, so I will be using a month function over here, that is for January, and what will be our date field which we will be using is order date is equal to 1. Okay, so when I run this particular query, you can see whatever values you are seeing over here, it is for first, means what we are seeing it for month of January. Okay, so this is important to note here, we are seeing it for month of January. So if you can see, I've added a note at the end over here. So you can see whenever I'm adding where month of order date is equal to 1, it is indicates that this is the output for January, and it can be applicable for all the queries which you are using here. You can apply it with respect to here as well. Whenever you are applying it, where that particular thing, that is where month of order date is equal to 1. So if you want to add it for quarter, you can see if you are applying date part quarter of order date is equal to 1, so it will give us the value for first quarter, because you might have seen in our Excel dashboard we are using a January filter over here. All right, so with respect to that, we have to find our values. All right, so you might have seen the percentage of total we are getting 2.27, 2.08. You might have seen that it is something wrong over here, right? So why it is giving us the wrong result? Because you can see we are using one more select statement over here, and whatever where clause is applied, it is applied to our external query. Okay, so we are using a subquery over here. So to apply this particular where clause in subquery, what we have to do, we have to copy this and we have to apply here as well. Okay, so in this particular where query also, because it is taking the total sales, but total sales should be also taken for that particular month also. So what we will do, I will just run this query, and now we are getting the correct result, that is 26, 23 and 24. So make sure whenever you are using a subquery and whenever you are applying a filter, that is where clause, it should be added in subquery as well. Okay, so in this way you can apply the filter and you can find out the values for different, you can say what we can say values also. If you can see for January, we are getting these particular values because we are going to apply some filters over here. You should apply the filters in query as well and find if we are getting the correct result or we are not getting the correct result. All right, so this is also important, we have must apply the filter in query also. So I hope you have understood, and moving ahead to our next one is, let's move ahead. So next requirement is percentage of sales by pizza size. Okay, so this is very much same, so I will just remove this first filter from here. Okay, so we will be using the same query here, only instead of what we have to do is, instead of pizza category we will be using pizza size. Okay, so I will just run this particular statement. This is the data, so we will be using pizza size now. Okay, so instead of pizza category I will use pizza size, all other things will be same. So I'll just copy this and I will paste it over here. So this as it. Okay, and now if you run this query, so you will be getting the values with respect to pizza size over here. So if you want to group by or order by it, so I will just use an order by. So if you want to see the sizes with respect to, with percentage of total, I will just group by it by PCT and I will just see it in the ascending order. So if you want to see it in descending order, we will add a here DESC. So by default it is ascending, but if you want to see it in descending, you have to add this function at end of the order clause, and then you can see the values are now in descending order. All right. So one more thing also you can do here, if you want to see it for only up to 2 decimal points, that is 45.89. So this is just I'm telling you an extra. So what you can do here is you can add a cast over here. Okay, so means what, I will just add a cast here, cast function. Okay, I will add a bracket, okay, and it is dividing it by this, and at this end what I will add as decimal. Okay, we'll change it to decimal 10 comma 2. We'll close this bracket and I will close this one more bracket, and I will just run this. You can see we are getting at up to 2 decimal points. Okay, so in this way you can modify your query as per your requirement. So cast we are using to convert it into decimal, and then in decimal we are showing it up to only 2 decimal points. Okay, in this way we are forming our result. Similarly for this also, if you want to see the total cells up to 2 decimal points, again you can use your cast. Okay, and I will just add a bracket over here, and I will add a comma decimal 10 comma. Okay, so we have to remove the comma from here. I will close one more bracket and add it over here. Okay, not needed. And I will just run this. Okay, so we are getting an error over here at line 15. Okay, cost. Yeah, we have to add it as, and now you can see. So we are getting this also as per to 2 decimal points. So in this way you can use your query, and again you can add your where clause as well. So make sure you are adding a where clause before a group by statement, and if you are adding a where clause here, make sure you are adding the where clause in this particular subquery as well. All right, so get the correct result. All right, so let's say let us see it for quarter. Okay, so we'll see it for first quarter. So let's say we are adding a date part function over here, and date part should be what, quarter. Okay, and we are using here order underscore date, and we are seeing it for first quarter. So let's run this. Okay, so quarter is not then recognized hint option, so we'll just name. Okay, so make sure it is a case sensitive. Okay, and we will run this. Still not. So, okay, where clause, where. Now I will run this, and you can see it is for first quarter, but make sure you are adding it here as well. So I will just copy this, and we will add it over here as well. I will close the bracket. Okay, and now we will execute this. Oops, we will execute this, and you can see we are getting the result right now for first quarter. And in this way, by applying some filters in Excel as well as applying some filters in SQL, you can get this particular result. So I hope you have understood this. Okay, so now moving ahead to our next problem statement, that is top five sorry, the total pizzas sold by pizza category. Okay, so we want to find a query or result in such a way that by with respect to pizza category, how many total pizzas sold are there. Total pizza sold is nothing but we have to take sum of all the quantities which we have. All right, so I will just run this query first, and we will see our data, and I will just close this, and we will be using a function over here. We have to see it with respect to pizza category. Okay, so pizza category comma, we have to see the sum of quantity. Okay, because we want total number of pizzas sold. Okay, so sum of quantity, and we will name it as total pizzas sold. Okay, we will name it as total pizzas sold from pizza underscore sales, and we will group by. Always remember to use group by with respect to pizza category, and we'll run this. Okay, so invalid statement quantity. Spelling has been wrong. And now I will run this. And you can see these are the total number of quantities or pizza sold. Okay, and make sure you are updating your document over here, right? So we can see the total number of pizza sold are in this way, right? So make sure you are updating your document as well, copying this and taking the snapshot of results so that you can later compare it with Excel, Power BI, or whichever dashboard you will be using. All right. So make sure you are doing that. And this is the total number of pizza sold, so which solves our next requirement. Then the second last is the top five best sellers by total pizzas sold. Okay. So we will see the top five best sellers which with respect to the total pizzas sold. So I will just remove this and we will just run this query to see our data. So this is our data, and with respect to the pizza, that is with respect to the pizza name, which are the top five best sellers we have to find. Okay, and it is with respect to the name of pizza which we have here. So we will be using the pizza name, okay, which is the best seller. So pizza name, and we want the best seller, that is total number of quantities sold. Okay, so that is sum of, we have to take quantity. Okay, sum of quantity, it is nothing but that as total pizzas sold. Okay, so this is our total pizza sold. We will take it from pizza sales, and again we have to use group by pizza name. Okay, so we'll just run this query. So you can see we are getting all the pizzas and its total quantities over here, but we want only top five. But before getting a top five, what we will do, we will use an order by clause, and we will sort the output in descending order. Okay, so we will sort the pizzas right with respect to the sum of quantity. Okay, you can either take a sum of quantity or you can take this field also over here. It will give us the same result, and we will be using a descending order because we want it in descending order. So you can see we are getting in descending order, but we want only top five pizzas sold. Okay, so for that what you can do is you can add one statement here, top five. Okay, so we want top five pizzas. Okay, so we will mention your top five, and then we will run this query, and you can see these are the top five pizzas sold. Okay, so which is the expected output for us. All right, so I hope you have understood this. Note down this, take the query, take the snapshot, right? Then the last one is we have to just show the bottom five. Okay. So now to the do the bottom five, what we have to do is instead of descending, okay, what we will do, I will just remove this first, and now I will run this query. Okay, now we want bottom five. So for bottom five, I will just remove this. So by default, it is ascending. But if you write ASC as well here, it will again bring us in ascending format. You can see it has been showing with respect to last from last five, right? Or we can see in ascending order of this particular total pizza sold. But now we want only bottom five. Okay, so for that again, what we will mention here, top five. Okay, so top five is nothing but it is calculating this top five. Okay, it does not mean that top five in terms of sum of quantity. With whatever we have, order it by ascending or descending, it will take those top five. Okay, and I will just run this now, and you can see we are getting the bottom five pizzas sold. Okay, so in this way we have to use our queries and modify our queries with respect to our result. So now what we have done is we have applied our, we have solved all the problem statement with the SQL queries. We have our result. Okay, and one more thing here also, you can apply a where statement whatever you want. Let's say we want to see it for first month, so I will use it for month of order date. Okay, is equal to 1. Okay, so here we don't have any subquery, so we just have to mention it over here, and I will just run this. Okay, you can see we are getting for first month, that is for January month. You can see these are the queries, and if you want to see it for August month, so for August you have to add it here as 8. Okay, so for August, because it falls in 8th month, so you can see 8 will be for August, and you can see this will be the result for August month. All right. So in this way, we have solved all our problem statements which are provided by the client for us, and we have solved it in MS SQL Server. Now we will be preparing our dashboard, and we will be comparing our result. But before that, we will see which document we have prepared. Okay. So always remember to make sure you have prepared this document because it will be good for our reference to validate our result. Okay. So we have added all the queries, we have added our output over here. We have taken the snapshot of all the outputs. So this output or this query document can be used by your users, by your colleagues, by your clients to verify if we are getting the correct result or not. All right.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So in today's video, we are going to see a data analyst portfolio project And what we are doing in this MySQL is we are going to use MySQL database, and we are going to fire different queries to solve our business problem in this. And this is one example of one of the query which I have shown here. And likewise, only advanced queries we are going to make use of, and we are going to get results for our data, right? And if you are using any other database, let's say you're using MS SQL server, or you're using PostgreSQL or Oracle server, ANSI standard queries which you are using, those will be same. Just there will be few twists in some of the, I can say, the date functions which we are going to use. But those you can Google out, and you can just see what are the alternative functions for this, and you can use all of these queries. I can say 85% of queries will be same. 15% of query functions you have to change, and you have to use it, right? So this is the first part which you are going to see. Now you will say that what are the different steps which we are going to perform in this entire MySQL project. That is first part, right? This will be first part of MySQL coffee sales dashboard project. And first we are going to see data walkthrough. I will give you the complete walkthrough of the data which we are having, how the data is there, how it's looking, and how to read the data. Then we are going to do preparation of raw file. Okay, so to import in MySQL database, we have to create a file with respect to that only, right? Then we will create a database, right? Then we have to import a file, right? So importing a file in MySQL, it's a long process. I can say it will take 15-20 minutes. So you have to be patient with that. Don't frustrate. It will take some time. Just wait for that, and you will be good to go, right? Then cleaning of imported file, right? So whichever file is imported in the MySQL, it will have some issues. There will be some data type changes and all those things. We will be doing that. That will be our next step, that is changing the data types. After all the cleaning is done, then we will do firing SQL queries for business requirement, right? So as per our problem statement, which we are going to see in the later part, we are going to fire SQL queries, and we are going to get result for our client. Getting or not? So then we are going to store different results, right? So all the results which we are there in MySQL, whichever we are going to create by firing the SQL queries, we will store everything in our document, so that it will be used later by any other user. And it is a best practice which we follow in real time industry as well, right? Whatever you are doing, it is always documented, right? And then we will create that particular document for us, right? So this is the steps which you are going to see. Then you will say, okay, I will do this project, but what I'm going to learn from this project, right? So which is a very important function. So always remember, these are the list of functions. These are, I can say, the main functions. These are the main functions which you are going to learn in this MySQL database project. Apart from this, there are many others. How to write the syntaxes, how to write the query, how the query is performed, and all those things, that also we are going to see. So you can see, read all of these. You are going to work on all of these functions. Apart from this, more are there which are not listed over here, but these are the main functions which you are going to work on, right? So just take a look, read all of these, and you, if you have not learned any of these functions initially, do not worry. I will explain while we are performing queries why to write these functions and all those things. Getting or not? So these are the functionalities that you are going to learn. So now, very important, guys. My channel name is Data Tutorials, right? But many people watch my videos. They like the videos. They understand. They learn from the videos. But you can see they just come, watch, and they go. So you can see 82%, or we can say 83% people, they do not subscribe my channel. See, guys, it is free for you, but it will help me a lot. It will keep me motivated to create such type of video. Getting or not? So I request you to please go ahead and subscribe the channel. Like this video. Once you like this video, it will increase the reach of this video, and it will help many people who are working or who are learning data analyst, and trying to build some portfolio projects, right? So just go ahead, subscribe the channel, like this particular video, turn on the notification bell, and share this as much as you can. And if you are liking, if we are learning this something from this video, go ahead and just drop a comment. If you find something is wrong, just go ahead and correct me. If it is there, drop a comment for that as well. If something is if you want me to change my way of
explaining things, or if you want any particular project to be done, just go ahead and comment it, right? So this then next we will move ahead. Okay, so you can also follow me on different social medias, right? So I am there on LinkedIn also, I am there on Facebook. I am also available on Instagram and YouTube already. You can see this video is on YouTube itself. And soon I'm going to start a Telegram channel where I will be posting different job opportunities, different interview questions, different materials, different quick notes, cheat sheets, and all over there. So I will drop all of these links in the description box. You can just go ahead, you can visit those, and you will be I'm sure you it will be very fruitful if you follow all of this social, because I upload so many contents over there as well, not only on YouTube. There also I will be uploading so many contents regarding jobs and regarding different documents as well, right? So now let's move ahead and we will see the different problem statements which are provided us by our client, and we will see one by one all of those. So at initial level we are asked to find out KPIs, and KPI is nothing but key performance indicator, which gives the summary of the business, or at higher level how the business is performing. That is been calculated by these KPIs. So first thing we have to find out is total sales analysis, and in that we have to find out three metrics. First is we have to find out the total sales for respective month. So when we say respective month, why we are using a respective month word over here? Because the slicer which we have applied, which I shown you in the overview of the dashboard, it will be with respect to month. Okay, so we want to see monthly data: March, April, May, June, likewise. And it is a single select. At a time we can only see 1 month data, right? Similarly, it is asking, or they are asking us to determine month on month increase or decrease in the sales, right? So this is important to understand. So whichever month we are selecting in the slicer, let's say we are selecting May month, so last month will be, which will be the last month for us. Before May, it will be April. So with respect to May and April, we have to find out the month on month increase, right? And similarly, we have to find out the difference in sales between the selected month and the previous month of this selected month, right? So if it is if it is February, we will be using it as January as a last month. And if it is January 2023, the last month will be December 2022, likewise. Okay, so it is a cycle and in a rotation basis. Similarly, as with respect to total sales, we are also going to do it for total order, right? So we have to find the total orders which are there in our data. And similarly, these three we can say we have to find out these three metrics again. And apart from this, one more metric which we are going to find out is a spark line, which I have not mentioned in this particular problem statement. So we will plot a spark line in our dashboard. That also is also important, right? And the third quantity which we are going to find out is total quantities sold analysis, right? So the third metric which is going to will be the total quantity sold in that entire month. Then similarly for this also, these three quantities will be important, that is total quantity, the month on month increase, and the difference between the total quantity of the selected month and the previous month, right? So these are the KPI requirements. This explains us how at a higher level the business is performing. Your client will come, he will just see these KPIs and he will see if there is a positive increase, and if it is with respect to what he have targeted. Let's see, he is targeting 20% with respect to last month. Then if he sees plus 20, then he will be very happy, and he will not see any other entire internal charts as well, right? So KPI gives us at higher level we can say visualization or insights. Similarly, second we have is the charts requirement. Now when I speak about charts requirement, why we do this is we 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 get an analysis with respect to KPI at higher level, but when we want to deep dive in the data at that particular we can say location or that particular product, how actually it is performing, that is only done by charts, right? I mean to say, it is giving us the information at more granular level. Getting or not? So this is also important. Charts analysis is very important, and in that we are going to analyze different charts, and from each chart a different insight will be generated, and based on that different decisions will be taken. And first one which we have to find out is calendar heat map. Okay, so in that what we have to do is we have to implement a heat map that dynamically adjusts based on selected month, right? So as I shown you after operating our filter, once we are using any month slicer, with respect to that particular calendar of that month will be shown to us, right? Then each day of calendar will be color coded. That is nothing but heat map is nothing but it should be color coded based on the sales volume. Nothing but if there are higher sales, it will should be given in darker shades, indicating that there are higher sales, right? Similarly, vice versa for if there are less sales in that particular day, right? And we have to add a tooltip for those particular days which was showing sales orders and quantity whenever we hover over any our mouse on that specific day, right? So in one single chart there are three multiple insights will be generated, right? Similarly, in second you can see sales analysis by weekdays and weekends, right? So this provision we are going to make by using different tax calculations. And what we are analyzing over here, that is client is want to see that what are weekdays performance and what is weekend performance, right? So he want to see variations of all of these, and he want to see different sales pattern on different days, right? Then third one he want to see is sales analysis by store location, right? So what he is going to analyze here is there are different stores available for coffee shop. So there are three stores I can say, and how they are performing with respect to each other, as well as how they are performing month on month basis, right? Which store is giving better performance from last month in current month. Likewise, we have to identify different trends and different insights can be generated. So keep in mind that in single chart, 3 to 4 insights are being generated, right? So it is giving us at high level of information, right? Single chart will be giving us a high level of information, right? So this is first three. Next we have is daily sales analysis with average line, right? So which I told you we have to show a column chart which will be giving us the daily sales. We will add an average line over there that gives us the average sales of entire month, and whichever days are above average will be colored differently and below average will be colored differently. That is nothing but we want to find out the pattern, like which are exceeding and which are they are doing exceptionally low. Those days we have to find out, right? Then next we have to find out the sales analysis by product category. So in this we will do for different product categories, we will do sales analysis, performance and all those things. Then the top 10 products by sales. There are many products, 20, 30 products are there, but out of them which is the best top 10 selling products, right? So those 10 will be more focused, they will be more marketed and more revenue will be generated from those, right? So this will be the top 10 products. And then we will do the sales analysis by days and hours, right? Again, we will be creating a heat map for this to find out the different sales patterns I can say on different days and at different hours, right? And we will again implement a tooltip on this for us to show different sales orders and quantity, right? So this is an entire I can say high level problem statement which we have received from our client. And out of this theoretical problem statement, questions which are asked by our client, we have to provide them an answer, and we will be providing it from SQL as well as we will be doing it in Power BI. Now you will say, why to do it in SQL, but instead of doing like we are doing all of these things in Power BI, and why doing it in in SQL? So always remember, guys, whichever dashboard we are designing in Power BI, so it is not always client is not trusting only Power BI reports, right? I mean to say whatever you want to build, whatever your calculations are created, whatever metrics you are showing on Power BI dashboard, it is not necessary that it is correct. Okay, to correct or to see if it is correct or not, there are always queries fired to a database, cross check if those metrics which are shown on the dashboard are perfectly matching or not, because based on those metrics only different high level business decisions are taken. If one decision is wrong, if one metric is wrong, it will affect the entire business. So 2 to 3 cross checks are done for that particular slicer, filters, charts, whatever numbers are shown over there. Those are always cross checked by firing SQL queries to the database, right? So don't think that we just have to focus on Power BI and Tableau dashboards. No, you SQL is equally important, and it is not only used for firing SQL queries to get results. It is there are apart from this there are multiple uses of SQL, which I will create a separate video on that. But for now, I have already told you the significance of firing SQL queries in MySQL database. Right, you can use any database, but MySQL is a we can say a very good database. Most of the companies use it, so we are using MySQL database, right? So this is all about the problem statement which I have explained you. So before moving ahead into our project, I would like to introduce you to my website, and this is available on TopMate where I give different offerings. So in that one is you can reach out to me personally for one-to-one call for career guidance in data analyst, or you can reach out to me for interview preparation tips in both Power BI and Tableau, and also you can reach out to me for one-on-one mentorship or mock interview as well. And mock interview both in Power BI and Tableau, I will be able to help you in all of this. And in this particular mock interview, I will take your interview as well, and I will give you the feedback also what you should improve and how was your interview with me, getting or not. And there is available options for recording as well. If you want to record, you can select the options, and you can just have an option where you will get the recording of this particular video as well. All right. And also I will provide some digital material as well. Here you can see the Power BI material is also available, which includes all these topics which you can see in front of your screen. And all these particular topics, those are already created by me and designed by myself. Okay. And all these notes are very much helpful. Let's say you have a Power BI interview 2 or 3 days later, and you want to do a revision of all whatever you have learned. So these are the go-to notes, and PPTs are available where you can just go through all of them. Interview questions are available of all rounds, like technical, non-technical, any non-technical, managerial rounds, client rounds, right? And also in technical, level 1, level 2, scenario based questions are also available. And I will also provide you the Power BI 2 to 3 projects also, right? With all the dashboard files I will provide, which you can add in your resume, right? The raw material, I will share with you the problem statement of that particular project as well, right? Similarly, you can find the same for Tableau, for SQL as well. And all this consolidated is also available in data analyst complete material, where you will get to see all the data analyst tools which are available. And in this also I will be providing you with all the handwritten notes, printed uh, PDF notes will be also available with all the important topics. And in this, the main important thing is I will provide you the roadmap. Okay. And the roadmap is designed with respect to current 2024 year, with the latest technical, we can say, techniques are added in that. And we can say what topics you should learn, that has been added. And for all those topics I have mentioned the links of different courses, of YouTube videos, of Udemy, which are best for that particular topic. So you don't have to search and go around and look for those particular videos and which one to see, what to see. So these are handpicked by myself. So it will not we can say it will not waste your time in searching those. You can just have to click and you can just start learning those particular topics. And with this also projects are also included in each tool. So you can just click, you can see, you can read everything whatever you need over here. And then if you find it helpful, you can go ahead and purchase it. And you can see, so last 3 months only I've started, and you can see more bookings I have got. And so I was the top rated in data for we can say 2023 year. All right. So similarly, right now 30% offer is going on only on data analyst material, and is only valid up to 15th March 2024. Okay. And you can also read my different feedbacks also. You can read about me as well over here, getting not. So at the end I will add the link in the description box of this particular video. You can go ahead and visit. If you find it helpful, you can just go ahead and buy it. And also you can just click here, and all the description is mentioned, whatever is available in this material, it is mentioned. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to me at this particular WhatsApp number. All right. So let's move ahead with our video. So now we will quickly go through our data walkthrough. So I have my file already downloaded. So this file you can download from the link available in the description of this video. Just go ahead and download this file, and you can see this file is an XLSX file, that is nothing but Excel file.
So I saw that many of you are facing issues while downloading the CSV file which I have created. So I will explain you how to create a CSV file in your system itself. So we will be using this copy of sales file, which is an Excel file. So you have to download this Excel file first, and I will just open it now, and I will give you the quickly how the data looks like, what are the different fields available, and what is the volume of the data, right? So let's check first what are the number of rows we are having. So I will just select this entire column, and at the bottom right corner you can see the count of data is 149117. So you will it is counting header as well. So we will delete one header, and or we will minus one header row. So the count will be 149116 exactly. That is nothing but it is almost I can say 150,000 rows are there, the data which we have. So first you can see the number of columns which we are having are total 11 columns we are having. Rows are 149116, that is approximately 150,000 rows are there. And when you see here, the dates which we are having is for 2023, and we are having the data for 6 months, right? So the sales data which we are having for us to analyze is for 6 months. The first column you can see it is transaction ID, and you can see it's just a number given on this particular ID, and you can see it is a unique number given on each and every row. So we can say that the ID column which we are having over here is a primary key for this particular database, right? So it should be not null, and it should be unique on each and every row, right? You can see, you can check if there are duplicates. You won't find any duplicates in this particular ID column, right? So this is a transaction ID which we are having. Then we have transaction date over here. So it is nothing but on this particular date, what coffee was sold, how much was the price for it, what was the product category, what was the product detail, and exit all of things, right? So this is the date column which we are having. And remember that for each and every row, it gives us an order, right? It is nothing but each row represents an order for us, right? So let's say I'm going and buying any coffee, so it will be an order for me, right? So this is and transaction date. Then we have transaction time. It is nothing but at what time that particular coffee or that order has been placed, right? So we are doing it at high level. I can say not at high level, at microscopic level. Everything, all the time, hours, minutes, everything has been noted over here. Getting or not? So you can see it is a 24-hour clock, hours basis we have noted, right? Then we have transaction quantity. So for that particular order, how many quantity were purchased, right? Then we have store ID. So what is the ID of that particular store? Then location of the store, in which location that store has been mentioned, so, or it is located. So from where we are purchasing that particular coffee and recording the data. Then we have product ID as well. Similarly, we have unit price. Okay. So for 1 unit, what is the price? So it will be in dollars. Okay. And so you can see we have unit price and we have quantity. So you know how to find out the sales. We will multiply unit price with total quantities. So we will get and total, we can say sales of that particular, we can say that particular record. Getting a note. So the same logic we are going to use for total sales in our data. Then we have product category. So which from which category that particular order has been placed, whether coffee, tea, chocolate, bakery products, or something different, drinking chocolate and all of this, right? Then what was the product type? Category is there. In that category, what was the product type, right? Whether it was chai, tea, or whether it was a hot chocolate, or whether it was an espresso coffee, and all those things, right? And then we have the product detail as well. So at very high level, or we can say from higher level to granular level, we are having this particular data. So always remember, in the real time, what happens is actually, guys, 70 to 80% of time is spent on learning the data, understanding the data, and cleaning the data itself, right? Power BI part is just 25 to 30% only, because if your data is cleaned, you are good to go and do it in do those analysis in Power BI, right? So data cleaning part is required. We are going to see that cleaning part in MySQL. Okay, I will show you how to do the data cleaning part in MySQL. So for now, I will just go ahead and open my MySQL. So I will just go in my this start menu and I will just type MySQL. So this is the MySQL workbench we are going to use. Now, so many of you won't have this MySQL workbench installed in your system. So what you have to do is you have to first install this. So you can install it from watching different YouTube videos are available today. So you can watch any YouTube video, and if it is already installed, it's well and good. If not, you can just watch a video. It's very simple. You just have to follow few steps. You have to download first, follow few steps, and it will be installed, right? And we are going to use my SQL workbench, and I'm using a version as 8.0 C. So I'll just open it. It will take some time to open, right? So just open your MySQL database. All right. So then it is giving us this window, welcome to MySQL. So I have created my local instance. You can connect to new connection also, whatever instance you are having. So I will just click on this. It will ask me the password to enter, right? So this password, it will be not my password, it will be your password while you have used this. I mean to say, while installation, it will ask you the password. That password only you have to enter here. So I will enter my password and I will hit enter. Okay. So once I do, it will be opened for me. So I'll just delete this query first. All right. Now what we have to do here is first thing, we will try to create a database over here first, right? So you can see I have already created a database over here. So just ignore it. I will create a new database, right? So for that, we have to write a query, right? So when you open this SQL query editor, you will see in the form of this particular way. In this particular query tool, we have to write something. So I will create a database. I will create database. Okay. And I will name the database. So what should be the name given to this particular database? So I will name it as coffee shop sales database. Okay, this will be my database name, and you can see here is a run option. Just click on this and you will get an option over here. There should be a right tick mark. If there is an error, it will give you an cross tick mark with red color, and it will show you what has been happened over here, right? So now we have created this particular database. Don't create it twice, just create one time. If you're trying to create it twice, it will give you an error that it has been already created, but you cannot see this particular database created over here. So to see that, what we will do, we will just right click over here and we click on refresh all, right? So once you do, you can see this database has been created, that is coffee shop sales database, right? Now what we have to do is, you can see here when you expand this, so just expand this, you can see tables is there, but under this tables there is no table has been created or imported yet. So if you can see my already created database, you can see there is a table over here which I used before, right? But for you have to import the data in this particular system. So now we have created the database. Now to import the table into this particular database, we have to do some provisions first, right? So now I have already shown you, this is the file which we are having in our, or we are going to make this Excel access file to import the data in our system. So what we have to do is we will convert this entire data in CSV file. So I'm not sharing you CSV file. We will do it in system itself, that you will be only doing. I will show you how to do that. So what you have to do is, we have this file already. I will go in file menu and I will click on save as. Okay. Just click on save as and just select wherever you have to save it. Okay. So you can see I will be saving it in copy shop data. I have this data already. Now here you can see save as type. What should be it saved as? That is nothing but the extension of the file. So I'll just click on this. There are different options available. So you can see there is an option called CSV UTF-8. Okay, so this is the standard comma delimited file which we normally use. So just use this file. You can use other also. There this normal CSV also you can use, but it is recommended to use this by Excel. We can say by Microsoft if you are converting it. So I'll just click on this. You can see the extension has been changed now. That is now CSV file, right? And just click on save. So once you do, it will be saved. I will just close this file and I will open the saved file. So you can see now this file has been created. You can see the time and date at which I have recording. This is the file which has been created. You will see your date and time.
and now just open this. So once you open this, you can see this is a comma separated file which has been created. Now this same file we are going to make use of, and we are going to import this into our database, right? So now what I will do, I will just close this now file. I will go back to my work, this MySQL workbench, and now we are going to import the file in this particular database. So for that, what I will do, right click on the div database which you have created, just right click over here, and you can see an option called table data import wizard. Just click on it, then it will ask you which file you want to import, right? So just click on browse, select that file, that CSV file you have to select. So select this particular CSV file. Okay, don't select it, it will not allow you to select Excel file, because for importing it should be always a CSV file, that is a comma separated value file. You cannot import the Excel file. So select the file which you saved at, that is with the .csv format. Just open it, then click on next. Okay, then it will ask us that where it should be it should be imported. So we have already selected this, that is copy shop sales database. Then it is asking us what should be the name of that particular file. Okay, so what we will do, the name of the file I will name it as coffee. The same file you can also use, coffee shop sales. Okay, so this is the name of the file which we are going to give the name of this file as coffee shop sales. Then just click on next. Okay, now you can see here there are different names are being created, and here you can see the transaction ID column. And at the start of this transaction ID column, you can see these three characters are being created, that we will do data cleaning later once the file is imported. Then you can see the transaction date, the field type, that is data type, should be actually date, and the transaction time also, it should be actually time, but we will not change anything right now. Okay, do not change any data type right now, just click on next. Okay, and just click on, then once we have to do what we have to do, just click on next. Okay, so now what will happen, it is now importing the data. So this entire process, okay, so you can see the logs also. If I click on show logs, you can see the data has been importing. So this entire data import process will take, guys, minimum I can say 15-20 minutes for you. Okay, depending upon system to system and their ROM. See, it will take the time which is required. Okay, so be patient, it will take some time to import. Just make sure that this screen is not going away. So don't allow your laptop to sleep. Okay, just be on the screen. 20 minutes it will take, so bear with that. Once it is done, then we can move ahead with firing our queries and cleaning our data, right? So once the data import is completed, after some time, depending upon the system performance, you can see you will get the end message like import data file has been finished and finished performing all the tasks, right? So both of this radio button will be checked. Now you just have to click on next button, and you can see that the number of records which are imported are 149116, which are the same exact record which were present in the Excel file while I discussed at the time of the data walkthrough, right? So I'll just click on finish, and now we just want to see if all the data has been imported correctly, and if we can see that a particular all that we can say the data itself, right? So at now you can see you this is the database in which we have imported our data. So now we want to fire all the queries in this particular database, but you can see this database is selected. In your case, nothing will be selected, or if there will be some other database is selected. So what you have to do is you have to just double click on the database which you created. So just double click on this data. You can see it will be bold out. And so now whatever queries will be fired, it will be fired for this particular database. And now you cannot see the table also here, even though we have uploaded the table or imported the table. So for that, you just have to right click over here and refresh all. Okay, just click on refresh all. And now you can see there is a drop down, and you can see that table has been imported over here, right? So now what we will do, we will just fire our query to see all the data. So I will just fire a query, a simple query, select star from coffee. Okay, the name of the table which is there, right? So that is nothing but shop underscore sales. Okay, And now I will just select this particular query just because I want to run itself, the query itself, and I will just hit the run button. Okay. So now it is fetching the data, and now you can see the data has been fetched and all the data has been available over here for us, right? And now we need to do some data cleaning. You can see at the start over here, you can see there has been characters. We can see while the import, I told you that there are some characters been uploaded, or by default it has been taken some characters over here. Also, we will need to change the data type of this particular date and time column, because if you want to see the data type, so you can see the data types also. We will just type and query as describe this table, right? That is nothing but describe this copy shop table. So I will just copy the name, Control C and Control V, and now I will run this particular query. So as soon as you run, you can see the data, or we can say this table has been described. We will get the metadata of this particular table. So the field is been available, all the field list, and its data type is present over here. You can see for transaction ID it's integer, which is correct, but you can see for transaction date it is text, and for transaction time it is again text. So it is not recommended to have these particular data types when we fire the query. The date should have the date data type, time should have a time data type. So we need to do this data cleaning entirely. For this, we will be firing some SQL queries that I will explain you how we will do that. All right. So now we have described the table, we know the data types, and we know what cleaning we have to do in this particular entire data set. So first thing, we are going to clean the data type of this date and time column, and then we are going to clean the field name of this transaction ID, right? So now we will see all these queries step by step. We will be doing that in database itself. So I will just reduce this for now, and I will delete this query. We will use it later. I will delete this as well. Okay. And what I will do, I will just run this query first. Okay. I will just run this query, and you can see the entire table which is there in front of you right now. You can see this transaction date, it looks in the form of date, but it is a text. I already showed you the data type of this, as well as this, it is showing it us in the form of number, but it is a text value, or we can say text data type. So we have to convert those first, right? So now before converting, we have to make sure that we are converting the format of date into date, month, and like for let's say year format, right? So date, month, and year format, you can see it is there in date, month, and year format, but there might be few records which are not in the format. So when you're dealing with millions of records and large number of rows in that, it is better that you should convert that into a proper format first, and then convert it into a date data type, right? So for that, first what we will do, we will convert this particular date into a date, month, and year format. That is date we can say dash month dash year, right? So for that, what we will use, we will use a update statements. I will use a update statement. So what we have to update, we have to update a coffee shop sales table. So which table we have to update? So it's this. I will name the date table name. Okay. So I will name the table name. Then set, we will use a set function. Okay, what we have to do is, so I want to update transaction date. So I will name the transaction date. Okay, and it should be equal to, I will be using a function called str to date. Okay. So now why I'm using this, guys, because right now this function or this particular values are in string format or text format. So I'm converting the string to a date format, and then I will give a specified format to this particular date, right? So what I will do is, it takes two argument, that is string to date, it takes two argument. Which date we have to convert? So we have to convert the transaction date. So I will be converting the transaction date, comma. Okay, so the for second argument will be, we want to specify in what format it should be run. So just type percent. So I will type percent y. Okay, so that's, sorry, the percent d, small d. Then I will type the percent m, that is month, and percent capital Y. So make sure it is in capital Y. Close the bracket and hit this particular end statement. That is one thing is remained here. That is, we have to end the quote as well, right? So just select this, run this entire query. I have already run this in my database. So it will give me an error when I'm running this again. So for you, you have to run it again. And so once you see, you will get an clear, or we can say checked message that, yeah, all those particular formats are converted into the required format, right? So once this is done, okay, so once we have updated this, now we will alter this particular table, right? So now to alter this table, that is, we will now provide or we will convert this particular text format into a date format. So now to do that, what I will do, I will write a new query that is nothing but we will be using an alter function, that is alter table. So we will alter the table, which table we want to alter the table. So I will write in capitals, so alter table, that is nothing but coffee shop sales table we want to alter. So I will name the table name, and then we want to modify the column. Okay, so which column we want to modify, that is modify column, and we want to column modify is transaction underscore date. Okay, so we want to modify the transaction date in which particular data type. So in front of this we just have to mention the data type, that is in date format. Okay, so what we are doing here is we are altering this table. Okay, we are making the changes in the table. Here we have updated the table to this particular date format from string to date. In this we are altering now table, and we are changing the data type of this particular transaction date, and we are doing it by modify column. Okay, so now just select this entire query, and I will just hit run button. Okay, so now it is giving us an error that profit of this particular table does not exist. So let's see what's going wrong here. All right, so yeah, so the name of this table is wrong. So I will just again select this and I will run this. Okay, so now you can see it is running. It will take some time to run. And as soon as it is done, you can see you are getting an error over here that this many rows are been affected. There are zero duplicates and there are zero warnings, right? So that means that this particular table or this particular date is been converted now to date format, right? Or we can say date data type. It was initially text, now we have converted it to a date data type, right? So error was nothing but that the name of this table we typed it incorrect, so that was the error which we got initially. So now what we have to do is we have to check if it has actually converted into this particular date format or not. So for that, we will just fire a query that describe, we will fire a query describe our table. That is nothing but this table. And I will just copy this and I will paste it over here, and I will just select this and I will run this query. As soon as you see, you can see now transaction date has been converted to date format, right? So now we will do the same thing. We have to do the data cleaning, that is to change the data type for transaction time field as well. So here you can see it is still the text format. So for that, we are going to make changes in the same query which you can see in front of your screen. So just a few changes in the format and few changes in the we can say column field, right? So we are going to make use of this particular same query over here. Just we will change the field name. So initially we changed it for date. Now we will just change it for time. So I will just add time over here. Similarly, here also we will add time. And this was a date format. Now we will change it for time. So I will just delete it. Okay, so first just delete this. So initially what we will write first, and the time format for MySQL, it should be in hours, it should be later in minutes and seconds, right? And in between there should be a colon. Okay, so what I will do, I will just type percent h, h should be capital, then I'm adding a colon over here. Okay, then I want a percent, that is a minute. So for that it is percent I. Okay, for minute it's percent I, then again a colon, and for second it's percent s. Okay, so this is the query which we are going to use for this, and I will run this entire query. Okay, so as soon as I hit run, so now it is running the query, and you can see zero affected rows, and we can see there are no rows has been affected, right? What does it mean? That there was none of any particular value in that particular column which required this particular format. Okay, see, sometimes it will require, sometimes it will not require, but it is good that first we should run this particular query, right? So it will not create any harm for us, but it is a good practice that we should convert first into this proper format, and then we should alter our tables, right? So now what we have to do next is we will alter our table. We have updated it. Now we will do some alteration in the table. So first, instead of this, we have to change it for time. Okay, so the same query we'll be using. We are going to alter this particular table. We are going to modify the column transaction time. And now instead of date, we want the data type of this particular field as time. Okay, that is nothing but time. So now just select this entire query and I will run this. Okay. So now you can see it is running over here. It will take some time to convert all these records.
and then you can see you have received a message over here that 1491116 records are been affected, zero duplicates, zero warning. So it means that it has converted that particular data type into a we can say from text to time it has converted the data type. All right, so now let's see if it has already converted or really converted or not. So I will just describe our table, select it, and I will run this query, and here you can see bingo, that is nothing but transaction time has been converted to now time format, right? That is nothing but time data type, data is also converted. All right, so now these two major cleaning we have to do it in SQL database. Now next thing we have to do is we have to change this particular field name itself, right? So now for now I will just delete everything. Okay, I will just delete everything, and I will just retrieve all the particular table, right? So let's see how the table looks now. So now you can see this particular field we have to change. So we will write a query to change that particular we can say field name, that is for transaction ID, and the query is very simple. I will just write alter table. So we have to alter the table. Which table we have to alter is this particular table. So I'll just copy this, control V, and we have to change the column. So the function will be change. Okay, so change column. Okay, so the change column function we are going to make use of here, and then which field we have to change the name. Okay, so we will just copy, instead of writing here, just right click over here and copy field name, and I will just paste it over here. Okay, just keep it as it is, and you have to change this field into what? Okay, so we have to change it into this particular name. That is, we don't want this initial characters, we just want this one. Okay, so this will be changed to this new name. And what should be the name of, or not name, we can say what should be the data type of that particular field, okay, or the column. So it should be integer, because if you can see all the values which are present here, those are all numerical values, fractionless values, proper whole values are there. So we will name it as integer, and this is the data type we should write in mysql. Now I will just end this statement, I will and select this entire statement, I will just run this. Okay, so as soon as you do, you can see we can say the query has ran successfully. And now what we will do, we will just select this entire select table, and we will retrieve our table again, and let's see if it has been changed or not. And here you can see that transaction ID field name has been changed completely. And now the data cleaning, we can say, is completely done. We have changed everything. If you want to see everything again, we will describe our data table. Okay, so not this, we'll just describe our table, and here you will run this, and you can see that field name has been changed. It is, the data type is integer, transaction date, the data type is date, and time, the time data type is there. Now we have the proper data set with proper data types, with proper field names which we had in our raw data. Next thing, we have to fire the SQL queries with respect to business requirement, and start solving we can say those particular business requirement, and provide the insights to our customer. All right, guys. All right, so now we will be doing our business requirement queries. Okay, so with respect to that, if you see our first requirement, and which is a KPIs requirement, and in that first we are asked to find out the total sales analysis. Okay, and in that we have to calculate few metrics, and based on that, the first metric we have to find out is calculate the total sales for each respective month. Okay, so now when we say for each respective month, it is nothing but for in a dashboard and in SQL query also, we will be finding it for specific month. Okay, so we have the data for 6 months from January to June, I can say, and out of those, any month whichever we want, we have to find out the sales for that particular month. Okay, so now you can see when I've just deleted everything, and when I run this particular query, you are getting a table in front of you. And now when you have to find total sales, okay, we do not have a direct field available here which can be used to find a total sales, or if sales, you cannot see anything sales column here which can be used directly. But we have two fields available, that is, one is transaction quantity, and second is the unit price. Okay, so we all know that for 1 unit, this is the price. Okay, so for what will be let's say what will be the for price for 4 units, so it will be multiplied by unit price, and that will be our total sales. So in same way, we are going to take we can say product of unit price multiplied by transaction quantity, which will be our total sales. Okay, so now let's see how to do that. We will write a select statement, we want to retrieve everything, and we have to take sum. Okay, so when I take sum, we have to take sum of product of unit price multiplied by transaction quantity. So I will take unit price. Okay, make sure you are writing everything correctly, because whatever are there in field of this particular, we can say column name in data, you have to write same, otherwise you will get an error, right? And next is what? Transaction quantity. So I'll just copy the field name and I will paste it over here, right? It's the easiest way, just copy and paste, so we will not get an spell mistake. Okay, so we want this sum of these two, and I will name it as, or I will give an alias as total sales. So as is nothing but you are giving a temporary name of to this particular field, which will be displayed in out. Okay, and we want it from where? So it should be from coffee shop sales. I will just copy this from this particular table. We want everything. So if you run this particular query itself, when I'm running this query, you can see you are getting an output as 69881 2 point some values, right? So whatever output we are getting for total sales, we are getting it for entire data set for all the months. Okay, but we are required to see for a specific month. Okay, so now when we want to apply a month filter over here, we have to use a where clause. Okay, where clause, and we want a specific month. Okay, so we have a field called transaction date, which we just before some time we converted it into a date format. So we will use a month function around it. So month function, we will be using it for transaction date value. Okay, and is equal to, let's say you want to find it for May month. So where does May month falls? It falls at number 5 in the month calendar. So I will specify it as number 5. So this is nothing but for May month. Okay, so we are finding this for May month. So if you want to comment anything, you have to just put two dashes over here, one space in between, and then you can write whatever comment you have to give over here, right? And now I will run this entire query. When you run this query, you are getting a value that 156,727.76. Okay, and if you see our dashboard as well, if you see May month has been selected and the value you can see is 157k, the same value we are getting here as well, and it is expected that the value should be same in your dashboard and in your query itself, right? So if there is some mismatch in that, then something is going wrong in between either your dashboard or either your SQL queries. Okay, so first you can see we have found it out for this particular May month. Let's say you want to find it for March. Okay, so this will be now March month. So you have to specify if let's say any other user is seeing this query. So you should know if he is not aware of this particular query, you should know for which month you are finding. And when you run this query, you are getting this value. And let's say if it is correct value or not, I will just select the March over here, and here you can see 99k, and the same values you are getting over here, just it has been converted into k. So that's the reason it's not available over here. So what we will do, we will round this value. So just we will round this value. Round means not, we will remove all the decimal points from here. Okay, so when you round this, we are getting the first argument as this, we have to write the second argument. If I am giving here 1, it will give me 1 decimal point over here, and close the brackets. I will just run this query, and now you can see 1 decimal point is there. If you want to remove all the decimal points, just remove this 1 as well from here. Okay, and when now you run this query, you can see you are getting only 98835, and this is the same value, it just converted into 99k. So if you also convert this into a 99k, you will get the same value over here. So nothing different. You can also convert this. It's very simple. You just have to write the concat function over there, and then you will get that particular output in this particular query as well. Okay. Okay, so now next, as per our problem statement, if you can see, we have to find out the month-on-month increase or decrease in sales, and then we have to calculate the difference in sales and the selected month, like between the selected month and the previous month. Okay, so now first we will understand what is the difference of current month or a selected month and a previous month. Okay, so now selected month is nothing but whichever month we are selecting in the filter, that is our selected month. For us, that will be our current month, and on that particular selected month, which will be previous month, that is for, let's say we will take an example, it will be good for us. Okay, so let's say selected month for us. Okay, selected month, or we will name it as, okay, let's say name it as current month. Okay, so let's say we are finding it for May, that is nothing but for May is equal to 5. May is nothing but 5 as an
its number of month. So for month, for this selected month or current month, what will be previous month or the last month? It will be what? April. Okay, it will be April, right? So it will be April, and it is nothing but the month number 4. Okay, very easy. So whichever month we are selecting in filter, based on that. So if you are selecting month, let's say if you are selecting April month as an selected month in slicer, then we will go 1 month back. That is nothing but March will be its previous month. So likewise, it is on, we can say, rotation basis, or we can say whichever month selection we are doing, based on that, go 1 month back, that will be your previous month. Very simple. Okay, so based on that only we are going to find out this particular query. So this is the query which we are understood. Now what we will do, so I will write the query. We have already wrote the query for you, and I will just use the same query. So this is the query which we are going to use, and I will explain you how to write this query. And the document which I just showed you, that document I will add in the description box. You can download it. But understanding of this query is very much important. So now let's understand this query first, and then we will run it, and then we will verify if the results are correct or not. So first thing what we are doing here is select month of transaction as a month. Okay, so first what this will give us is, so what this actually is giving us is number of month. Okay, so it is giving us for which month we are seeing the sales. Okay, so this is giving us the number of month. Then we are finding out around sum of transaction, or we can say sum of unit price and transaction quantity. So this particular column will give us the total sales. Okay, so this is nothing but we are getting total sales column. Okay, this is a total sales column which we are getting in the second column. Then third, we are specifying here sum of unit price minus lag. Okay, so we are taking a lag of sum of unit price of transaction quantity comma. So I will just explain you what does it mean. Okay, so what we are doing here actually, guys, is we are taking sum of unit price comma transaction quantity. Okay, so this particular field will give us the value of current month. Okay, so whichever month we are selecting here into the filters, right? So in filters we have already selected 4 will be our April and 5 will be our May. So in this case, May is our current month, April is our previous month. Okay, or we can say May is selected month. So this will give us the value for May month, and we are using a lag function, which is a window function, I can say, and I'm using a second argument as 1. It is nothing but it will go one row back. Okay, in particular transaction date value, it will go 1 month back. And so if it is going 1 month back, that is nothing but, if initially it was May, it will go 1 month back, that is nothing but it will give us April. So May minus April sales, it is nothing but we are getting here the month sales difference. Okay, so we are getting here difference of sales, right? Then what we are doing is we are using a partition function, that is nothing but over, and we are using order by month transaction date, and we are dividing it by, okay, so we are dividing this entire quantity. So this entire quantity is divided it by, again, the previous month sales. So here we are doing division. Okay, division by previous month sales. Okay, we are dividing everything by previous month sales, and then we are multiplying that by 100. That is nothing but convert it into percent. Okay, so we are converting this into percentage, because we all know how month on month sales, year on year sales difference is calculated. Formula for it is current month minus previous month divided by previous month, total multiplied by 100. Okay, so this is the thing which is we are doing here. Then we want it from where? We want it from coffee shop sales, where month of transaction date. Okay, so we are looking for May month. Okay, so this is our current month. Okay, so this will be current month, and April will be our previous month. Okay, so that's nothing but 4 is for April, 5 is for May. Then we have to group it by, because whenever we are using an aggregated function with a dimension, we have to group it by that particular whichever we have used. So we are grouping it by the same, that is nothing but month of transaction date, and we are ordering it by month of transaction date. By default it will be in ascending order, right? So when you run this entire query, so let's run this entire query, so you will get an output over here. So we are getting a first column that is for month, which is this, and second is for sales, and third one is for month on month percentage increase. And now let's verify these values with our dashboard. If you select the month as May 1st, okay, because selection we have kept it as month, you can see the total sales for May month, that is 5 number month, is 157, which is the same value we are getting over here. And the month on month increase is 31.79, which is this value, that is 31.8, which is rounded off, which is the correct value, that is nothing but 31.8. And these are April sales. If you want to see April sales are correct or not, just select April over here. You can see 119, and same 118, that is nothing but if you round it off, we'll get 119 itself, right? So this is the query. Okay, so we can see this is an advanced query, but I have explained you. And in the document which I have mentioned over here, so in this particular document, all the queries mentioned, I will add the explanation of this entire query in this particular document. So you don't have to worry. If you anybody is asking you what does this particular query actually means, I will add a description. You can read it, you can understand more, or you can Google it out and you can learn more about how this query and why this query is being used over here. Okay, so why I have not wrote it here, because it would take so much of time for me to write all of this. So I've just pasted it and I've tried to explain it over here. I hope you have understood. This is an important part. This is an advanced part. We have learned so many functions over here. And the same kind of we have to use in real time also. When there is an use of year on year, month on month, quarter on quarter, week on week, kind of sales and metrics which you have to find out. All right. So I hope you have understood, and we will move ahead to our next one. So one more thing which is left over here is we have to find out month on month difference. If you see in our dashboard, so let's see the dashboard. You can see 24.1 versus last month. So we have to find out the difference. So we will just calculate it. Okay. So you can use a calculator or you can create a month also, but I will just show you by calculator. So 156, and then we have 7 to 8, and we have to minus it. That is 118941. And if u is equal to, you can see it is 37,787. So let's say if it is correct, but initially we have to select the May month over here. And now you can see it is 37.8, and it is positive with respect to last month, right? Because we have to take May minus April. So it is nothing but 37.8. Okay, that is nothing but 37.8. Same value if we convert it into thousands, right? So I hope you have understood this. This is more important. Validation is important. Okay, we have to validate this also. So in this particular, we just have fired two long queries for seeing these values itself. Same query will be used for total orders, same will be used for total quantity as well. So we will see that in a bit. Alright, so now we will move ahead with our problem statement. So next in our KPIs requirement, we have to find out total order analysis, right? So in this again, we have to calculate few metrics, and the first is obviously the total number of orders for the respective month. All right. So now let's understand first what do we mean by total orders, and for that I will use this query which will give us the entire table in front of us. And here you can see, as I have already told you while our data walkthrough, that each particular row in this particular data represents an order. All right. So it's very simple. We have to take count of each and every row. So there are two ways which we can get this. Either we can use we can say the select count of transaction ID, or we can just use count of star. Okay, any one is fine for us, because I've already told you the transaction ID have unique values on each row, non-null values on each row, which acts as primary key in our case. All right. So what we will do, I will use the same query here, whichever you can see, and I will just modify this query. So instead of this, what I will do, I will just remove this entire thing from here. So all other thing will remain same. We will find it first for March month, and we will see for other months as well. So select what we have to take, count. Okay, so I will take count of what, transaction ID, or count of star will also work. Okay, so I will take it as transaction underscore ID. Okay, and I will name it as total orders. Okay, so I will name it as total orders. All right. So we can just run this query. I will just run this query, and you can see these are the total orders for March month. If you want to see with respect to our dashboard, I will just show you. So, and if select the March month over here, you can see the total number of orders are 21229. And here we are getting the exact value, that is 21229. All right. Let's say if you want to see for May month, okay, and this will be for May month, just select this entire thing. The 5 number falls in May month, so that's the reason we are taking it 5. I think I've already explained this. Again, I will just select this and you can see 33,527. So let's select the May month over here and you can see the same value we are getting. Okay, it is expected we should get the same value in both the tools, that is Tableau and SQL. Until we are getting the same value, we are good with the data whichever we are getting and whichever we will be presenting it in front of our client. So I have already told you why we are doing it in SQL and why we will be doing it in Power BI at the start of video. If you have missed it, you can just scroll back in the video and you can see that particular thing. All right. So this is the total orders which we have received. So now next we have to find, as per our problem statement here, you can see for the other metrics, that is month on month increase and decrease in the sales, and also the difference between those particular current month and previous month. So I've already told you the logic how current month and previous month works. So if current month is May, then obviously previous month will be April, because for that we will go 1 month back, right? So this query actually I have already documented over here. So I will just copy it and I will paste it over there. So I will just copy. So for you, you can copy or you can paste or you can type it. I will add the document in the description. So I will just select this entire thing. I will delete it and I will paste it over here, right? So the same query we are using, just instead of sum, what we have done is we have showing here count of transaction ID. Similarly here as well, count of transaction ID we are showing. So wherever there was sum of sales, we are taking it out and we are showing it for transaction ID, right? That is count, and we are seeing it for current month as May and the previous month as April. So you can do otherwise also. If you want to see current month as April, obviously here should be 4 and here should be 3, that is previous month will be March. Okay, and I will just select this entire query and I will just run this. Okay, so as soon as you do, you can see the query has been ran over here and we are getting an output like this is 4, that is nothing but for April it is, these are the orders, and for March that is 5 number, these are the output, right? And if you want to check with our dashboard, you can see the current month, that is May month orders. We have selected here May are 33527, and the month on month increase percentage is 32.3, which we are getting 32.3%, same over here as well, right? Which is increasing. If it is positive value, it will be increasing obviously. And the we can say that order difference is 8.2k, right? So if you take we can say let's say the difference of these two, as we did it for the sales value, you can see we'll just take the difference, that is current month it is 33,527 minus, if you take it as 25,335, we are getting value as 8.192, that is nothing but 8.2k if we round it off and add the display units as well. Getting a notice? So in this way, this will be for total orders, and so we will move ahead with our third KPI, that is for total quantity sold. Same again, first we have to find out the total quantity sold for a respective month. So instead of count, so I will just retrieve this entire table which we have first. So in this, you can see we have an field called transaction quantity. So I will just copy this field name first. Okay, so we are going to make use of this quantity field to find out the total quantity sold for that particular month. Okay, so it's very simple. We'll just change this particular thing over here. So here it will be sum of, okay, so we will be taking sum of transaction quantity, and the name of alias we will name it as total quantity sold. Okay, so this will be our alias name, and all other things will remain same. I will just select this and I will run this query. And you can see for May month, the quantity sold are 4822 or 48233. And we are getting the same value as 48233. So let's say you want to see for June month. Okay. So for June month, it is 50,942. So if you want to see for June month, we have to we have to type here 6, because June month is 6 number in the calendar year. So it will be now not for May, but it will be for June. Okay. So now select this entire thing and I will run this, and you can see 50,942, the exact value we are getting as we have in our dashboard, right?
Similarly, this is the total quantity sold. Same way we can calculate the month on month increase as well, and for the difference as well. The query I have already documented over here. All right, so I will just select this entire thing, which will be for total quantities, and I will just paste it over here, right? And now I'll just select this entire query. So nothing has been done over here. Same, what we have done is instead of count, now we have shown sum of transaction quantity. Just the metrics will change, the logic will remain the same. Okay, and I will just run this. And as soon as you do, you can see we get the value for us in the dashboard. If you check, we have to check it for May month, and you can see it's again 32.3 percentage, and we are getting the same exact value, 32.2575. If you round it off, it will be 32.3 only. And I'm sure if you take the difference of these two, you will get the exact difference value, which will be 11.8k. You can try this on your own, so I will not waste much time on this, right? So the same thing we have done here, and this query is a little bit complex to understand, but the explanation of the query I have added it in the query document over here. You can see when you scroll up for sales, for only one type I've added, you can see I've added the complete explanation of how this works, right? So for each and every statement, how it is performed, what is the significance of it, I have mentioned in this query document. All right. So it is completely free. You can just download and you can learn from this. All right. And one more thing, guys. So whatever results you are making, right? So whatever queries you are firing, all those things, let's say this query you have fired, okay, so make sure you save that query somewhere in your document, because let's say in real time, whenever you are working in an organization, you will be working as a team, right? So let's say you are working as a team, and at the initial levels, you fired this query, you generated the output, and later someone else is on working on those projects. So he will ask you, you worked on those queries, where are those queries, what are those queries? So that is the reason everything is documented. Whatever queries you fire, all those are documented, the results are stored, the screenshot I can see, you can see the screenshot, you can take it from snip tool or any other tool which you have, and just store it in your results. Whenever this will be done in real time as well, right? Because client will also ask you whenever you are doing a testing of all the reports by firing SQL queries. Client will say, okay, you fired the SQL queries, show me the document which you fired, show me the output which you got when you fired that particular output, that is the that particular query. So everything, or we can say the proof of everything should be stored. It is recommended to store, and you should store in this particular formats. Okay. See, the format can change from one company to another, one project to another, but you have to store it. That's the thumb rule. All right. So I hope you are documenting as well whatever you are firing, so that it will be easy for you to study also. And whenever you are mentioning this in your resume, your interviewer may ask you what queries you used, what functions you used. So you can just quickly go through this document, and you can help. I mean to say, you can answer those particular questions very easily whenever you are doing a quick revision. All right. So this was all about KPIs. Next, after that, what we have to do is as per our problem statement, we have to do it for charts requirement. All right. Okay, so now as per our charts requirement, in the first, what we have to find out is calendar heat map. Okay, so now there are 3 points which are asked us to build in calendar heat map or to get the insights from. Implement a calendar heat map that dynamically adjusts based on selected month from a slicer. Right, so now he want us to implement a calendar heat map. So now this is a part of a Power BI requirement, I can say, because calendar heat map in the form of visual can be created in any visualization tool like Power BI, W, or Excel. Not in SQL, we can get in numerical values. Now here also each will be colored. Okay, so colored part again, it will be a Power BI part. So now next what we have to do is implement tooltips to display detailed metrics. Okay, so now when we have to see the metrics for each day. Okay, so if I show you the Power BI one, so you can say for May 2023, we can see a calendar over here. So from 1st to 31st of May, we can see a calendar. So if we hover over our mouse, let's say on 18th of May, and when we do that, we see for that particular day the total sales. the total quantity sold, and the total orders. Getting or not? So these three metrics are important for us, and those we will view or try to analyze in SQL, right? So now, based on that, it is very easy to do it in SQL. So what we will do, I will just clear out everything first here. Okay, and then we will write a query for this. All right. So I will just use and select statement, and keep in mind that we want to find out all the metrics: total quantity sold. Sorry, first will be total sales. Next, if you want to see in our Power BI, you can see next we have to find out quantity sold and the total orders, right? So for that we will be firing the select. I will be using a select statement. Okay, a select statement, and then we will be using I will be using sum. Okay, why sum? Because we want to find out the sum of sales. Sum of sales is nothing but the product of unit price multiplied by the transaction quantity. So it will be unit underscore price. We will multiply it by transaction quantity. Okay, and it will be named as total sales. Okay, this is our total sales. Then we want quantity sold, which will be sum of what? Transaction quantity. Okay, nothing but this. So it will be multiplication of sum of transaction quantity as total quantity sold. Okay, similarly, we want the total orders, which is nothing but count of transaction ID. Okay, the count of transaction ID, and we will name it as total underscore orders. Okay, right? And from where we want from coffee shop sales. Okay, nothing but from this table. We'll paste it over here. Okay, so now I will just run this part of the query. As soon as I run, you can see we have an error. So let's see what. Okay, so we have to specify commas over here because we are creating three metrics, so it should be specified with the comma. And now I will run. You can see the total sales, total quantity, and total orders, but we haven't applied any filter over here for any particular day. So right now it is giving us at entire database level. So what we will do, we will apply a filter over here where we, let's say we want it to be visible for a date. Okay, so let's say we want to see it for we will see it for 18th of May. Okay, 18th of May 2023. So if you want to see it, so we will be using a function, or we can say a transaction date filter for this. So transaction date for me would be, I will write it in single quotes, and it will be okay, so I will just 2023 dash, it will be 05 dash 18, and then I will end this quotes, and then I will run this. And you can see for this particular date, that is for 18th of May 2023, we are getting these values, right? So, and if you can see here, we see the values as 5.6k, 1.7k, and 1.2k. That is exact those values only. If you want to see the exact values in the form of k's, that is nothing but as display unit as thousands and decimal point as one, we have to use some different functions with like round functions, concat functions, right? So first what we will do, I will use a concat function for this. Okay, concat function, and I will use a round function for this matrix. Okay, so this is a round function. We will divide it by 1000, and we want at one decimal points. I will close this round function, and I will close the concat, right? So just let's see if we get it for total sales. Okay, so you can see 5.6. Okay, and for in concat function, we have to add k over it. That is at the end, we want k. So I will add it in single quotes as k. Okay, and now let's run this. Okay, we are getting an error. We left close the bracket, and now we will run. So you can see it is 5.6k. Same we will do it for this also. I will use concat function. Then I will use a round function, and I will divide this by 1000, show it for one decimal point, close the bracket, comma, for k as display unit. Similarly for this as well. Concat is nothing but, guys, when we have to join the two outputs together, then we can use a concat function, right? Again, round, divided it by 1000, comma 1, comma key, and close this bracket, and let's run this. So you can see now we will check. So you can see for 18th we can see 5.6k, 1.7k and 1.2k, 5.6k, 1.7k and 1.2k. Okay, so let's say you want to see for different month. Okay, so let's see for March, and you want to see for 27th of March. Okay, so for 27th of March, if you see these are the values. So if you want to see it, we will have to change the date over here. So for March it will be 3rd and the date would be 27, and I will just run this. So you can see it is 3.7k. Okay, then we have 1.2k, and at the last you can see it is 764 is nothing but 0.8k. If you remove the concat and round function, it will give us the same value, right? So in this way we will check for a few dates. If it is showing us the correct value, then it is fine, that yeah, we are on the correct, and it is giving us the correct value. The values are matching for this particular we can say months for that particular date. Okay, so this is how we deal with a calendar heat map, I can say, where we are showing some daily quantities in the form of three metrics, that is total sales, total quantity sold, and the total orders. Okay. All right. So now next, as per our problem statement, if you can see, what we have to find is sales analysis by weekdays and weekends. Okay. So we have to find out the sales on weekdays and weekends. Okay. So first we need to understand how MySQL works actually. So what are the weekends and what are the weekdays? So as per our analysis, okay, so just I will just explain you. So for us, weekends will be Sat and Sunday. That is nothing but Saturday and Sunday for us will be weekends, and weekdays for us will be from Monday. Okay, so from Monday to Friday. So these are our weekdays. So this is the condition we have to use actually. And what happens actually in SQL is, so when we are going to make use of day numbers in this particular query. Okay, so when we say day number, so always remember Sunday. Okay, Sunday is given as day number 1, right? Similarly, Monday will be given as day number 2, and so on. Okay, if you go counting, then Saturday will be given as day number 7. We have 7 days. So by SQL, Sunday will be given as 1, Monday will be given as 2, and Saturday will be given as 7. So this is important for us to know before writing our query. And in this query, we are going to make use of a case statement, because we don't have directly this particular values in our data. So temporary, to get an output, we will try to create a table for us, and out of those table we will feed our sales value, and then we will get our output, right? So now just let's write the query as per our this particular logics, right? So we will use a select statement. Okay, and as I told, we are going to make use of a case statement over here. So case statement we will be using. Okay, and we have an argument first, that is when. Okay, so when day of week. Okay, so this is the function for us which will retrieve the day number of the those particular dates, right, in that week. Okay, so day of week from where? Transaction date. Okay, so day of week from transaction date. Okay, if these values falls in 1 comma 7. Okay, if these values are either 1 or 7, as I told you, if it is 1 or it is 7, that is if it is Sunday or if it is Saturday, then those are called as weekends, right? So then it will be treated as weekend. So we have to write it in single quotes. Okay, that is nothing but a string value which we are going to get in an output. Else, okay, so all other values apart from this, they will fall as what? Weekdays. Simple. Okay, right? So this will be our case statement. All right. And now we will end this statement, and we will alias this, or we will give an alias for this as day type. Okay. So for us, you can give any name as an alias. So just an output for this will be a day type, that is either weekdays or either weekends, right? Now
I will just give a comma over here. So this is the first, I can say, column we will be retrieving in our output, and second, we want the sales for those respective day types, right? So nothing but sum of sales is nothing but unit price. Okay, we will take unit price, we will multiply it by transaction underscore quantity. Okay, so this is what, uh, as we will name it as a total sales. Okay, and we want to retrieve this everything from where? Coffee shop sales table. Okay, where we have to give a condition. Okay, so now we have to give an month specific because we want to find it for a specific month. So month of transaction date we will take it as, okay, so let's say we find it for May, so this will be for May month. Okay, we are finding it for May month. Next, now we have to also group it by. Okay, so we have to group by, and we know why we group it by, because this statement will give us and dimension output, and this is a matrix value which is aggregated, right? So whenever we are getting an aggregation or retrieving an aggregation, it should be grouped by those particular initial, we can say, dimension, or we can say quantitative qualitative value which we are going to use, right? So we will group it by this, so we'll just copy everything, and I will just paste it over here, right? So this will be the query which will be doing. Let's see if we get an output over here, right? So we get an output over here for May month. Okay. If you check with the dashboard, and if you select the May month over here, and you can see the values are matching. That is 40.1k, and you can say 116.6k. So 0.1k, if you round off these values, you will get the same value, right? And I've already told you how to round it off. You can use a concat function, and then you can use a round function around it, and I will divide it by 1000. Okay, and we want one decimal point, close this bracket, comma, we want it the k as an display on it, and I will just run this. Okay, so you can see 116.6k and 40.1k. Let's say you want to see it for February month. Okay, so this will be what for Feb month, and now run this query. And when you do, you can see, let's say for February month, you get 54.0k for weekdays, that is this, and for weekends it is 22.1k. So we are getting an exact value with respect to whatever filters we are using. So I hope you are understanding this, why we are doing this, and what's the logic being used, right? I've already explained you here. Similarly, what we have to do side by side, you have to copy this query, you have to generate a document. So keep that process along with you if I forgot to tell, right? So this was about weekdays and weekend sales, all right? Okay, so the now next, as per our requirements, we have to analyze our third chart and the sales value for those, that is by store location. Okay, so now this is very simple. I will just write a query for this over here, or I will just delete this first, everything. Okay, and what I will do, I will just retrieve our table which we have in our database. So you can see this is the table, and for retrieving the store location, we have this particular column over here. I will just right click and I will just copy the field name so we can use it while writing our queries. And I will fire a query that select. Okay. So what we want store location, that is store location, and we want sum of sales. So sum of sales, that is nothing but unit price. Okay. So it is unit price multiplied by transaction quantity. Okay, so, and we will name it as total sales. Okay, so this is our total sales value. We want to retrieve it from which table? That is the table which we imported. It's a coffee shop sales table. And next, we have to apply a where condition because we want to find it for a particular month. So we'll use a function called month of transaction date. Okay, so month of transaction date, let's say we want to find it for May month, so this will give you value for May. And always remember, whenever you are using any dimension field, so once comma is remained here, so we have to use a group by statement for that. Okay, so I will use a group by and I will paste it over here, right? Dimension is nothing but a discrete field, I can say, which have the values in I can say qualitative manners, right? So these are quantitative values. We are taking aggregation on that. So we have to always group it by, and we will just see the results now. Okay, so just select this and I will run this particular thing. And you can see for different stores, we are getting different values. So what we will do, I just want to see the values in descending order. So higher value at top and then the other value. So what I will do, I will just order by. So we will just order by what? Some of this. Okay, so we want to order this by this and we want it in descending order. By default it will take ascending order, so if you are specifying we will get it in descending order if you want to see. So when I run this query, so you will have an error over here, that is okay. So let's see what error we are having. Okay, we have left order by. Okay, so we'll just run this query now, and you can see it's by default ascending order because I have not selected descending. Now I will just enter an entire query and you will get everything in descending order. Okay, so if you want to see and compare the values with respect to this, with the May month is selected, and you can see the value is 52.60, which is the exact value which you are getting over here. So if you want to, round it off, we can use a concat function. Okay, so now let's concat and then we will use a round function. Okay, so round function, and we will divide this entire thing by 1000. Let's say we want to see it for 2 decimal points. Okay, so we will use comma 2 and we'll concat it with respect to as a display unit 1000. Okay, and now I will run this query. So just select this and run this. You can see it's Hell's Kitchen is 52.6. That is correct. Okay, so you can see it is 52.6 over here. Then we have Astoria at 52.43, which is correct, and the lower Manhattan as 51.70, which is we are getting the exact value as required. Okay, so you can select it for different month. Let's say you want to find it for June. Okay, so we'll just select 6 over here, which is the month of June, and I will just run this query and you are getting this enter value. So I will just select here also, and you can see it is 56.96, 55.08, 54.45, same values, right? So just next thing what you have to do is you just have to copy, you have to store it in your document. All right, so this was for sales by store location. Okay. Okay, so now next we will move ahead to our next requirement, and when we move ahead to our fourth requirement, we have to find out daily sales with average line, right? So now this is quite a challenge for us to do, because in this we have to fire 2 to 3 queries to get an entire result. So first what we will do, we will find out the average sales. Okay, and if I show you the Power BI mockup how it looks, so we can see there is an average line over here, and whichever a daily sales, right? So this bar, whichever you can see, it is for each and every date for this particular month selected. So for we will just find it for May. Okay, so now for May, you can see these are the bars. First, we will find out the average revenue. Then we will find out the sales for each and every bar over here, that is for each and every day. And then we will find out which particular sales are above average and which are below average, right? So in this way, we are going to find out everything. So now, just first thing we have to find out the average. So I will just delete everything this. So now this is tricky somewhat. So how will you find the average? So let's say we use a query that is select, and now average, we have to find out average is nothing but we'll use an average function of sales. Sales is nothing but unit price multiplied by transaction quantity. So we'll use the same thing. We'll be using a unit price and we will multiply it by, that is, transaction quantity. Okay, and this is as our average sales. Okay, so this is our average sales from we want it from coffee shop table, where where our month of transaction day, okay, where month of transaction date is equal to 5 because we are finding it for May month. Okay, and when I run this, you can see we are getting a value as 4.6746. Okay, so what do you think, is it a correct value? Because if you see here, in this particular, the value is something else, that is 5.1k, that is 5000 actually the value is, right? So here we are getting something different, right? And this is not actually what we want, right? So we want, or we have to find out the average sales by using some other query. So for that, what we will do, I will write a new query and I will explain you how it works and why we have written this, right? So we'll be using a select statement and I will use an average function and I will use total sales. Okay. So now you will say we don't have this total sales actually in our data. How we are using directly this? So this is a part of outer query. This total sales will be coming from inner query, which we are going to write in a minute. So I will just name this average sales as what? Average of total sales of what? As I will name it as average underscore sales. Okay. So this is my average sales, right? From where we want it from, and right now I will write here as a inner query. That is nothing but from. I will write a inner query as select. Okay, select sum of transaction underscore quantity. Okay, that is nothing but unit price into transaction quantity. I have wrote transaction quantity first. It the meaning is same. Okay, so transaction quantity into price, as now this total sales will be coming from here, that is this thing, right? So make sure you're writing same at the outer query and the inner query. So this is the inner query actually what we are writing, right? So we want it from where? So inner query, so we are writing inner query, so it should be coming from coffee shop sales. Okay, and where? Okay, so where what? We have to give a condition over here, that is what we are finding it for only month of transaction date, that is for May month. So month of transaction date is equal to 5, right? And we will group, right? So we will group by, why we have to group by, I will tell you in a bit. So for now, just we will group by what? The transaction date whatever we are using, and we will just close our bracket which we are using, and we will name it as internal query, or we can call it as inner query also. So I will just run this and you can see we are getting this value. Now I will explain you how this works, right? So I've wrote select average of total sales as average of sales, right? So this total sales is or the outer query is fed the value from inner query, right? So we are taking this total sales from inner query where we have wrote this entire inner query over here. What we have written in inner query is we are taking sum over here, that is we are taking sum of entire transaction quantity into unit price, that is nothing but total sales from this particular table, and where month is equal to 5. So what does this do is for each and every sales, or each and every day it is giving us the sum. Okay, so that is nothing but for each and every month, that is for May month we are getting the entire sales. But what group by does, it group by does the thing that it will calculate, or it will aggregate this sum only for transaction dates. That is nothing but for each and every date we will get those sum. That is nothing but, if I explain you here, so group by gives us that this is the sum of sales for one day, this is for second day and third day, right? If you don't write group by over here, it will consider all of this as one quantity and it will give you the sales, and this is what we don't want. We want for each and every day we have to consider, and then we have to find out the average. The same thing has been done over here. We are getting the total sales where if you run only this internal query, and if you see the value which you are getting, you can see for each and every day we are getting the values, right? So if you want to see here, I have just ran the internal query. You can see I have used a group by sales, and you can see for each and every day you are getting this particular sales value, right? We are not getting one single sales value, but we are getting for each and every day. If you ran only this particular query, you can see we are getting a complete total sales value, which we don't want, right? So we have to use a group by statement where we are getting the sales value for each and every day. So this input, okay, so this input is fed to this particular outer query from where we are getting the average sales. So for all this particular sales value, we are calculating the average, and that is nothing but we are getting our value as 5055. That is nothing but 5.1k is the value which we are getting exact. Getting or not? If you want, you can round the function over here. So just use concat function here, and we can round this particular thing, right? And I will show it for or we should divide it by 1000 for displaying unit as 1000. We want it for one decimal point. I will close this comma and I will write in single inverted comma as key. And now when I run this particular query, you can see it is 5.1k, which is the exact value we are getting, right? For May month. If you want to see it for, let's say, April month, so we will just write 4 over here, and I will run this query, and you will get 4k, that is exactly 4.0k. Getting a note? So in this way, first we have calculated the average revenue or average sales, right? The next task what we have to find out is the daily sales. Okay, so for, let's say we will be using for May month, so we will be finding the daily sales, right? And one thing you have to do is you have to record this. Okay, just keep in mind that you have to record this average sales. Now we will find out daily sales for that particular month selected, right? So now to find out the daily sales for that particular month selected, it's very easy. So we just have to write a query as select. I will be using a select statement, and I will be using a day function to get an list of day numbers for that particular month. Okay, and we want it from where? Transaction date. So I'll just copy transaction date, and I will give it an alias as day of month. Okay, so this will be the alias for this day of month, comma, we want what? Sum of sales for those, right? So sum of unit underscore price, unit price multiplied by transaction underscore quantity. Okay, and this is nothing but as our total underscore sales. Okay, so this is our total underscore sales, and we want from where? From coffee shop sales. Okay, so we want it from this table, where we have to use this also. That is, we want to find it for May month, so we'll use a condition as this particular thing. Then we have to group also, right? So we will group by, because as I told you, whenever you are using a discrete or dimension field with the aggregation, we have to group it, right? So I will group it by this particular thing, whatever we are using, and I will order by as well. So I will order by what? The same thing, that is day of transaction date. And right now we want it in ascending order only, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That will be the day number of that particular month. Okay. So in this way, we will use this query, and I will just run this. And as soon as you do, you can see you are getting a list over here, right? So for first of month, first of day, what are the sales, right? So if you see here in this bar, you can compare that first May 2023, the sales was 4731. That is the exact value we are getting, right? So in this way, we are calculating the values for each and every day over here, right? So this is the second query actually, right? That is for each and every day, what are the sales? Now what we have to do is the average sales from here, if we have to compare those with daily sales, right? So if those are greater than average sales, that is the daily sales, it will show it darkest color, that is nothing but above average. And if it is in like the daily sales are less than average revenue or average sales, they will be in light color, that is nothing but those are below average. So we cannot show shadings, but we will just show the text value as above average and below average, that we will find out. Okay, so for that I have already wrote the query, which is quite long, so I will just copy it and paste it, and I will just explain you how it works, right? So this is the query, you can see. So I will just copy it, and I will paste it over here, right? And I will just run the query first. Okay, just select entire query and I will run it. And you can see we are getting all the status. We are getting the sales as well, and we are getting the status at whether it is below average or whether it is an above average. You can compare these values with the share also in Power BI results. Okay, so let's say for 8th May, it is above average, right? Because we have the bar going above this average line. So you can see for 8th it is above average. For 9th also it is above average. For 10th also. You can see for 9 and 10 it is again above average, right? So likewise we are getting an exact values. So what we have actually wrote here, right? So when we have to give a condition over here, so always we have to create a case statement for that particular condition, which will give us an desired output for that, right? So we are using select day of month. So you will say this is not been used, but this is been called from the inner query which we are writing, right? So here you can see the inner query is there. Then we are using a case statement, that is as our second column, where we are giving a condition total sales. This total sales will be also
given, and or it will be taken from inner query, that is an output for the, or we can say input for this outer query, and we are giving a condition average sales. This will be also taken from inner query. So if this condition satisfy, it is above average. If this condition is less than, it is below average. Else it is just or we can say, if we will name it as equal to average. Okay, so it is equal to average. Correct. And then we are ending this particular case statement, and then we also showing total sales, which will be taken from this particular query from day of transaction date, that is day of month. So there is nothing, it will be fed over here. Then the total sales, which will be fed over here again, and average sales from coffee shop sales, right? So these queries we have already wrote, right? So this is the entire query which you are using, which is very easy to understand. Okay, so if you want, I will explain this particular query in the document. Okay, so this is the entire thing, a bit advanced query which we have used to get our results, right? So the same types of queries you have to write in your real time also. And again, as I have mentioned the screenshots of both for that particular May month, you can see you also have to take the screenshot and add it over here, right? So it will be proof for you that yeah, the query was written correct, and this was the output which you got, right? So I hope you have understood this. So this was quite tricky, and it was interesting for us. We broke the solution in three parts, and then we got that particular desired output, whatever we want for those particular business requirement. All right. So I hope you like this. And if you have come at this particular stage of the video, I know you are doing great. So you can just go ahead and like the channel, subscribe the channel, like this video, and share it with your friends. Also, if you are interested in data analyst materials and projects, if you want to connect with me one to one, you can go to my website. Link is available in the description. Go over there, see whatever is, uh, you know, I can say affordable to you. I can say the prices are already affordable. Anybody can afford, but the material which I'm providing, designed by myself, which will give you the quality content. Okay, and it will help you in your upcoming interviews, in your real-time jobs as well, and for your revisions as well. All right, so let's move ahead with our next requirement. All right, so now we will move ahead to our next requirement, and if you see in our requirement document, we have to find out sales by product category. Okay, so now this is simple, I can say. So I will just delete everything what we wrote over here. So I hope you have saved everything in the document. I will just clear everything out, and I will just run this particular query. Okay, so you can see I am retrieving our entire table, and now we want to find out the sales with respect to product category. So what I will just right click over here, I will copy the field name which we are going to use, and simple we'll just type the query. So select, we want product category, comma, and we want sum of sales, that is nothing but sum of unit price. So it will be unit underscore price multiplied by transaction underscore quantity. Okay, and it will be named as total sales. Okay, right, and we will retrieve it from where? From copy shop sales. Simple. All right, and we want it to be for that particular month. So that is month of transaction date is equal to 5. Okay, and same thing we have to do it again, that is we have to group by when we are using any field with aggregation. So we will group it by this, and we will run this query simply. Okay, as soon as you do, you can see we are getting for different product category, we are getting the different sales value for those particular months which we have selected, right? But if you want to sort it in descending order, you know what you have to do. You have to order by what? Sales value. That is nothing but by this, right? So you have to order by sales, and we have to do it in descending order, right? That is DESC for descending order. And now just run the query. So you can see you are getting all the values in descending order, and you can compare it with this particular May month. You can see for coffee is the highest selling product category, which is 60.36, right? We are getting the same. Tea we have, then we have bakery, we have drinking chocolate, and all those things, right? You can compare those value. If you want to round this off, you know how to do it. Use a concat function with round function, and then you can apply a display on it, divide it by 1000, you will get your value. All right, so this was for product category. And with respect to our next what we have the problem statement, we have to find out top 10 products by sales. Okay, now we have to find out top 10 products, that is, so for that I will just run this table again. So you can see product we have, that is nothing but a product type. Okay, so I will just copy this field name and we will use in this particular query itself. So I will not write a different query. So instead of product category we want product type. Similarly we have to group it by product type as well, right? So all other will remain same. We want to find out sum, so it will remain same. We want to find it for May month, it will remain same, and order by will also remain same. So just run this query now, and as soon as you run, you are getting the entire list of products, right? But what we want is, we just want top 10. Okay, so to get top 10, always remember that first you have to order by at descending order, which we have already done, and then we will use a limit function. Okay, so I will limit it up to top 10. Okay, so just use limit 10, it will give you the top 10 products, and just run this query. As soon as you do, you can see you are getting the top 10 products. That first product or the highest selling product is what, if you want to see, it is what, barista espresso, that is 20.42K, which are getting the same value. Let's say if you are applying a filter, you want to see it for coffees. Okay, so if you want to see for coffee, and then you can see coffee filter is applied, in that you want to see which are the top selling. So again, what you have to do, in where condition, you have to apply one more, we can say, function. So first I'll run this query, and we have to apply one more filter, that is for product category. I will just copy this. Product category is equal to, let's see, we have to choose it as coffee. So I'll just select coffee. Copy is equal to, in single quotes. Okay, I'll type it instead. So make sure you type whatever it is there, same capital words and all those things. And I will run this. Okay, one second. So what went actually in this particular query wrong is, here we typed product type as coffee, but it should be product category. So I will just run this particular query and I will show you. You can see coffee falls in this particular field, that is product category. So we'll just copy this field. I will just copy the field name and I will paste it over here. Right, so again I will do that, copy field name, and I will paste it over here. And now we'll just run this particular query, and as soon as you run this query, you can see you are getting for month of transaction date, that is for May month, and for product or a category as a coffee, you are getting this particular products which are the top selling. You can see here, when I show you this particular coffee sales dashboard, I have selected this particular coffee over here. You can see it has been selected, and these are been filtered out. You can see the sales for this is 20.42, that is, for espresso it is 20.42. Then it is gourmet brewed cafe, it is the second one, that is 15.59, and the least selling is drip coffee, that is 7.29K, which are the same values which are getting, just not with a display unit, and not with the 1000 separators, right? So in this way, we have solved this particular problem statement. So with respect to that, the next problem statement which we have, and the last one we have, is sales analysis by days and hours. Okay, so now this is important for us, because this is the same as we solved it for the calendar heat map, I can say, because here also it is asking us to utilize a heat map, right? So here you can see we have already created a heat map over here, but to understand how it actually works, I will just unfilter this particular coffee first sale, and here you can see the May month has been selected. So here you can see in vertical, that is in rows, we can see hours, and in columns we can see the different days of that particular week. And let's say I'm seeing it for this particular, you can see it is Monday and hour number is 8, and you are getting the total sales, total quantity, and the total orders, right? So same we have to do for that particular day, and that for that particular hour we have to find out the sales, quantity, and total orders. So for the same, what we can do is we can write a query. I will just use the same over here. So I'll just delete this product type, and we will use the same query. Okay, so most of the things will remain same. Okay, this part will remain same. We have to use total sales, that is sum of quantity. Then we have to find out nothing but we have to find out the total quantity as well. So it is nothing but sum of what? Transaction quantity, right? So we already know this. It is the sum of transaction underscore quantity.
right? And we will name it as total quantity sold. Okay. Then we have to find out the total orders. It is nothing but count of transaction ID, or you can take count of star also. You'll give it, we'll get the same values, because count of star, what it does, it gives us the total count of the rows in that particular data, right, or that particular table, right? Then we don't want this. We will just filter it at where a day month of transaction date is equal to 5, right? And one more filter we have to apply over here, because we can see here, not one, we can say two filters we have to apply, because we want the day of that particular month and we want hour also for that particular month, right? So now what we can do is, we can just add one more filter over here, and okay, I will use a day of week. Okay, I already told you we have used this function while calculating the daily sales. So day of week of transaction date. Okay, so day of week of transaction date is equal to, we have to find it for, let's say, r number, that is day number 1, because day number 1 will be 1 day. Okay, so I've already told you this is for Monday. Okay, so we are calculating this for Monday, then this is for May month. Okay, this is for Monday. One is given to sorry, one is given to Sunday, two is given to Monday. So this will be two. Sorry for that. So this is Monday, that is two, because one Sunday, two Monday. Likewise, seven will be Saturday. One more filter we have to add, that is for hours. Okay, to get the R number 8. So for that we will use R function. Okay, R of this particular transaction date, it should be equal to what? 8. Okay, we want for 8R, right? So this is nothing but for R number 8, right? So now we will run this entire query, and you can see we are getting one error. So we have left to add commas over here, because these are three different columns which we are generating. And now I will run this. So now when we run this query, we are getting an error over here, that is we are not getting any values. And you might have encountered that, what is the error? See, we are taking hour of transaction date. No, what we have to take, we have to take hour of transaction time over here. So from date we cannot derive the time, so we have taken a wrong field name over here. So it should be hour of, we can say, transaction time. And now I will run this particular query, and you can see we are getting a value as total sales are 2697. And if you compare with this particular, it is for 8th and Monday, you can see the total sales are 3k, which is exactly, if we round it off, we will get the 3k. Quantity sold are 819 and total orders are 572. Same, quantity sold are 819, count of star, this is nothing but it will be our total orders. Okay, and I will run this query again, and you can see the total orders are 570. Let's say you want to find it so for some other day. Let's say I will find it for this particular thing, that is for R number 14, and we want to find it for Sunday. So R number 14, so I will name it as R number 14, and for Sunday it is nothing but it should be 1. Okay, so now this is for Sunday, and this is for R number 14. That is nothing but it is a 24-hour clock, so we are taking it as R number 14. It is in data itself that we are having. So when we run this query, you can see it is 916. Okay, so for R number 14, it is 916 is nothing but we can say 1k. It is rounding of 315 and 232. That is, one second, it is for R number 14 and Sunday. So R number 14 and Sunday, here it is, right? So it is 278 and 199. So we are getting the same values over here, right? So in this way, you can randomly pick some of them. You can change the dates. You can change the date. You can change the day of week. You can change the hour of transaction time, and you can verify if your results are correct or not with respect to Power BI. And you will get the correct results, right? Now you can see that we have added some consolidated summation of the bars as well. So what does but this bar indicate is that for this particular R number, what are the total sales, right? So these numbers are for total sales, which you are seeing over here, right? Same we will find out in bar itself. So this is for R number 6. You can see the R's. The total number of sales are 4.9k, and you can see the peak hours of this particular coffee shop sales. You can see the peak hours are what, from morning 7 up to you can say morning 10. These are the peak hours where the maximum number of coffee is sold, right? The same, in this way only you have to generate the insight. So we will find out this particular query. So for that, what we can do is, I will just delete everything. We want to find out sum of sales, I will keep it in that way only. But we also want to find out what, the hours. Okay, so for that we will take hour of, I will take hour of transaction we will take hour of transaction time. Okay, so it will be for hour of transaction time, it should be equal to, or it is not that we are not specifying any hour, so it is we want it for all the hours. So I'll specify here comma, and we want it from which table? That is from coffee shop sales table. I will just paste it over here. Right, then we want to apply a where condition over here, that is for month. Okay, so for month of, I will just copy this, and instead of time it should be date. So hour of transaction date should be equal to 5, that is nothing but for May month. Okay, and obviously we have to group it. Okay, because we have to group by hour of transaction time, because it's a discrete and dimension field which we are using. It's group by. Okay, and then we will also order by. Okay, we want to see everything in this ascending order for hours. Okay, in respect to hours, we want to see in ascending order. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, likewise hours, right? So I'll just select this entire hours and I will paste it over here, right? So by default, it is ascending order. If you want it in descending order, you have to mention here DESC, which will then, get the results in descending order. So I've just run this query and you are getting an error. So unit price into transaction quantity, so here at comma is there, so we'll remove that comma from here, and now we will run this. Okay, so now you are getting a value over here. You can see for R number 6 the total sales are 4.9, which are the exact same. So for R number, let's say 9, it's 19145. That is nothing but for R number 8 it is, sorry, it was R number 9. So for R number 9, you can see it is 19.1K, which is the same value we are getting, right? So in this way, we are finding it for all the hours which are there. And from here, we can get an insight that which is the mostly, we can say, in which hours, in what particular time of the day, the most number of coffee are being sold, and what are the total sales for those also. So in that particular hours, we can generate some insights from that manpower should be higher. You can say the material required would be higher in that case. Getting or not? All right. So now this was for hours. Now the one last thing is remained. Okay, you can see here we have to find with respect to days also. That is day number. That is month, Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, likewise until Sunday. So we can see the for sequence also should be from Monday to Sunday. So for that, what we will do, we have to fire a query, and I have already created a query for that. It's a long query, so I will just copy it and I will explain you how it works. So because it will take much time to write for me, so I'll just copy it and I will explain you, and you can use those same queries. So I'll just delete this and I will paste it over here, right? So here you can see I have wrote select and then I have wrote a case statement. Why case statement? Because we don't have this kind of field directly available in our field, and we are creating a custom column in the data, we can say in the output itself, writing this case statement by giving some condition, right? So when day of week returns us the number of that particular day, when day of week is equal to 2, then what it should be Monday. When day of week is equal to 3, it should be Tuesday, right? Because 1 is Sunday, 2 is Monday, and initially we have specified Monday because we want it into sequence of Monday, right? So likewise up to 7 Saturday, and whatever else is left, it should be given as Sunday. Okay, so we are not specifying any number, because if we had one will be for Sunday, then Sunday will be at the top. So else it will be Sunday, which will automatically come below this particular Saturday, right? Then we will end this statement, and then we are finding the sum of total quantity. Oh, sorry, the sum of sales, which we are rounding it off, right? From where we want it from coffee shop sales, and for transaction date we want it for 5th of that is for month number 5. That is nothing but for May. And then we have to group it by, right? So whatever we are writing and aggregating it with respect to any column, we have to aggregate by the same column over here, right? And then we will just run this query and let's see what output we are getting. You can see we are getting from Monday to Sunday all the sales only we are getting. And if you can compare, if you want to, you can see for Monday it is 25.2, which you are getting the same value. For Tuesday it will be 25.3. You can see it, right? So likewise we are getting an exact value with respect to these queries which we have fired. And what we can conclude or take an insight from here, from start of week, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday are the highest selling days. You can just take an insight from there, right? That is nothing but weekdays are the most popular. So why is that? Because we can say that offices are open on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and the high rush is there in this particular 3 days. And let's say there is a policy available like work from home, where on Tuesday, Friday, the people works from home and not many people come to the offices. Likewise, you can just generate an insight, and on these 3 days you can increase the manpower, you can increase the resources, you can increase the inventory in that coffee shop sales, right? So likewise, insights can be taken from this particular data, right? So in this way, we have fired all the queries. We have queries for the problem statement which we have. Then last thing which I have already told you, always remember to create a document, right? And before that, I'm sure that you might have learned everything from this particular, I can say, project which we are solving, that is SQL plus Power BI. So what I would recommend you guys is just try to use different filters, right? So I have just given you an overall idea how the query should be written, but you can play with filters, right? So I have only applied 1 month filter because time constraints are there. I cannot apply all the filters which we are using in the dashboard and the data which we are having. So you can play with the different filters. You can gain some insights from that. You can generate a complete report from there, and then you can present it in front of your customer, right? The same way is there in the real time industry as well. You have time over there, and client wants to see the data in different angles, getting or not? So this is just an example which I have shown over you in front of you, getting? So next step what we have to do is we have to document this everything, right? So whatever we have created, so this we have to document, right? So you can see I have documented everything. I will add this document in the description link, but as I've told you, you should create your own document. It will be a practice for you how you create, right? Taking screenshot, copying the queries. And I have also mentioned some, explanation of the queries which are, a bit harder, I can say, which are some complex functions which we have used. So the explanation is mentioned over there. You can read it out if you haven't understood with whatever I have explained. Getting or not? All right. So if you have come at this point of video, then you have completed this SQL part and you are doing great, guys. And I'm sure you might have enhanced your knowledge by this project. You might have whatever you have studied conceptually, you have applied that practically, and you have created this project. And you might have got a different level of confidence that yes, I can also do different things with the data which I will get, right? So try to generate or try to get different data from different websites like Kaggle website is there. Then go through whatever learnings you have gone, just collect everything, try to apply it on the new types of data set, new types of domains where you will be solving it on your own. This is a guided project. I have explained it for you, but my recommendation will be always that you should do 4 to 5 your own projects, right? So you can tag me on LinkedIn for those particular projects. The link of my LinkedIn profile is available in the description box, and definitely I would give you the suggestions. I will give you the better reach for you to get a job, right?